everybody, and welcome to Sci-Fi Vision for June 28th, Talisman Transmissions. For our deep dive, we have a full house today with special guest co-host Lord Ravener, who is part of Jeremy Ice and Fire, and Dave and Jason, who are part of Squawking Dead. So welcome, all of you. And Scarlet, of course, is here as my co-host, as always.
Hey.
Welcome, everybody. Hello.
Yes, thank you.
We have the season finale to deep dive. So obviously we got quite a lot to get through. And if any of you do need to leave before we get done, because I know sometimes we go on really, really, really long, feel free to jump off. The only other announcements I really have, other than to make sure you check out Jeremy Ice and Fire's channel, as well as Squawking Dead, is that we have our interviews with Pega, who plays Fatima, and also the one I did not announce other than in the watch party until now, with Kaylin, who plays Marielle, and Nathan, who plays Elgin. Those are embargoed until tomorrow, but those will all be coming up then. So that, and please like and subscribe to Sci-Fi Vision. We always appreciate it.
I guess that's why you couldn't say it before, huh, Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if I should wait to tell who or not, because I figured it kind of implied what was going to happen.
Yeah.
They did the junket that day. Although the one with Pega was from a couple weeks ago. I just decided to ask about the finale because I thought it would be a better interview. So I had to hold that one a bit. But all right, well, I think we've watched this episode in the watch party way too many times.
I know, getting all those notifications last night. We're going to watch it again. We're going to watch it a third time.
Yeah, we ended up, I think I played it 4 times last night. I didn't really watch it every time, but I did play it 4 times plus today. So it's been a bit.
Yeah, I think we were getting Brits at the last time. A couple Brits in there that haven't been able to watch it.
Yeah. Some people would ask me to replay it, so I went ahead and put it on again. Thank you.
That's nice.
Well, yeah. What did you guys think about the episode? It seems like some people really liked it and other people really didn't, which kind of surprises me. But what did you guys think? Whichever one of you wants to go first, just jump on in.
Well, yeah, I'll jump in. I think honestly, when I because I ran a couple watch parties as well last night, and it was almost, I wouldn't say overwhelmingly, but there was a lot of negative sentiment towards it. And I think a lot of that spilled over. I think the season as a whole was lackluster, and I think that kind of rubbed off on the finale. But earlier just this evening, I watched it just as pure entertainment because I think you'll empathize when you're minding the chat and tending to it and trying to make sure everybody's minding their P's and Q's and whatnot. You don't really just get to watch it as a consumer. And I sat down tonight and watched the episode, and really it wasn't bad at all. I thought, there's always going to be people that want more. They want more answers. But I think they really pushed, story-wise, they pushed it forward. Character-wise, we got a little bit of cool stuff, and Fatima, and boy, did Patty came out as the villain. I don't think anybody liked Patty.
Poor Patty.
Yeah, poor Patty.
He's just ascending into Lovecraftian madness. It's fine.
Yeah,
He's
that's a really good acting.
Oh
Yes. Yeah, she did work today. She did work.
You know who I thought was really wonderful though, and I like to key in on certain performances each episode because I always like to try to find the bright side. Yes, Chloe. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
When you see people break down like that, and some people are not good at crying. Some people, because I don't really like when Donna freaks out. I think she's great in most cases, but when in the high intensity scenes, I don't exactly buy it. But that was so, it rang so true. It was so genuine. The way she cried, it seemed like somebody having your heart ripped out. And if you've ever had, like a somebody near and dear, like even in private, it just comes out like that. And it's like, wow, that was spot on A1 performance, I thought, for Christy. So that's my
totally
take.
Agree, yeah. Both times I watched it, I got tears in my eyes.
Well, what else did you think, Jason?
Dave, or?
Other than that,
I hated this episode. Just kidding. I loved it. Of course, I loved it. But kind of, I like that you asked the question because to a certain degree, I kind of get where it's coming from. You're kind of, if I had to put it into words, it's like I was stunned. Like, oh, it just ended there. There was lightning and everything, and then the talismans are gone, and now we're left with this huge cliffhanger where we don't know where it's going next. And maybe more than anything, that there's no more from. And then we have to wait. And I know that they're filming now, correct? Or they have been?
next month.
I hope so.
Oh, next month. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so it is more of like a stunned feeling. So I don't know. Maybe it's like a processing thing. Maybe I don't know how to feel just quite yet. I don't hate it, obviously. I did like many elements, as you guys pointed out, but I think I still need a couple days to process. And, that's why we're all here week after week. So.
For sure. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I know. I'm processing too. Season 1, I didn't feel it had that big moment as a season finale. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but like season 1 had all the people show up in the bus. We're like, whoa, new people. Season 2 had what happened there. Oh, Tabitha got out of the town, right? We're like, wow, she made it out. Season 3, the big reveal of the man in yellow that we've been waiting for a while, and a little bit of the story walking. And this one, I don't know. I didn't get that big feeling. Maybe Fatima changing and the thing at the end where we find out that, the boy in white isn't working with the man in yellow and they're kind of opposites. I guess those two things were pretty big, but I just don't get that feeling that I did the past 3 seasons. So, but I still love the episode.
Maybe after drilling down several hours, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, just like you said, I'm processing probably.
So why do this? Yeah.
I think that's what they were going for, though. I think that final scene with the man in yellow, the Sophia in yellow and the boy in white. I think that was supposed to be the jaw-dropping stunner. And I mean, I thought it was cool. I mean, it did. But half of it is allowing you to dispel theories. I mean, half of theory crafting is finding out what it isn't as much as what it is. And this tells us, very definitively now that this is a game between two entities. And I almost saw some of it allowed me to go back and watch the episode in a different way on a rewatch. And I never really played the card games, but I played computer games, the God type games, or maybe something like Magic the Gathering, where I think almost like you slap down a card that casts like a status effect on the entire board, and I think that's what the nightfall was. You cast like a sudden nightfall. I think that was the man in yellow or the entity, and whatever the entity that the man in yellow is the avatar for. He darkens it, and I thought the earthquake was almost like probably the boy in white playing another status card, which allowed those boulders to protect Tabitha and Jade down in the caves. I think the earthquake shaking the whole rest of the town probably was incidental to that. I think that earthquake was focused on Jade. Then I think the lightning storm was just to burn off some VFX budget, but it looked super cool. I thought it was super cool.
They couldn't have animated the golem. I mean, what's the golem action?
Still want the golem. What did you think, Scarlet?
Yeah, what did you think, Scarlet?
I have a thing called frustration that I have with the show, but I thought this one was going back to true from form. But for everything I had, I knew Elgin was going to die, but I thought Sophie was going to take his form. But they didn't. But I also think that Clara's going to make Elgin burgers out of it because she doesn't know what to do with the body. There'll be a bunch of ground meat down at the diner that Becca can make hamburgers out of. And she's like, oh, there must be some cow meat here.
God, I hope.
I know.
Going vegan.
I still think that she's going to take over his body.
Yeah.
Become Elgin.
But So I was kind of confused by that, but I knew he was going to die. And then Fatima turning into a monster was a beautiful thing at the end. I really enjoyed that. I didn't know Mario was going to die. That was a surprise because I hadn't watched trailers or anything. So I was like really shocked at that. And I thought that Fatima could have hurried up a little bit and stepped in with Smiley before he did that. And I mean, I felt bad about that because I always thought that along with Julie doing story walking, I thought that Mari was going to have some kind of gift of prophecy. And I thought that Randall was going to have some kind of gift because he was connected to Martin in the ruins. And that's why he feared the ruins. So I guess that's not happening because I thought like the Cicada 3 would all have powers eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they kind of dropped that.
But apparently her power was dying.
I think there's
Maybe she'll
more
come
to
back
that.
as a vision.
I think there's more to that story, though. Let me ask you guys a question, because as I look, with however many watches we were able to get in before we jumped on, I did get a sense from Marielle that somehow she knew it was coming, which is why the question being asked of, what was her name? Sorry, it was Fatima. She said, "Aren't you scared?" And yeah, of course she says yes, of course, but there's a sort of, but I kind of know what's coming. There's being afraid of what's going to happen, and there's being afraid of the unknown. And I don't know, it's just a vibe, but I wanted to know if you guys thought perhaps maybe.
It could be why she wanted Christy to kiss her as she went. She may have known.
Yeah, I think at that point she definitely knew, but maybe she did before.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
at that point,
jump in
Judy,
front
yeah.
of-
Oh yeah, at that point.
No, but I mean, she did jump in front of Fatima earlier, like when Smiley first came in, like she was trying to protect her.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe she knew her time was up. I don't know. Thank you so much, Dieter. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dieter the super man.
I was gonna say, I guess those Christy and Kenny shippers are probably gonna get their way now, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I instantly thought of that.
I'm on the other side. I actually really like this episode. I've said it before though, and I'll say it again. I do feel like you take in the episodes different when you binge them. And I
100%.
know that that's not what people necessarily want to hear, but it's like the way I first watched them. So I can't, change the way I saw them. Because I saw the first 4, then 2, then 2, then 1. So I kind of saw them in different chunks. But I really like everything that happened in them. I mean, not that I was surprised about Fatima. Like, that was totally knew that was coming, right? That was not a surprise. But I liked where they're going with it, depending what they do. Like, to me, I think if it just ends up she's a monster now, that's boring. Like, I want to see her come back and be like part human or something, or, protect other people, because otherwise, what was the point? And it was just too quick, I guess.
Or she could animate that golem.
Yeah, or she can enter the Golem. I think the Golem, personally, I think they're done with the Golem. I think they should have came back with
I
Yeah,
think so,
unfortunately.
and no talismans at Colony House and Sophia in there, like, doing her shenanigans.
Well, I think there is a talisman left. I think there's still one. We'll talk
I thought
about
that thing was going to fall
Yeah.
through the floor and, like, hit Donna in the head or something, because it's in the
It
attic.
would have been
Like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's all I can think
somebody-
of.
Yeah, somebody in Colony House is going to be cursing Fatima because they've got a hump 600 pounds of mud down the third floor stairs now.
Maybe it'll still crash the floor then. Who knows?
That's another-
I also really wanted Sophia to turn into Elgin, but I don't know that might still happen. I feel like there's a
still
good
time.
chance that's going to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, the
I
body
think so
won't be.
too.
And we talked too at the watch party, like, are they gonna even say that he's gone? Like, they might be even only 2 of them come out. Like, maybe Sophia's done, who knows? I mean, they could just say
Right.
something happened to Sophia. There's really no way to know. Yeah, I mean, I know that she killed him, so I assume she can turn into him, even if he didn't take her deal. But
This needs to take a
yeah, well, that wasn't, but yeah, Elgin wasn't super surprising. Marielle, I was surprised about, but thinking back about it, yeah, I think maybe with all the talk about, to answer your question, all of her talk about, people not being able to leave when they die, it definitely foreshadows it. Whether or not she realized it, I don't know, but maybe we should have a little bit.
I think did we talk about that, Jason? That maybe people don't leave here before she revealed that card? I think we might have. Because it felt like a lot of the ghosts that kept showing up, like Katri, whom I, of course, for seasons I said was Fatri. He was fake Father Katri. But then, like, this season totally turned it around on me because I'm just based on Jim alone. Because we had to go, like, scientific method on, but it had to be Jim because of certain criteria. And we even down to the line, we kept challenging the Jim thing over and over again because in the last episode, the man in yellow says, and I can only turn into people who died in this town. And then we were like, okay, wait, what if the man in yellow was Jim for a hot sec and then appeared to Ethan? But then that's not possible because of the way the man in yellow acts as Sophia in the town currently, because he just doesn't evaporate in places like Katri did a few episodes, last 2 episodes ago. So it had to have been, well, as far as we can tell, it had to have been not the man in yellow. So I'm still in the corner of, obviously, people are still here when they die.
It's pretty rough because he did make a point of saying he took Jim's tooth.
I know, that's what hurt me.
Yeah, that hurt. Yeah.
I was going to say, wasn't that you? I think it was you, Jason, that said maybe he takes the teeth, puts it in his mouth, and takes it out and disappears. Was that you that said that?
Yeah.
Somebody said.
And I think I got that from Dave.
Oh,
From the
okay.
discussion that
At
we
the
had.
molar
Here.
little space in the back that he just puts them in.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like a data port.
Wisdom area.
Interesting thought. But yeah, I'm kind of starting to think that the people that are dead are really themselves potentially. But I do think that there's a big chance that if that is Jim, it's not a dead Jim, but like a story walking Jim or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
Just
that was a different
the whole
timeline, Jim, or
On
something.
his, because of the cut on his forehead and his not matching up, his shoes not matching up. But whether those are just continuity errors, we might find out they just made mistakes. We won't know till we get, I guess, until they tell us. But what's popping up? Sorry, something weird popped up on my watch. I'm like, what the heck is that? Yeah.
So, if you guys do you guys have a consensus on whether it's Jim, Polter Jim in the Matthews house?
Oh, you're singing Colony House, or
No,
we're
in
going
the
back?
Matthews,
Okay.
in the Matthews house, slamming the cabinets and whatnot.
I'm glad that made a resurgence.
Polter Jim.
Right.
Yes. Heck yeah.
Or also
So-
it's just been not talked about, and I'm like, we didn't talk about the thing? Well, that's fine.
Wait, so
Yeah,
hold on
I
a
don't
second.
know.
Talk about the thing,
Else it
so
could be,
that's fine.
really.
So if he did that, if Jim did that shortly after his death in the Matthews house, because I was struggling to kind of put together who could it have been at Colony House, and if Elgin had just died, why couldn't it have been him? Because that's his kind of place. It's his haunting,
Wasn't that in the Matthews house? I thought Donna was in the Matthews house with them in this episode.
Yes, she. Whoa, okay, we're doing the whole Donna is a mole thing, aren't we? Sorry, we go back and forth about that.
He was at Colony House with Henry.
No, but I mean, what ghost in Colony House are you talking about? Because I thought in this scene she was with them at their house. That's why
No,
I'm-
she was outside
no,
of
like-
Colony House in that scene.
We were talking about really early on when the
Yeah.
guys came and rattled the cabinets.
I just jumped
No,
ahead.
I just thought it was the same. I thought it was the same kitchen in this episode, but maybe you're right. They were.
No, it was
staying-
Colony
okay.
House. So the
Oh, really?
sequence is
I thought it was too.
they see
Okay.
the van and Tabitha and Jade are not in it. They go inside and they're like freaked out. And then the cabinet starts swinging when Donna starts to talk. She's about to use one of those, it's okay, that whole thing. And then the cabinets smack, and then
Oh, you're right.
the shutters in the Colony House kitchen smacked as well. And then they run out into the living room of Colony House, and then Julie and Ethan have that. I took notes, guys. I'm a crazy man.
I didn't take notes. I just came in like right before I had to go on. So,
No,
Yeah,
I
mean,
thought they were back at their house, and now that you said that, you're right. I
Yeah,
don't know
that
why I
makes
thought
sense,
that. So,
Yeah, I don't know why I thought
oh,
it
it's
was
because she had that scene
yeah,
with
I guess
Henry.
it could have been Elgin. I hadn't really
Listen, I
thought
got-
about that.
I felt like I needed to do work, like Chloe and Patty Melt.
Yeah, that's
a
not
job.
that's
Good
a good
point.
theory though. I like that idea. Now there's two common threads. One is Ethan, but the other one is when somebody is freshly dead, the first way they manifest any kind of paranormal supernatural form is the poltergeist activity. It would be Jim in the Matthews house and then Elgin in Colony House. It's like they're getting their feet, they're like testing trying to appear or trying to do something, but can't quite. They don't have the knack yet. I don't know if that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, no,
I like
that's I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I just had a flash of was it episode 1 or 2
Yeah,
of the
with
first
lights.
season?
I was gonna say there's lights that flicker in the first season.
Was there rumbling too?
You'll have to rewatch it all.
I'm struggling to remember that there may have been rumbling. This is when the Ethan's leg was impaled by the table.
Oh, on the RV, yeah.
Yeah, in the RV with Jim, right? And then lights flicker and he's shaking, right? And I felt like there was rumbling, but I could be totally off.
I think there might have been. I don't know. See, I assumed, although I also assumed they were in the other house. So now I'm looking at it differently.
Yeah,
I'm
that-
so sorry.
No, that's my
Fine.
fault. You're totally right. And I, for whatever reason, just, I don't know, thought they magically appeared in the other house, I guess, because you're right. They are in
Yeah,
the colony's
same.
house. But no, I thought that was possibly Jim, because it happened right when Ethan was getting upset that like Tabitha was dead. I thought it was almost like saying she's not dead. Don't,
right.
you know,
Good
don't
thought.
give up. But who knows? Now that you said that, I'm completely looking at it different. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, it still could be. It just my thought was okay. Let's use a couple of commonalities and tie them together. And seems more likely that would be Elgin. But look, if his dad's following him around and making sure he's safe as a ghost story walker, perhaps, let's say, which I had said was the boy in white, because I have a theory about him being Thomas, but that's a whole other conversation. But who knows?
But I was just going to say, I was going to put up some of these comments here. Kimberly said, I don't understand how people feel like we didn't get answers. My feeling about the season as a whole was that we got many answers. I feel like, and like I said earlier, I really like the finale. I feel like we got a lot of answers. I do think a lot of the answers were more confirmations than new answers that we got this season. But I'm okay with that, because I feel like there's so many things we've been theorizing that they're finally like, okay, this is the way it is. I mean, we know about, you know, the nightmare creature, or not the nightmare creature, sorry, the nightmares in the forest. We know for sure. We know about the talisman. We know now that the creatures for sure can't come out in the light. Like, those to me are still answers. I guess they're not answers some people want, so they didn't consider them answers. I don't know. Yeah, I like the answers, but
I'm holding my tongue. Not because I don't disagree with you. I actually very much agree with you, but sometimes just people want everything. It's fun.
I think
there's got to be a little mystery in a romance, you know. There's got to be a little secrets, you know, that you uncover over time.
I think a show that's so important.
Four seasons.
I think for a show that's so important to so many people, though, like,
Yeah.
they get defensive, and I think that not everybody is never going to be happy. You know, everybody's always going to think something different. So I see Zach said, I liked it, but I thought it was oversold a bit. I heard a rumor it was going to be 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, where did that come from? I know you debunked it for us early last week.
Your
But
fault, Zach. It's just I gave up telling people because people wouldn't listen to me. I'm like, no, it's 49 minutes. And nobody would listen. Somebody put that rumor out. I don't know if they thought it made them important. I have no idea. And then I think Google kept pulling up the rumor. So then people would be like, "Oh, but it's on Google," and it just made it worse.
Gemini will repeat that rumor.
Yeah.
It's like a chain mail, like old snail mail, chain mail. Do you remember that stuff? Some of us are old enough to remember.
some of us do.
Or what was the thing called, the phone game? I don't remember what it was called, but where you would, you know, repeat the message to somebody.
Right, like
And,
phone tag.
Phone tag, yeah, ended up completely different at the end.
Yep.
We're
Broken
talking
telephone.
about things that said send this letter to 10 people, or else something bad will happen to you.
Chain mail, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Is that what it was called? Chain letters. Chain letters.
Chain
That's
letters.
what it's called.
No, I meant there was a game where like you whispered something in somebody's ear, and like you were supposed to see how near the original it was when you got to the end of the line.
That's
Yeah, it's a
telephone.
car game for long car rides. You whisper in everybody's ear until it gets back to the first person. Yeah, anyway. I had long car rides a lot as a kid. So
Lulu says we got answers to things we already knew or to unimportant questions. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel that way personally, but I guess a lot of people did. I mean, I've heard a lot of people did not like this episode, and I just do not. I don't know. To me, I was kind of like shocked when so many people didn't like it.
Well, as with anything, the answers are not as obvious as you think. So it kind of takes a little digging through your memory banks to kind of process them, for sure.
Lola Lozada says it did not feel like a season finale. It was incredibly underwhelming. See, I think
I get what you're feeling.
it for the comments. So before we get into specifics at the episode, and some of these I know are about what we're talking about, we'll get back to, but let me ask, because Dave, I got to ask, since you always ask us, you make me now think about it.
Are you
Okay.
gonna say it?
I know it's coming now.
We have to talk a little bit about the title. So
Oh,
you go first then, Dave. What do you think about the title?
So how does the title relate to this episode? Well, if a tree falls in the forest, and one thing we pointed out in the last episode was how for the last handful of episodes, the titles start out as the beginning of a phrase. So is this the beginning of the end? Right? The best laid plans of mice and men, heavy is the head that wears a crown.
Yeah.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it ever make a sound? Which is kind of an allegory for. I'm doing the nose thing. It's an allegory for this town. If nobody on the outside can hear the lightning and all the crazy shenanigans and the rumblings, does it even exist? And which is a whole. It's kind of like a tongue in cheek. Sometimes you have to acknowledge that the writers are having fun with us, because it's kind of like the thing that we always say about the town. Well, is it purgatory? Right? Is this lost? And so I think it's nice that the writers or the copywriters are leaning into the joke a little bit. But I'm kind of curious. After so many seasons, right? We just closed the fourth one. It's worth revisiting the question: is the town a facsimile? Is it a pocket dimension? Right? These are the questions we first asked when we first started watching it. Oh, like Dale, Donna's partner said that. Is this I think it's a pocket dimension, and then he got fused into a pool. So I saw on the literal, it's asking, it's the writers it's a gag from the writers, to be honest. But there's probably more to it as we dig in. I don't have anything right now.
No, it is pretty as much literal, I feel like, as a title you can be, though, because the whole episode's about the tree, right?
Yeah, the
Not
faraway bottle tree.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody have anything to add to that? I don't know that I've thought of anything else. I just was curious what you thought, since you always ask.
Well, as Dave said, it's if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? In real world, it's one of those. It really doesn't matter, because it falls and it's unanswerable, and it has no importance. It has no bearing whether it makes a sound or not if nobody hears it. In this world, if a tree falls in the forest, it's the most important thing. It literally undoes, it undoes the power of the talismans. It has massive importance. So, to me, it's just almost like a counterpoint to the adage in the real world, in that universe, things that in the outside world have no significance. In here, it has primary significance.
I love that. The inverse, right? Because it is a philosophical argument of perception, right? If you're not there to perceive it, does it even matter? But in here, right, it's the inverse, right? It doesn't matter if you are there or not. You're going to perceive it in other forms, like lightning in the sky.
Yeah, it's a Zen koan. That's what it is. A Zen koan.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah, like a ZenKoan. It's like what's the sound of one hand clapping?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's not meant to have an answer.
Right.
I did want to ask, though, something you just said, Lord Ravener. You said that it undoes the talisman. Do you mean just because it made the one there not work, or did you mean something beyond that? Because I know some people had theorized some stuff about that. So expand on what you meant when you said that.
Oh,
Please.
Actually, I might have caught myself. I might have caught myself making an assumption. I think prior to the episode, we were thinking that if the tree gets uprooted, the children put all their hopes into it, and that almost like the power of the talismans were tied to the tree, the bottle tree being upright. But I think we I guess they kind of dispelled that in that episode. I mean, because the only reason they were able to get into the clinic is because the talisman was taken down. So I guess it deactivated the one down in the chamber, right? Or was that one still
Yeah, they pushed right through that tarp.
Well,
Yeah, I
okay.
It didn't matter because it was open.
Or was the
now.
tree up already? I forget.
So yeah, that's something that
Yeah.
was kind of laid out in the last episode. How Donna was correct. How the whole point of the monsters not being able to get in is provided that all exits and entrances are sealed, right? In a house, whatever, it doesn't matter. But Donna said, and she ended up being right. We didn't know, is that as soon as the faraway bottle tree is uprooted, it allows something to get in, which allows the monsters to actually open the doors, basically.
Yeah, it's
So-
like opening a window.
Oh, it was
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah,
it's like
it
opening a
wasn't
window, to quote Donna. Good
Okay.
call.
Okay. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. That makes
I
sense.
like how that was spelled out, though, to be honest with you, because we kind of don't always get to see that definitively. And here we kind of got that. First of all, that it worked to begin with. They're just standing behind the tarp with a talisman duct tape next to the entrance. I was aghast. I was like, because that was one of the things I thought, okay, that is definitely not going to work, but I'm here for it. I'm watching, and I'm just staring. I'm like, all right, okay, I'm gonna try that next time in the wild.
Yeah.
Didn't the boy do that with the bed sheet in the RV at the in the
Yes,
first
yes.
season one? Yeah.
But it's just that they were in the tunnels. I didn't think the same rules would apply. And like, all right, you go
there's
for
a
it.
lot of dirt. You know, you put duct tape up, it'll just fall down because it's got dirt on it. It doesn't
Right.
stick.
Yeah.
did-
Just
Oh,
Lee
sorry.
brings up a point. So no, I was going to say that Sophia wouldn't have tossed him away if they weren't active. So yeah, I think that I feel like that's also
Yeah.
an answer because that's true. I think that proves, at least to me, that the talisman do actually work. Because I know a lot of people have said, "Oh, it's not real," you know. But
Yeah, I've said that.
I mean, to be fair though, I guess technically, even if they didn't work, she could still get rid of it because it scares them.
Sure.
And they think, so I guess that's not necessarily true, but I assume it's implying it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I completely agree with you. I was just following along with your line of thought. Yeah. Now, did they ever retrieve the one in the clinic, the one that Marielle was reaching for?
That's a
She
great
had it
question.
in her hand. Yeah, she had it in her hand, tried to hang it up. She just didn't get it hung
Didn't
back
get there in
up.
time. Okay.
But my question was, does she know there's one in the basement that's in front of that door?
Maybe, but it would be great if it was still there.
I think the only people that knew about that, as far as I know, are Jade, Randall, Donna, and Boyd, and maybe Acosta because she was down there. I feel like she just assumes that Clara got all the talisman because Clara thinks she got all the talisman. I think they're going to have one left, and the one in the cave. But who knows what happened to the one in the cave?
Those are the ones.
Oh yeah. I think I'm with you. I think we are to or should assume that Clara got all the ones in Colony House, let's say, or in the area.
I did, yeah, I assumed that.
Yeah. I think the only one that I think is interesting is the clinic. I don't think Sophie had the wherewithal. Unless
Yeah,
when
the
Boyd
clinic-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, unless Boyd, Fatima, and Ellis leaving there gave them an opening. Christy going to the church, all that stuff. Nobody's there afterwards to defend it. So it's quite possible that Sophia got all of them.
Yeah, the clinic maybe. I just assumed the one in the basement that Clara didn't know about because they didn't tell. I don't think they told everybody about the door, really, did they? I'm trying to remember if they.
I think it might be an open secret because of all the sledgehammering. You know,
That's true.
and Boyd swearing at it.
That's true.
Yeah, but I think it makes sense if there's one left, like that they forgot about, right? Because that way they might have like a way for them all to hide in a room or something. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe next season they'll all be hiding in holes every episode. But I feel
Oh
like
my
that
God.
might
Yep.
be for a while.
Back to the
That was exactly what I was thinking of when that happened. I had so many thoughts, but that was the first one. Oh my God.
That's when I had to suspend my disbelief because I was like, somebody saw her taking talismans, right? Or seeing Sophia take talisman. They're all by the front door.
No, she's so
So many
sneaky
people in
with
Colony
her
House.
smug little walk.
Yeah.
Oh, but the lightning obviously is a
Saturday.
smoke screen. Because, I mean, there's so much going on in the town.
Yeah.
Of course you can sneak past them.
She's been a little serial burglar the last few episodes. She just goes in the sheriff's station to pick up her suit. Just wanders around wherever she pleases. Nobody's home. Went into the Matthews house to gather up the drawings. Yeah, she's quite the accomplished burglar. Just walking in the front door of every unoccupied house.
Oh. All righty, let's try to go a little bit here through some of this. Some of it I know we've already talked about, but so we're not skipping things here. The whole opening, obviously, they keep going back and forth, showing the different versions of, from the top and from the bottom.
I was glad they got right into it.
Yeah.
Right.
They've done that the whole season
waiting,
too, pretty
just-
much.
Yeah. Love when they do that.
So what do you think about the fact that Jade totally lied about the bones? That he told, everybody that they would protect them. I thought he was bullshitting. Like, I thought there was a good chance of it throughout. Part of me thought he just really believes his bullshit, but I guess not. But yeah, I don't know. He's not usually selfless, and he totally pulled it off. Yeah, what do you guys think about that?
I think this is the way I'm going to answer this, is that it's easy to forget how this town has a way, whether intentional or not, of getting people to heal. Not just talking physically, which is something we kind of forgot, but sort of like relationships start to heal, or people start to address some of their foibles, like Jade. Jade went from thinking, everything's a joke and everything is a test or like a game, to taking things very seriously. And to that effect, saying, well, not only is this not a joke, I am taking this seriously, but I'm willing to put my life on the line to not only protect myself, but help somebody else's kids going home or somebody else's family, because they've lost enough, let's say. And so I think there's a lot to that. And I think that's really the extent of how I want to answer it, because it's something you should keep track of, is what this town manages to do for the people who come in with certain traumas or unresolved issues, let's say. Like the Matthews is a quintessential example, like their marriage being on the rocks. So, cool.
Well, I think it's being a better person.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still an asshole often, but
Sure.
he's more
We
the
love
comic
that.
book asshole, so it's a little different.
Good comedy relief.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. I was just surprised, I guess, that he was willing to give it all up and that he is, doing it for them. But I guess my biggest concern about this scene is it was very much pushing that ship. And I don't know that
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
glad it was you.
a lot of
Glad
people
it was
now
you,
think,
Jamie.
yeah, no, I'm not really there for it. Like, I like the two of them. I don't know that I like them necessarily together. And I think that the scene made it seem like Jade had feelings for her the way it played out. And I don't know if that was just fan service or it's just the way I took it. But I hope they're not going there.
You didn't want them to make out while Tabitha was holding the skull of their dead daughter in her hand, all Hamlet
I
style.
No, I didn't.
oh man. I'll just say this. I like that they kept it right on the line where you could think either way.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect, right? It's a season ender. You don't want to open that box. You don't want to give people too big a cliffhanger. Just keep people guessing long enough, at the very least.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're both reincarnated souls, but sometimes they got together and sometimes they didn't.
Mm.
Oh.
I'm a ship denier, so I'll just describe it to him really thinking that he was going to die and just saying, you say crazy heartfelt stuff when you think that you're not going to be called to account for it. When you think that your lifespan is measured in minutes. Honestly, my whole take on Jade lying about the bones is I think that he does believe that getting them out was the most important thing. He absolutely believes that getting them out is the key to getting everybody home. So it was a short putt for him just to lie to Boyd about the power of the bones to protect them down in that chamber. I think that was him really just doing whatever was necessary. And he flat out said it. I mean, there's no guessing involved. Jade said, if Boyd didn't think that these bones were going to protect us, he would have scrapped the plan altogether. And I think Jade was so 100% convinced about that the bones, getting them out in whatever way was gonna solve the problem that he considered probably a necessary lie or a little white lie just to affect the final to get Boyd to go along with the plan. Because when you look at it, I mean, they're really all going off of his mushroom vision, so they're kind of there was a lot, and there, I mean, we were saying this even in the episodes leading up, there were so many moving parts to that plan where if any one aspect went wrong, the whole thing would come apart. So I think he was really just Jade was just doing what he needed to do to push the plan through to get Boyd on board and get those bones up. And telling a lie about the power of the bones to secure the chamber was just, I mean, it probably was less than an afterthought,
I think it definitely shows growth on his part. But the whole, if I had to spend lifetimes with anyone, I'm glad it was you. I just think it was a bit much. But at least it was only on his end, I guess. She didn't say it because, her husband just died. So thankfully they didn't have her say something equally sappy back.
That's true, yeah. Then it would have been a little bit too much.
Yeah. Kodok said he was going to give his life up. Luncher says that was disgusting. There was never any romantic connection there. Susie said it was so random, didn't fit the one thing I didn't like. It wasn't just weird. I mean, maybe because of their memories or whatever, it just wasn't well developed. Yeah. Well, at least some people agree with me. I know some people don't. I know there are some strong shippers out there, but
please put Wild Majority Diesel Punk her comment up.
Yeah, that's
mine. I just wrote that.
Oh, okay.
No wonder.
Because I love that comment. I love it. I kind of wanted that to happen too.
Well, that Donna and Henry, had a one-night stand last season, right? So.
This is Scarlet's theory.
Oh,
yeah,
I mean, look, I would love for that to be true. I mean, I'm with it.
They got a little drunk when Kenny went to fetch Henry the next day. His hair was all done up. His clothing was all askew.
Yeah. How did I gloss past? Did I gloss past that?
Sex parties at one time.
Was that her in the first season too? By the way, on the couch, naked.
I don't know.
I just don't remember.
I don't think so.
It wasn't Donna. It wasn't.
No.
She was a top. She was on top. It's fine. It's great.
No,
I love it.
Think Donna.
We all can dream. No, I'm not.
The other part, let's see. I'm trying to scan through my recap here. The other part we have is about the ladder and them, behind in the pictures here. That when they pull it, they throw the ladder down after, and that the ladder snaps. I mean, we all knew that was coming. That was from before.
I had it on the bingo card.
What Sophia had set up, and nobody checked the ladder. Although I can kind of buy, I guess, that she didn't cut through it all the way, so it wasn't really visible.
Yeah, right.
At least that's what I'm gonna go with. Were you guys surprised though that they actually got the tree out? Because I know a lot of people didn't think they'd be able to pull it out, and I don't know physically it made sense they pulled it out. I mean, I can go with it, but I don't know that it made a lot of sense. I don't know.
Kind of more curious what the audience thinks of that too, because I kind of
horsepower on that truck right there.
I just allowed it. I allowed it the same way as Jade and Tabitha moving, because the first thing I did was I was like, well, how much would a 4 foot by 8 foot by 4 inch slab of concrete weigh? And it came out to be like 500 to 900 pounds. And I was like, okay,
that's all right.
I just have to take I'm just going to assume that they, use their levers and pushed it, there's a lot of stuff in this show that you just kind of like, don't think too hard. You'll hurt yourself. And I was like, I'll allow it. Please continue show.
I mean, they tried to explain it. I know they said they were using the other trees for leverage and everything. So at least they tried. I just don't know if it made total sense, but it worked.
Hey, Jason, did you see how tall the tree was in the distance?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
Does that mean something?
No. Your theory about the tree being the faraway tree.
Oh yeah,
being
the bootstrap paradox. Yeah, now this tree is going to become the tree that's in the middle of the road.
I hate that I wanted to point that out, but it was interesting to actually see the top of this clearly very old dead tree, which is probably my answer about why they were able to pull it. I think
Mhm.
it wasn't very.
Well, it's got a hole in the
Lively.
middle of it.
Yeah, what's that hole doing in there?
That inside.
Does have a hole in the middle. So yeah, we know the talisman doesn't work as soon as it pulls it up. They pull it up, and we already talked about how they can't go out into the light. Which I was.
That wins. Nice catch on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was glad that they put that in just because that was one of my questions. Like, it wasn't something important because I think we all assumed it, but
right?
you didn't really know it for sure. Like, they never go out at night. Doesn't necessarily, I mean, they never go out during the day. Doesn't necessarily mean they can't go out in the day.
And yet,
like,
this proves it, right? Because the show has a good way of telling you, well, we didn't say they couldn't, but here we are. Now we finally have a definitive answer, people. We have answers. But I know they're not the ones you want.
Yeah, but they are nightmare creatures and they sleep during the day, so I had an idea that maybe the sun made them extra flamey. But they didn't set on fire or anything.
Yeah,
right.
I know. I'm with you, Jamie. I was definitely on board with that because I mean I said the same thing. Like skunks are nocturnal, possums are nocturnal. Doesn't mean that they'll die if they go out in the sunlight. It's just that they, they prefer to be out at night. So, and we'd never seen anything up to this point in the show definitively, and this kind of like flat out states it. It solves once and for all. I mean, and again, like every theory that I have, I love for them to be dispelled because that means no more brain power gets expended in that direction. Now we can go.
That's precisely my point. Yes, 100%. 1,000 times yes.
It said the whole season is kind of a build up for season 5, but I don't think it's a problem. It just means season 5 is probably going to be wild and full. I hope so. I know Tony said he looks at it like 2 parts of a season. It's almost like they ended it with part 1. I can
Hence
kind
the
of
titles.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, the titles. I can see that. I can see that.
Nice call.
Let's see. I know we're not. This is at the end of the episode, but since we were talking about it before, we might as well answer about it. They said the trees are sentient in the magicians. Is it possible cabinets in the Matthews house are made of the faraway tree wood?
I love that.
I like it too. I don't think that's the
awesome.
case, but I like the idea. I like it. That's a cool. That's cool.
Well, they have that when the tent moves in season 1. There's theories that the trees are moving.
Oh, Victor's
not the tent.
Measuring the tree line.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, when Boyd and Sarah are camping too, the tents move,
Right.
but it's because the trees are moving, not the tent. Not somebody pulling the tent.
Yeah, the trees are moving, or something's pulling at them, or the ground is shifting, or exactly.
Yeah.
That's so cool. What a cool question that will never
we
be answered
talked about one week. We talked about are they like Ents, like in Lord of the Rings, like the moving trees?
Yeah.
You might be completely awake, right?
if they can produce nightmares.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, and they also spent a lot of screen time. I mean, valuable screen time on Victor measuring the movement of the trees. Prior to this episode, I thought the theory was in play where maybe the bottle tree would have moved, and where they thought that like the bottle tree would no longer be above the chamber, and they'll pull it out, and it just there's no opening. Otherwise, how are they going to pay off the movement of the trees? All that screen time that they spent on it. But again, I'm glad. I mean, it was going to work one of 2 ways. It was going to work either Victor's trees moved on him and the bottle tree was no longer where it was supposed to be, or Jade's theory that you pull it with X amount of leverage and it'll pop like a cork. And I'm kind of glad it did. I mean, again, I go along. You can theorize, till the end of days. But ultimately, we're going to get the story that the showrunners provide to us, and this is very this was expedient to the plot. It made it happen, and I can't looking back now, I can't see any more satisfying way for it to for the bottle tree and maybe the moving trees and all the Victor pacing out and measuring, maybe that'll never get paid off. I'm always just going back through the previous seasons and episodes, looking for these little things and wondering if they'll ever get paid off.
Can I give you a sad answer to that question? I don't know how season 4. I'm only thinking of this now. The sad answer to that question is it changes on him every time because for the last 40 years he's been measuring the trees, and we all know Victor has Arrested Development. He hasn't paid much thought to the idea that his feet have been growing all this time too. So the
Yeah,
fact that it changes on him is a sad reality of his just lack of thinking about that factor.
yeah. I
Sorry.
thought of that before.
When
That
is a
is really
measuring the tree line is not about measuring the tree line.
Right. I guess
Ay, ay.
that's absolutely true. Yeah, your pace is when you're 5 feet tall, and when you're 6 feet tall, they're going to be off by
Damn
you
near
take 20
7.
paces. Yeah, yeah,
that
even
is-
6 inches per pace. 20 paces now suddenly you're 12 feet off.
Believe me, chat. I hate myself right now, so
I've thought of that too.
I'm a big bummer.
All right, let's see. The ladder snaps. I'm behind on the pictures. I know what I wanted to say. The one thing here. Okay, so the earthquake
Right.
or
Okay.
whatever. Okay, so what do we think? Like when I first watched it, I was thinking until they showed the earthquake was everywhere. I thought it was like maybe the children did it to protect them. But now that I've seen the whole episode and seen that it was an earthquake everywhere, I tend to think it was probably the boy in white, because the boy in white and the man in, the man in yellow. I keep wanting to say man in black and man in white. Boy in white and man in yellow are kind of, battling or whatever. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Oh man, I'll go last because
Oh, can I go first?
please.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they made it angry because in this episode, Patty said, "It's angry," and then, Clara said in one of the first episodes when the storm came, "Did we make it angry?" I think it's angry. I think there's an it above the boy in white, man in yellow, and they made it angry, and it made an earthquake.
All right.
Oh
And-
well,
and-
tectonic plates, right?
Blood thundering, the blood storm or whatever was happening, the blood thunder.
Interesting. I don't know. I felt like the earthquake I thought was supposed to be a good thing because it,
Or do you think like the man in yellow is like the earthquake and the boy in white is like fighting in the skies, like one's earthly and one's spiritual and they're fighting?
it's
like
God. It's Ares battling the other gods.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Zeus and Hades going for it.
I don't know. What do you guys think? The rest of you?
I'm same with Scarlet. I just thought it was a result of taking the tree out. I didn't necessarily think it was because the man in yellow or boy in white did it.
And Frumville itself made Frumville angry, as Kimberly's saying.
All right, what about-
I'm in your corner, Jamie. But I want to see what Lord Ravener has to
Yes.
say.
Oh, I think I kind of spoiled my theory on that. At the beginning, like almost like a Magic the Gathering card game or
Oh,
something.
I see.
Yeah, that one. But I do think the earthquake was the boy in white playing his card. To collapse that tunnel to close off the monsters after Boyd and Jade, kind of escaped through that little crevice. I think that the darkness was is almost like the man in yellow, the Sophia in yellow. They played their card first, and that was the darkness that gave their monsters access to the sunlight. What was previously forbidden to them by the sunlight. Well,
Yeah.
okay, now I'm going to make it nighttime, and then the boy in white played his card, and then it became then we had the earthquake that saved his thing. I think, and it's really I haven't really fleshed this theory out. I'm kind of like working it out on the fly, but it's almost like you play a card and you can resurrect one dead townsperson, which would be Roger.
I love it. Oh, Roger of all people.
Yeah.
Should ask Bridget about Roger.
You're making me think too of Stranger Things. Like maybe it's like a Dungeons and Dragons game type of thing. But I see what you're saying. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just thought of the fact that it definitely helped them. Whether it was intentional that it helped them, I guess. But I thought it was strictly done for Jade and Tabitha to get the monsters out of the way.
Wait, do you want to read some of the comments before I say anything? Because I know you just threw up a bunch of them.
Oh, some of them I'm just putting up as we're talking, so we get through.
Okay.
Some of them.
Wait, I was thinking the same as you, though. But by the way, is how. Okay. Notice that every time it's sort of. First of all, it happens first when the rope breaks, right? When the rope breaks, okay, not the rumbling, but the instant darkness, right? Okay, fine. That is to court our dear Lord. is when the man in yellow played his card, right? And I noticed that there's a tit for tat, right? If we're gonna break rules, and I think even killing Elgin was a breaking of the rules, by the way. There is a back and forth between when things stop happening or when things start happening, one and then once another gets put a kibosh on. So 2 examples are the rope breaking instant night, and then when the light breaks is when the Sophia yuck kills Elgin, right? Because the pronouns are yucko. I know, whatever. So Sophia kills Elgin, and I think that's a violation of the rules. There are rules that are meant to be, like, you have to be natural. You can't do things supernaturally. You can't kill indiscriminately. I contend there may still be rules about the yuck and yellow not lying. I don't have it that definitively down, but my theory, I like you said, Lord or dear Lord, I don't have it fully worked out yet, but as I take deeper notes, I'll probably nail it down with examples back and forth. I feel like there's some like tit for tat. You break a rule, I get to make my own rule, right? Outside of the natural order.
So you're saying that's why when Elgin died, the darkness left.
Right,
Like,
right, because she broke a rule, so God or the boy in white was able to break a rule as well.
So does that mean the
He
red light?
has done supernatural stuff though, like with the egg and Roger.
Yeah, I do think there could be maybe some limits to how far they're supposed to go. I don't know, but it makes me wonder. Okay, so if the darkness was the man in yellow, then does that mean that the red lightning was the boy in white? Like didn't really know if the lightning was good or bad, because I was a little disappointed with the lightning for a couple reasons. One, because it looked like Stranger Things, but 2, because the lightning went off and then nothing happened from it. Unless I'm completely missing something, the lightning, I don't think actually.
That's why it turned dark, right?
I think we're all missing
The
something.
darkness was before that, right?
Maybe Fromville's the referee to the game.
No, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I really bought into your theory earlier that the lightning, the fireworks show was basically to distract everybody's attention, which did allow Sophia to pass through the houses, unnoticed, essentially, to gather.
She took advantage.
The talismans, yeah.
However,
so it made a lot of sense. Oh, no, please go ahead.
I was going to say, however, the one thing that we should really keep in mind is that Victor himself, 40 years, has never seen this pink lightning emerge from the ground to the sky. So that's a very big deal. It's never happened before. We don't know what it is. Victor doesn't know what it is. So, and the lightning happens after the light breaks. So.
Okay.
So the lightning didn't happen.
Okay.
It didn't happen
Yes.
It didn't happen in 1978 then.
Correct.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't get. I don't think anybody's gotten this far.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know this, as I looked it up, but red lightning, I mean, it doesn't look quite like that, but it actually is a real thing.
I looked it up too.
Red lightning shooting up from the ground like that. I didn't know that until I looked it up, but I'm just saying. So it's not.
Does it shoot from the ground up though?
Yeah, that was my understanding when I was reading about it. Well, no, it doesn't shoot from there, no. But I mean, it looks like I guess it goes up rather than down, but you can't see it very often, I guess.
Yeah, when lightning strikes, it shoots from both ends. It's supposed to be the moisture and then meeting. It makes a bridge between the ground and the sky, and it's electricity, static electricity, or magnetic fields hitting the cloud. Whatever, it's a whole thing. It's fine.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
I just read Google, so I don't know.
You know what I did look? I did look up pink lightning though, and it's a result of dumb things that probably aren't worth mentioning. But atmospheric particulates, distant storms, camera white balance. But I don't think that's it. Upper atmospheric events could be something. Rarely.
The camera are saying for the conspiracy people out there.
It's worth looking into, conspiracy people. I'm eager to see your conspiracies.
Peter said there was lightning above Colony House in one of Victor's drawings.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and see the drawing. Either find the drawing and put it in Discord, and we'll put it up if we find it.
But was it pink lightning? I don't think so. Holla back at your boy, Victor.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find the picture, and then we'll find out. All right, we're getting way off order. It doesn't matter.
This is what happens when you invite me on. It's
No, I just try to so I know where I'm going and don't skip a bunch. The one thing I wanted to mention is whenever they're like finding a way out of the cave, I'm assuming that there is some kind of exit there that they didn't know about that maybe leads to the door. I don't know, because if you pay attention and it's really quiet, but whenever Tabitha's like over here, Jade goes, "Son of a bitch." So I'm assuming it's like an exit he didn't see, because I think they went out a different way. That was what I got out of that. It didn't actually come out and say it, but
Oh, okay.
because they
Yeah, I
couldn't
thought
go
that where they
in.
exit, I thought that just opened up from the earthquake.
I don't know. Maybe after the
But
earthquake.
you never know.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but they couldn't go out where the plastic was, clearly, because the monsters were there.
Yeah, I assumed it opened up. I think that's what I took from that. It's like, oh, this is a new, obviously because of the earthquakes.
Yeah, well, either way, there's an exit Jade didn't know about, and he was a little.
I'm so
a
dumb.
little
was.
upset about that. He's like, no.
Smartest man alive is
Speaking
dumb.
of that, because it never does happen in the episode, we might as well talk about it now. I do. What the hell with the door? I'm sorry. That like really made me mad, because that door had no, like, I know that it was to show Jade's vision was real, but what was the point in bringing in the door if they're not going to go through the door? I'm going to assume that it's locked from the other side, and maybe. Like,
Oh,
that's
in
what
Colony
happened.
House. I'm like, what are you
Yeah.
talking
That
about?
door, yeah. Yeah, it took me a little while. But
I'm going to assume they better be coming through it in season 5, because when they get out of the cave, because
You're
otherwise,
obsessed with the
Same
door.
thing
I love
think
it.
about Same thing I think about story walking, Jamie. They better have more story walking in season.
Girl,
that?
they've done this
Yes.
seasons on end.
Yeah.
The golem, the door, anything that was meant to do something.
I'm gonna
Oh, the
say
Lake of
Jasper.
Tears this season.
Jasper.
Come on, man.
Jasper.
Jasper. But that was the boy and white, if you remember. Oh.
Eloise, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think they'll pay off the
Eloise.
door. Yeah, they'll pay off the door in season 5. That'll be when they really want to go on the offensive. I think that's why they didn't use the door this time, because I mean, Jade had his theory of going directly to the chamber, but the door, it seemed like that. It seemed to me like that would be if they were really if they actually had a way that they know would kill the monsters, and they wanted to go. I thought they were going to use the door in this episode. I thought they were going to storm in,
Me too.
and lose X number of Colony House NPC characters, just making it to that chamber. I have to think. I mean, then again, I thought the same thing about the golem as well. I can't believe that. I don't know how they'll wrap it in. The thing I always run into is, I mean, now we are limited to approximately 10 1-hour episodes. The 5th season is where anything that needs to get paid off gets paid off, and they need to push everything forward. They can't really start presenting these little minor mysteries because there just isn't enough time to explore them. I was delighted when they ran into that little wooden grate when they were trying to escape, because that was the one where they saw that freaky Yankui when he rolled the ball that knocked over the Jenga blocks.
Right.
Yes. And,
Then
I just want to say I felt really stupid in this episode, because I was realizing you're talking about the bar at the
The bone bars.
The cell, the bars in the cell, yeah.
I was thinking that, like, everybody's talking about it. I'm like, why was there a cell in the cave? I'm like, oh, you dumbass, because they had the kids stuck in the cell.
They were born in the darkness and lived in the darkness and died.
There you
in the
go.
darkness.
I know. I just did not. I don't know. I didn't.
Girl, this is what we've been saying. You have so many watch parties and not enough time to process any of it.
Yeah,
Exactly. Delilah says they may use the Colony House door if there's another Colony House massacre get away, and maybe they'll escape through the caves.
Well, just a word on the Colony House door. It's still sealed. They haven't opened it yet.
Yeah, I have to
If you
assume
remember.
it's from the caves, like from the other side, but we don't really know for sure. This is. Let me hold on. I got to uncrop it. This is the picture that Dieter found. The drawing that does
That's red,
look like
pink. Yeah.
what? I will give you that.
Hey.
It doesn't look like
Hey.
Oh, Victor.
Wait, do you remember what episode it's from? Wait, hold on. Is there a specific drawing? I wonder where that's from.
It looks like it's from. I mean, it's from the official account, Scott McCord's account, but I don't know why they were talking about it or what the question was. But
Or is this a drawing in the wild? What episode was it lifted from? That would be an interesting one to pull. Because then, see, what I like to do is not just find out what episode it came from, but now I want to know what context it is that we see this shot and how it might connect to this episode. visual
And
cues and
also
stuff.
why they said to look at the drawing. Like, what was I assume somebody sent some question to them. I don't think this was like now. I'm assuming this was from a while ago. Maybe I'm wrong. He'll have
Wait,
to.
look at that cartoon at the bottom. Isn't that like, is that the boy in whites? The bottom half of the boy in white, like where there would be a head. It looks like a
That's
collar.
what I thought it looked like. It looks like a head. It looks like there's a head on this side and a body on the other side. I don't know.
Okay. Yikes.
It's hard to tell with the words in front of it.
Well, we always thought
It could be cemetery stones.
It could be. It's hard to tell what it is, to be
be
honest.
an allegory. Like you'll end up right. Didn't you say, oh dear Lord, that the colony house NPCs would die? Well, there they are. Or maybe they're all dolls, right? Like in the lake. Anyway, I'm just kidding.
Interesting. It does look like red lightning in that picture. So
Nice, nice, Dieter. Dieter,
That's
nice.
good. Yes, very cool.
I'm
All right.
impressed.
So, whoops. Now I lost my. Hold on. Let me get rid of Discord there. All right. So it gets dark out. This is where all the. I don't know why some of these pictures came out too light and some of them came out too dark. But
white panels.
that's
So,
where
I had a question before we go on. So is
Yeah.
this the eclipse that's happening? Because there's supposed to be an eclipse.
I assume this is some. I mean, you could call it an eclipse, I guess. I
So
don't know.
Has everybody seen the show Paradise?
I have not.
Okay.
No,
Well-
we covered it. Scarlet didn't watch it, but the rest
Okay.
of us.
I did not.
Just imagine that the sun isn't really the sun, and they're in a dome of some kind, and it looks like the sun went
Like
down.
under the dome, then.
Somebody hit a button.
Yeah.
And
Truman Show.
nighttime. Yeah, exactly.
Show.
Truman Show's a better analogy. Thank you for the olds. So that's what happened. Why not?
Yeah, the man in yellow turned off the lights, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly.
Could be. No, it seriously could be. We don't know. Let's see. So it gets dark. This is when all hell breaks loose. And when Patty starts being an idiot, by the way.
I think it's the same reaction to being from Ville, quite honestly.
Yeah, with every passing moment, I feel worse and worse for Patty. I know in the initial watch, I'm like, what is up with this bitch? Like, but as it goes, I'm like, okay, empathy's kicking in. I'm like, of course, she alluded to this in the episode prior with the cookies, and I used to bake these when I started to feel
Anxious.
heart.
Yeah, I mean, she's got half her face burnt off. She watched her friend Roger get impaled and come back to life. I mean, she's been through it. She's been through it.
Right. It's like the meat grinder.
Yeah.
Then again, she might not be one of the people that you want to, on your away team. And then if she's mentally unstable,
Oh man,
Yeah.
she,
You don't
Well,
want
yeah,
her-
because as they separate their fractions, she might be the leader of the one fraction.
oh the others. Sorry.
and she did. She was as bad as you can be in every possible situation. When you needed to move, she was standing still, like frozen in freak out fear. And then when she
When you
needed
her
to
to
be
shut
still
up.
in the car, she was very animated. So it was like, come on, man. I didn't buy it one bit. I didn't like it one bit. I mean, people in the chat were calling for the 1950s, the double paintbrush slap,
Woo.
slap,
Exactly.
bring you to, or whatever they say,
Jamie, I know this is not my show, but what was that for, though? What was that? What was Patty freaking out? Who was that for, actually, is more my question. Like, I know the answer, but I'm really curious to know. Just remember the beginning of the season.
I was so annoyed by it more than anything, but I think it really showed that Boyd was not very sympathetic. Although I wanted him to slap her, so I was less sympathetic. So
Oh my god.
I think
I
it
don't
was
know
still,
what you're getting at there.
it redeemed
I thought-
Acosta. I mean, anybody who was still on the fence about Acosta,
Oh,
it's like,
okay,
can you
that's-
get her to
yeah.
shut the F up? It's like, yes,
That was great.
she spoke for all of us.
You nailed it. And you know why? Because in the beginning of the season, she was like, well, I just want to put a bullet in my head. And now she had an example of what happens when you just want it to all end. You could put people in danger. Also, I don't think she wants to resemble what Patty was putting out. And she kind of just said it. And that's where I was at. So I like that she got a taste of what it was like to be on the other side of that. Like, she was the Boyd seeing herself through Patty's the actor's terrific performance, by the way.
Yeah,
So,
it is terrific.
No, it was great. It's just character-wise, you're like,
Yeah. Little
let's
parallels.
see.
It was to raise the stakes.
Yeah. We have the little bit about Victor saying, "Why didn't you listen to me?" Which I think is what we're all thinking at this point. Why didn't you listen to Victor? Right?
Yeah, why didn't you ever ask the guy who's been there 40 years about anything?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Or that peach truck map. Why does everybody stand in front of it and nobody turns around?
Wait, what?
Oh, right. In the sheriff station? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Sorry.
because the last season Jade was right in front of it. He's supposed to be a genius. He doesn't turn around and look at this map.
Oh, yeah. it doesn't look
Oh,
at the
right.
map.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true.
Good point.
I was
okay.
impressed with Kenny too, with his earthquake safety. I mean, he let
Oh, yeah.
Victor out and then held him
Doorway.
under the door frame.
Now we know
Nice.
he's from
Oh.
California.
Yeah.
For sure. That's what. See, guys, we got answers.
Now we know.
Okay, so a lot of this I think we already talked about.
And he's a youth coach.
There's Patty going crazy.
Oh,
there in the
man.
front. All right, so then we're at this part, which is the start of what's happening at the clinic. Fatima still hasn't been told anything. They've been lying to her. She finally, questions what's going on, although she doesn't get an answer because that's when she sees Smiley before that happens. But yeah, a lot of this is about Mariel staying calm and her asking her how she's calm, and she's like, "Oh, I'm not. We can't freak out." To which Fatima almost immediately goes to run outside anyway. And completely ignores everything she says. But it did not, like I said, it did not matter, because that's when she starts seeing that. I think I have a picture of this. She starts
her
seeing
mind's
Smiley's eyes again and knows that he is on the way. Yeah. What do you like? What I think about this is I think that, and although I won't tell you what she said, I will say this is part of what I asked the actress. I think that maybe if she had listened to Mariel and tried to learn to work with this connection, maybe she could have stopped Smiley. Do you think? Because she stands there and stops him 5 seconds too late, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she knows it worked with Kenny, right? So she didn't, I don't know, maybe she just didn't care about Mariel, and I'm joking.
I guess so. True.
But, she didn't try very hard for Mariel, no. But yeah, she knows he's coming. I'm a little confused though. I guess it's because she's becoming a monster that she can sense these monsters. But I thought she can sense Smiley, I understand, and I understand why. But they kind of jumped from she has this connection with him to she can tell when any of the monsters are coming. And I don't know. That was kind of a little out of left field. I understood it, but they didn't say that before. It just kind of popped up later in the episode. So I don't know how I feel about that. But I don't know. I do like the whole Fatima can sense him. I still think, and I've been saying this from episode 7, I still think that maybe Smiley is becoming more human. I think he's losing some of his monsterness, just like she's losing some of her humanity. I think that they're changing each other, but that's my big theory. I've been saying.
But he still killed Mari though, without thought.
No, he's not human. I'm not saying he is human. I'm just saying I wonder if as time goes on, maybe he eventually would.
He's hanging out with his mom
or something.
Mother.
I
was actually.
I imagine a scene next season where Boyd is there and Smiley and Fatima come up with smiles on their faces, and they're Smiley's like, "Hi, Pop." And Boyd
to Ellis.
And Boyd just starts swearing and just starts throwing shit.
An abusive grandpa.
Yeah.
I thought it was super cool though. When he attacked Kenny, he was a chatty Cathy. He was telling Kenny all this, that, and the other. I did this to your father. I killed your father. And this one, I thought Smiley was great. He was powerful, and he said exactly 2 words. He said "mother" and "interesting," and then left. I was like, wow. That's kind of. I kind of, and I think I like the less verbose Smiley. I thought he was as intimidating and scary as he's ever been, and just with 2 words,
less
and
is
then,
more.
Yeah, and then just walked out the door, and he still had the smile as he was walking out, too. You could see it on his face.
Oh,
Of course. Delilah says they're saying this in answer to what I had said about her feeling the other monsters. I feel like the monsters have a hive mind, I have heard that's definitely a possibility.
I feel like we're closer to that because of what happens with the totems. You get a sense that there's a collaboration without words. But I could be wrong.
And as Fatima became more monster, she tapped more into the hive mind. Initially, it was just Smiley, and now she's as she became
More of a
more
monster.
monstery. Yeah,
Ooh.
I think,
that makes good sense. Yeah.
by the way, to
Does-
answer your question though, Jamie, I feel like okay, so I think two things can be true. I think one, she didn't quite know what her condition was, not really. Case in point, her conversation with Marielle. What is my condition, basically, or what is it that I'm whatever? What's happening to me? Two, in the last episode, she said, as long as I have this connection or I have this whatever this is, I'm going to use it for good. Doesn't matter what happens to me. I think what she's thinking in that last episode is, maybe it'll kill me, right, quote unquote. But I think when she feels or she suddenly realizes that this is more than just that, I think it scares her. I don't think she quite knows what to make of it. I don't think she thought that she would turn into a monster like we thought she would.
You know what's
Does that
funny? In the pilot episode, when Boyd says that Fatima never changes.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if you remember that.
Is that like
Yeah,
war?
Fletcher's been using that as one of his points for a while
Oh,
now.
who has?
Fletcher, because he's been saying
Oh,
forever
yeah.
she's gonna turn into a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it was kind of funny.
What did he mean by that initially, though? Context wise, I just curious.
Because Donna had a colony house and he had the town. And he rarely came up there. And when he saw Alice, he was talking to Alice, and then when he looked at Fatima, and when she left the room, he was like, "Oh, Fatima never changes
Maybe she does.
until she changes."
Right.
See, the town is healing the people's. Oh, boy.
Yeah. In response to what you said, though, and I see Code Knox says the same thing. I think she did know, because I think the conversation she had, or at least I thought with Ellis in the last episode, when she said something like, "I know what you're afraid of." I forget exactly what the wording was. I think she thought that there was a possibility, because she said to Christy something like, when she was asking about their bodies having the human organs or whatever, when they had that conversation, like, I think she thought that when she was saying, like you just said, it was more than her and that she would use that. I assumed that she meant, even if she did turn into something, that at least it was useful. I just think if she had leaned into it, she would have saved Mariel. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to continue my thought, though, actually. So I think initially she knew it was a possibility. She accepted the possibility that she would die. But I think deep down she feared it. And I think when she realized it, she denied it. There's like stages of acceptance, I think. And I think when it came down to it, she finally let herself have it because she was just frustrated at that point. I think it's scary to realize that you are turning. It just like, think of, I'm on this live stream talking to you right now. If I had an inkling or thought that I too might be a monster, I would put it out of my mind right away. Because
denial.
That scares me as a thought, like the more I sit with it. So if she's been sitting on it for a while and thinking the only way I can exist as a person in this town is knowing that I won't turn into a monster. I have to believe that I won't turn into a monster. And then you realize that there's no point in holding back anymore. That's when she kind of accepts it and then uses it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Fear is a motivator.
Yeah. I just think if she, like I said, I just wonder that if she had, worked on it a little more, if maybe she could have done a little more and could have stopped him. But who knows? She was like,
he was fast.
Right?
He got that swipe off really quick.
He did. Okay, let's see. A lot of these are, I was starring that for later since we weren't to that, but I guess since I popped it up. Remember who I was, she knew she wasn't coming or transforming back to the normal self. I think she's afraid of it, but I don't know. I just hope she does.
At that point, yeah.
I think it's more interesting. That's my answer. Like, I want to see her use it to her ability to help them later, not just this little end cap.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the last of her. I'm sure that's the case.
Yeah, I hope she doesn't lose all of her humanity. Hope she can keep changing back and forth. And
yeah, I hope so. I think it would be way more interesting if she could.
Especially considering her history.
Yeah. So they know he's coming. They find the talisman. So yeah, we do know that the talisman, at least in this case, they needed to have it. And they run in. She pulls Fatima into the bedroom. She does protect her. Marielle's pushing herself in front of her, trying to protect her. And anything for freedom, though, does make a point. She can't leave now. I would
Yeah,
agree.
unfortunately.
I think even if they were leaving, I don't think they should let her leave, because like, who wants to bring that outside of the town, right?
I'll address that later because I know that we're going to get to the part of the bones and talking about that more. So yeah.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Let's
So
keep us on
yeah,
track.
he slices her open, and then we have Fatima screaming. Yeah, I don't know. The fact that she's screaming, I do think that maybe at this point she's at least starting to realize it. I would assume, maybe not as completely, but I do think she's in denial. I agree.
That's gotta be horrific for Mari, because she's like hearing that too, and she just got slashed.
Look at her face. It's great acting.
Get away from me.
Yeah, and I think that was Mari's initial instinct telling Fatima to get away, because she thought Fatima actually was a monster at that point, going in to finish her off or whatever, and then kind of realized when that Fatima was trying to lend aid, such as it was.
Oh yeah, she was definitely.
But that scream, that really distorted sound of a scream coming out of her, that was like, oh, wait a minute, it was more than just Fatima screaming. It was that undertone, that distorted undertone that they put on all the monster screams. So it was
That stank.
shit.
Yeah, the
Yep.
monster version of her. It looked like a butter. I don't think it would have mattered if it was a butter knife, to be fair. Right? I don't think it would have mattered, because it would have killed her either way. So yeah, he has opened her up, and that's when he does say interesting. So the monsters clearly don't know. I did want to talk about this. The monsters don't seem to know that Fatima's becoming what she is. Now the man in yellow, or the Sophia in yellow, whatever, knows, because she sped it along with the blood.
Yeah.
But that's what confuses me, is like why they don't know, or why she doesn't tell them. And this goes back to like, we still don't really know how the man in yellow completely connects to the monsters. Like, I do think that he is the one that gave them the deal and the reason they are monsters, but like, do they have to listen to him? Do they help him? Like, that kind of thing, to me, is still unclear. And I would like to understand a little bit better, like what the power structure, I guess, is between all the evil in the town,
They don't even acknowledge him in the diner that last episode when they're building the rope ladder. How they're kind of like coming up to the blinds. They're just him. I say Sophia, but yuck.
Yeah, I know.
So, but yeah, I totally agree with that. In our last episode, we talked about how the parent, like, to flesh out how the parents were able to live forever, was that if the parents themselves were the nightmare that came out of the forest, that in the nightmare of the children who died that they killed. Right? Because if you're killing your children are going to think you're a nightmare. That's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, that you want to live forever? Okay, well, be these children's nightmare and you'll come out of the forest again as living forever nightmares of this town because of that rule. So I thought that was there's a little play there.
Let's see.
There's too much. She's going to be okay in this scene. I'll be okay. She's holding her intestines in. I'll be fine.
Oh, I thought maybe.
I couldn't
Maybe
hear
she
a
had a
word
chance.
anybody was saying in that scene. It was just all that stuff that was happening was so cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
I heard Christy, get your bag. I thought, oh, that's not going to help things here.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just
When
get
she,
out
when
of the
she
room.
said
I'm scared of you.
It's bad, Christy. I knew she wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And I got.
She tries. And then Ellis and Christy are on their way back, and they see him, and they know that something has happened. I was trying to keep track of who all was with them, but I couldn't tell. I know Randall's with them. I couldn't tell who the other person was, but somebody else is there that comes in. But yeah, they try to save him. This, to me, was like, this scene was just so unbelievably sad. Like I think I had said earlier, I don't know that I loved Marielle, and I feel like if I had
Not at all.
if I had to pick a character I wanted them to kill, it was her, if I'm honest. But the scene was still so freaking sad. I really cried at this scene a lot. Otherwise, I always say I don't know that I'm the best person to judge that by because I do cry easy. But
No.
yeah, I find it unbelievably sad. Yeah, I always bawl when I watch TV. But
Yeah, I thought it was a good scene. I just never. I mean, at no point in their entire in the entire show did I ever think that Marielle and Christy. I never felt any chemistry between the characters. And even right up until the final kiss, I didn't feel that they had any chemistry. And I thought Chloe was, she was acting her ass off in this scene too, and only to be surpassed by the scene when Marielle's completely dead and she does break down with Boyd. But I just never felt any chemistry between those characters at any point. It always kind of just, again, it's one of those things you just shrug and go with because that's how it's written. So you will accept it and you will like it, kind of thing. But
Well, they always fought too. Like every conversation they had would would get into an argument at the end.
They have a
It
lot of
didn't seem
baggage.
like they were having a good time with each other at all.
right.
I think I'm with you, my dear Lord, is that I think that's absolutely true. I'm just going to do that. But I think you're on something though, that just because we're supposed to kind of take it for like suspension of disbelief, okay, we have to accept that they are together. I think there is an intention in the sort of, you can't really get their chemistry because you're in a new setting. This isn't your usual environment where you're able to foster a relationship. And so we're kind of, also you're in a monster town, so you're kind of making do, right? It's a familiar thing. You're going to gravitate something to more family, familiar sort of setting. So that is where my buy-in happens, is where, okay, it would make sense that they kind of magnetize to one another because you kind of have to hold on to what you have. And they're the only things that they really kind of have to one another. So I don't know.
Yeah. B
Like
says,
B in Fletcher's comments. Yeah.
B says their fighting was their chemistry.
Mhm.
Yes.
By the way, shout out Beehive Girl. Hey, it's been a while.
Fletcher says Kenny might get lucky now. Yeah, everybody's kind of bringing up the Kenny.
Too soon.
It is too soon. But hey, I liked their chemistry a lot better.
I'm smiling note, by the way.
No, I did not like the relationship. I just didn't like seeing them, I think, fighting all the time was kind of what made me not necessarily buy the chemistry, I guess. Not that people don't fight, but I just mean, like, I didn't want to hear it, the fighting. It wasn't as interesting. Let's see. Savid Kim says, I've always leave each episode with more questions than answers and open storylines. This is true. But we got a lot. Yeah, but I feel like we have gotten a lot this season. I mean, we said that earlier, but I do think that we got a good bit.
It's all in the subtext, honestly.
Yeah, Fletcher, nobody cares for Marielle.
Yikes, Fletcher.
Sorry. No, I didn't, she was probably my least favorite character, but they both did really good in this scene, that being said. And I do think they acted the shit out of it. Yeah, that's so sad. Okay. And then we have Elgin and Sophia. I need to figure out where the heck I am in my recap here. All right. So she is offering him the same deal she offered Clara, that he'll get to go home. So yeah, what do you think about these deals? Is she being honest? Is she ever going to let them leave? Is it total bullshit? Will she let them think they leave in their head? Like she's, giving Henry some weird real life. I don't know. What do you think about this? I mean, with Elgin, it doesn't matter at this point, but I'm just,
She did. She said something, made a comment about that, made it sound like it was going to be in their head. Like, I wish I would have wrote it down, but did any of you catch that? Like,
I might have
something like to the effect of,
she said pretty soon
you're gonna think that you're out, or
is it going to make up a story that they think they're going home, but they haven't really? They're still trapped.
That's kind of what I wondered. pretty
I
soon
didn't
it would
write down
all-
her exact words, but I will
Yeah,
at some point.
Pretty
Did
soon
you?
it would all
Okay,
be
yeah.
like a bad dream that fades a little more with each passing day.
Yeah, that right.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Because
like, it's in
you'll
your
be
head
dreaming,
still.
That is
like
kinda
Henry's
wild,
dream.
'cause I don't know that I believe her. Like, even if they help her, I don't think she's gonna let them leave. Like, I don't think she has any intention of letting Clara leave or
She hasn't
live.
done anything for Clara
Yeah.
so far.
I don't even
Yeah.
think she has the power to do that. I think she just dangles in front of
Mm.
them the thing that they want the most, and that's the most persuasive button that she could press at any given moment.
I'm with
I
you.
loved how she drew his when he turned over his shoulder to look at Claire. Don't look at her, look at me. And she was dialed in. I'm sorry to jump in on this one, but I mean I really dug this scene all the way through. I loved it all the way to the end, and everybody was clowning on Elgin. He was so naive, he was so easily duped, so easily manipulated. Even after the colony house, all the stuff that happened to him, he was still, and people were very critical of him. But I mean, I was like, yeah, this is a kid who his entire character has been framed by his faith. And right up until the last moment when she's holding both of his hands in the back of the diner, she gives him that, I'm going to ask you one last time, accept my bargain. And he starts praying, and she just dismissively, you people and your prayers or whatever. But I mean, for me, for somebody of faith to die with literally the last words to pass your lips being a prayer. And it's not about salvation in the moment. It's not about a bolt from the heavens saving you from the thing that's killing you in the moment. I think he felt like he was, essentially, it's the same thing as a ghost dance or something, like when you're going to die, you are saying your last words, whether it's, like a Native American ghost dance, or when you are reconciled with the fact that, your minutes in the world are numbered. So I was glad that Elgin went out like that. And, and sure enough, if anything else, Sophia realized that, there are some people that she's just not going to be able to manipulate. There's some people that she's not going to be able to, nothing that she offers is going to be able to turn them. And it's like, well, okay, and yeah, he did die as a result of that. But, for a person of faith, there's no better way to go out. That's literally what saints and martyrs are made out of. So,
And he was going to die regardless, because simply for the fact that he discovered or she revealed herself to him. That was going to happen. So he knew, like you said. And this prayer, by the way, is to say, "Forgive me, Lord," basically, not "Save me, Lord." This is about being resigned to your fate. The whole prayer, it stops short, but it's you excuse my constant frailties. Forever I am indebted to you. Your costs can never be repaid. This is like, thank you for giving me life. Thank you for giving me a life that was worth living. For you bought my freedom with blood. I will always seek you out, my Lord. You are my beloved deliverer. You are the Lamb of God, right? And this is, now they're talking about Jesus, but still, but the idea is you gave to me to allow, right? Well, Jesus, you gave to me to do the thing, and I'm grateful to you. Like gratitude at the end.
yeah. And the big takeaway that whether you're of faith or not or whatever,
Right.
the big takeaway is he made his choice, which also means that Clara made her choice. So she's not some innocent, people still want to think the best of Clara. Clara made her choice,
Right.
with her eyes open.
I often think, what was that for? Or who was that for, too? Because now that I'm thinking about it, who was Elgin dying for? Elgin, of course, had to die, but it's almost as if to contrast what he did to what Clara's choice is, the choice that Clara made. And so if him dying was to show maybe Clara, this is how it's done, it's not too late. I'm not saying she will, but I'm saying it would be interesting if she did after seeing that display.
Yeah, but Clara wasn't there.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please go ahead.
Does Clara? I don't know if I lost my thought or not. She didn't do all the bad stuff that Elgin did, like with Fatima.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Maybe.
I think that Elgin finally learned to not do it, but then the cost was his life. Poor Elgin.
Yeah, I kind of wonder too. I've thought about, and you were saying about him saying like, "Forgive me," and that. I kind of thought in the moment also that he's not willing to throw people under the bus. Like, it may not even just be about not being able to save himself, but like, no, I'm not going to help you screw them over. I'm not going to, because that's what Claire is doing. And I think he probably knows that. And he's like, okay, I chose the wrong thing with Fatima and I listened to these voices and I'm not doing it again type of thing. I felt like it was almost like his redemption for that.
Yeah, you
I do
screwed me
think
once.
Yeah, screw me once, shame on me. Screw me twice, shame. Or I said that backwards, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Shame on me.
Slap me once.
Heavens twice, then I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that I do think he was naive for showing her the photo. Very naive, but he's a teenager. I'll forgive him. But I do like that he kind of made up for it, and I do think that it was good that he stuck to his guns till the very, very end. I did like that.
It's very easy to forget that he's a kid too.
Yeah, he is supposed to be a teenager. Not sure how old.
Allegedly.
I'm 47. He's a kid.
Well, yeah, age appropriate to at least to
Julie,
right? And I mean, I don't think unless Boyd flat out said she's a kid, 15 or 16, nobody would peg Sophia as 15 or 16. It's like, I mean, they had to put that out in bold print text.
Yeah.
No, 9 comment.
And they're asking about the poem. I could not.
The Emily Dickinson poem.
Yeah, I think it was still the same poem, but I didn't.
Oh yeah, I couldn't tell because
Was it different?
Picture was tilted from the earthquake.
Great. Yeah, I think that's all it was.
Later, you can't really get to see.
Something is a thing of feathers. Hope is a thing of feathers. It's misspelled. I think in some spot we called it. We saw it in season 1, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's the same. I don't.
Yeah, it should be the same.
Yeah, well, then the G fell off and it said "Hope is thin," which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah.
I like CFH says at least he helped get the dirt for that goal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it'll pay off.
Maybe his spirit will go into the golem.
Enough about the golem.
Oh, that'd be cool.
The golem was so disappointing though. I mean,
well, you know what we thought about that. It's like an allegory for the Fatima controlling a soulless being, right? Because you think it's going to go one way, but it actually kind of went towards Smiley, right? So it was kind of an allegory. It made her feel powerful, made her feel like she could control them, or him at least, or it. Yeah.
Still was disappointing. I know, I get it, but it still was disappointing. It was disappointing, I think. Savid said, Elgin dead or alive will help the man in yellow regardless. That's a good point. I do think she might take over Elgin. I really do. I kind of hope so because I think it's more interesting.
Yeah. There's a lot to say there.
Keep her away from the chicken coop, yeah.
I think Puffy Summer says, which makes the Henry drinking scene more questionable. I'm guessing this might be in regards to what we were saying about them thinking they went home, maybe, and it being fake. I'm guessing that might have been what that was too.
Oh, I thought it was about the age thing.
No, hey.
Oh yeah, that was.
No, when she was with Kenny, I thought, oh, she's gonna say that Kenny made a pass at her, and she's only 15, and she's gonna make Kenny look like a complete asshole.
Well,
but that never happened.
Thought she was a kid. That's the question too. Like, did they think she was a teenager, or is this just for the audience to say we heard it enough with Hannah? We don't need it again. It might have been simply that.
We're pointing out the actress is playing a 15 or 16-year-old.
Yes, I mean she's clearly in her 20s, but that doesn't mean the character. You think the
Yeah.
golem was crushed during the earthquake?
Oh, hey, quite possible, Fletcher.
Could
Yeah,
have been.
I'm down with that.
If it was, there's a big ass mess. That's all I gotta
It
say.
would fall from the attic. It's still in the attic, so it would fall through the floors.
I don't think the clay set, but that would make the allegory even more delicious because Fatima went full monster. She doesn't need to control them. She can be the one who controls them. I don't know. That's my
I still
reach.
want it to fall from the attic and then drop on the floor and start running.
Yes.
It would be cool, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think the golem's done, and I think Tilly's done, and I think those
No.
Tilly. Sorry.
I don't know that I like the way they ended, but I'm just saying I think those two things I think they've run their course. I don't think they're coming back. I could be wrong. I don't know. Puffy Summers meant the age thing with you were saying with Henry.
You called it.
Yeah, drinking. Yeah.
Tilly
I,
becomes the
when we were
golem.
speaking with her, I didn't even really think anything of it until people started saying that. But yeah, that was kind of creepy, I guess, in a way too. He's given an underage girl alcohol. At least that's
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
thing. But yeah.
I'm too old to care.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm the problem, I guess.
Oh, too drunk. Well, technically, she's a lot. I mean, you can look at it as she's
Yeah.
how old and male, maybe. We don't know. I don't even know. And that's
Oh,
the other thing. I
right.
do want to see what the hell she looked like when Clara made the deal. Was it the man in yellow? Was it a creature? Was it an entity?
Giant spider.
Giant spider? We don't know.
Just the darkness, because I couldn't sometimes think the entity is just darkness, like some
Mhm.
Cthulhian thing, like a Lovecraftian nightmare.
I gotta say though, that's one thing I really do appreciate about this show is, even there was Julie, there was Sophia, there was Elgin. They were all, but they've never other than like a little bit of sex in season 1 when they were trying to establish Colony House as like the libertine land versus as opposed, or in like Live for Today, when they
Yeah.
still did choosing ceremonies, right?
Mhm,
Live for today because you don't know that there will be a tomorrow. They haven't, and then there were people that were in relationships like Marielle and Christy, but they haven't really wasted any time on like dating relationships and it really, in a show like this, it would almost be a distraction and kind of, in my opinion, like a waste of screen time. And I'm so appreciative that they haven't really pursued that with any of it. There was that slight hint of when Julie and Randall were reading on the bus and they both hid the book. It was like, wait a minute, like you would think if Tabitha went to the bus and Julie and Randall were like rapidly separating from each other and like looking guilty, the last thing she would think is like, oh my gosh, you were reading children's books together, but they literally they haven't explored like relationships or dating or any of that, like kind of the pervy aspect of anything in this world. And I was like, wow, okay. And there's a lot of like contemporary social thing, like there's every race under the sun in there, but they haven't mentioned race one single time. It's just people in a common situation dealing with a common threat and overarching survival. And it's like, wow, it's almost a relief to see a show like this, because almost everything that Hollywood churns out now feels like they're obligated to use their quote unquote platform to make a statement or whatever. And this show is not about that at all. It's really just like every diverse kind of person in an adverse situation and surviving, and like their threat isn't nebulous social issues. Their threat is a actual threat. Their threat is monsters that come out and kill you at night, and finding enough food when there's a scarcity of food and that kind of stuff. And it's really, I mean, that's one thing that I've really appreciated with this show, and I've appreciated the show has maintained that for 4 whole seasons. So
Do you wanna know-
Yeah, I think the main thing about them too is that they're all from America. That's the that they're all from different parts of America too.
Happy
So you all come
250th.
together in
Okay.
into the Fromville. What?
Oh, I said happy 250th.
Oh yeah.
America. But to kind of actually
fucked up.
strengthen your point, Lord, I would say there's that one scene with Dale and Ellis where it's kind of dicey. He's like, what more do I have to expect from a hoodlum, or what did he call him? Like a thug? He called him a thug.
Was that? Yeah. That
But it strengthens your point because everybody's kind of like, what do you talk about, Dale? There's a little bit of static. Nobody kind of likes Dale because of it. Ellis doesn't pay him any mind until he's actually being threatened with a knife. So I think it actually only strengthens your point. They don't pretend like it doesn't exist, but also everybody's kind of like over it. And then to your point, there is no like kind of sexual stuff because Julie gets into town. There's the Fatima wanting to kiss her, etc. And there's all that's going on. But that's when there's been peace for so long, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then ever since the Matthews arrived, to yucky Sophia's point, things kind of went haywire. So
0 days since this.
right, exactly. So where's there the time, right? And maybe even goes further to answer your question about Christine Marielle. Of course, they can never get on the same footing because we're in a monster town. We're constantly being escalated by threats with every day that passes. Because something that we pointed out, and I don't know if it's true, it doesn't feel true, but it might be true, is that it's only been a month since season 1, episode 1.
Yeah.
So things are moving rapidly in a more terrifying directions as we go.
Oh yeah, very true, very true. And that's I've beaten this drum over on Jeremy's channel a lot, and I'm glad you mentioned it because a lot of people it doesn't. I mean, because we've waited so long between seasons, it does not feel like that. But yeah, if you lean on AI and Google it, they'll say that the Matthews arrived somewhere around February 22nd, and season 4 started somewhere around like March 28th or something, or like March 21st or something. So yeah, literally, and which like underscores Fatima went from like a flat stomach to a full term Smiley pregnancy, and even shorter, even a shorter amount of time,
like days, I think.
Yeah. And people and everybody else in the town just kind of had to accept that. I mean, it's not like somebody as rail thin as Fatima could conceal it, and everybody just has to, everybody in the town has to go with it. And I mean, the strangest thing about it is what they would say is what's happening to Fatima isn't the strangest things we've seen. We've seen Dale end up in a embedded in a swimming pool after walking through a tree without the boy in white's permission. So, there. I mean, even the people in the town have to use suspension of disbelief just because they're living. They're living at a place where normal rules of life don't apply. So,
or like different rules apply here, right? That we're not aware of.
Yeah, I don't think though anybody saw Fatima pregnant though, because I think that she wasn't actually like visibly pregnant until he had kidnapped her. But I agree, they wouldn't have thought it was as weird as some of the things. I'm just saying, I don't think anybody actually saw it. Like Nikki knew she was pregnant, but
Tilly, that's it.
Yeah, Tilly knew it.
Okay. And she was keeping she was staying undercover while she was eating the rotted veggies and stuff.
Yeah. So, whoop, lost my.
No, I appreciate you calling me out, because sometimes I'll get an idea in my head and go with it because I was like, wow, okay, yeah, all this is happening.
No, I wasn't calling you out. I actually was strengthening your point. I think it's kind of like saying, oh, we didn't pretend like it didn't exist, but we also won't pretend like we'll accept it. So it's kind of like, we're being realistic about how there's no racism, right? And also, like you said, as the terrors escalated, we kind of just it just never became a thing. So I'm more kind of reinforcing your point.
Cool. No, yeah. I mean, I was speaking more of terms of Fatima's pregnancy.
Oh, okay.
But, no, but I appreciate it. No, I mean, absolutely, I appreciate it, because that's one thing I love about the chat, and I love about these panels that are so knowledgeable about past things, because I even if I've seen every episode a zillion times, sometimes I'll get the sequence out of order, or can't remember exactly what order something happened, or did they say this before this thing happened or after. So yeah, I absolutely, I appreciate a fact check in any way, and I'm also, I'm delighted that at some point that I made sense to you as well. So.
Oh boy, of course.
They're usually telling me the things I forget and screw up. So. Fletcher, you remember the woman that randomly kissed Fatima at Colony House? Did we ever see her after? What if it was the man in yellow, and that's how Fatima got marked to transform?
You're Stacy all the time.
No, I don't know about that one, Fletcher. I don't know about that.
I just remember Stacy being the one at the party that had to listen to Dale ramble about pocket universes and stuff.
Oh my god!
Because they were in the hallway, and then they were in the kitchen, and I'm like, oh my god, you can't get rid of Dale. He just keeps going on about conspiracy theories.
The only thing I remember about the Fatima kiss scene is it was the first time I heard the most cringy, because when Julie asked Fatima about that girl, and then in relation to Ellis, she goes, "Oh, Ellis, he's my person," and I was like, "Oh, I always hated that phrase." And then Tabitha used it on Jim. Jim, you were my person. I was like, ugh. stop.
That's really bad when Tabby used it because I didn't really think because they were on the bridge of divorce when they came in there. But my favorite thing about the Stacy and Fatima thing was that porn stash was behind them and gave them like the most horrible look, and then went over to Jasmine. I'm gonna go open the window now, guys.
I love the show don't tell about the culture of Colony House. Just it's cringe and creepy. Also young.
Poor Kevin. Yeah, everybody gets some, and Fatima gets 2 people, and Kevin gets 0 people. He has to go.
Yeah. Unfair, man.
Poor Sam.
Yeah. Some men die of thirst while other men drown, right?
Maybe this monster will love me.
It's a tale as old as time.
All right, let's see. We talked about the rest of that scene. We talked about how the light comes on.
It's a really cool death scene with the blood coming out of his eyes and mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say I probably moved too fast, but yes, wait, it's here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know exactly what she did to him. I mean, it's not apparent, but she
like a body
him
melt.
Worms.
I felt like the body melt. His body was just melted inside, and he was like, ugh.
I don't know, but I still think that we haven't seen the end. Personally, I think we haven't seen the end of Nathan, because I just think there's too much opportunity for her to become him at some point,
or to become a spirit.
Sophia, yes, you're right. Yes, he could even be a ghost or whatever. That's true. True. All right.
Never leave.
Yeah, here she's
What
like,
a
get rid of the
shot.
body. She's like, I don't know how to do that. And she's like, oh, that's not my problem.
And I wonder if, I mean, and I don't know how willing the showrunners would be even to explore that, but would Elgin dying in faith serve as any kind of protection against what Sophia is doing to him? Or not. I mean, they may just dismiss it entirely, and she may start out.
What? I do have a theory about Kenny's mom bringing forth the vegetables, because I thought maybe when she was dying, she was imagining her son having food and everybody being taken care of. So it could be around those lines. Like if he prays, maybe that helps them out in some way. Maybe in his dying, breath, brings forth some kind of protection against them,
Okay, yeah, I'd love to see
or
how that manifests.
a boon, I would say, a boon of any type.
That would be cool. I love for that to be a mechanic that gets revealed. Because Nathan and the cicadas, but maybe it can go another way depending on the
a positive direction, so just
I like it.
negative, yeah.
And I love that idea about Tin Chin. The last thing she wanted was for Kenny to be taken care of, and sure enough, and we saw that when they did come back from Cannibal Village full of turnips and roots and stuff. And that's what made that scene of him arriving back in town so powerful. Is he had he was grinning ear to ear. They were triumphant. Guys, our food crisis is solved. They had vegetables. They have this. They have that. Look. And then everybody had that solemn face, and he's like wondering why it's being received like that. And then that slow dawning on him. And then when he started, when he was speaking in Cantonese, crying out "mom," to his house, it's like, oh, that was another scene that just ripped my heart out. And that was, I thought Ricky He was so. I think, especially in a counterpoint to Harold Perrineau, their scenes together are absolutely fantastic. And chemistry wise, I think they're fantastic. And I loved throughout all the seasons the growth of Kenny as a character. He started out, he was Boyd's right-hand man. Then, when he felt, betrayed because Boyd didn't tell him what Sarah had done, he kind of turned away from Boyd and stepped away from it. And he was a little bit petulant. He was dealing with his own grief and his anger. And, there's probably nothing worse than betrayal anyway. And he felt betrayal from Boyd. And that's when he slapped, or he deliberately broke the ornament of Sarah, which I thought was kind of, dickish and petulant. And I didn't like him in that moment. But I mean, yes, I understand it. Yes. But I also didn't, I don't have to like it. And I didn't. But then it just seemed like he came back around, and he's been one of the strongest characters as far as a character arc and growth. And I think Julie's been redeemed. They've given her she was kind of just a petulant teenager for the first few seasons. And then with the story walking, and then her acting in with Randall, that scene, those character pairings have been amazing too. I'm sorry, I am so sorry, Jamie. This is my modus operandi. I just go off on
No, go
these
for it.
tangents.
I'm just like staring at what I don't want to forget I'm going to say because I will forget. That's all.
Girl, I know that feel. No, but I like what he was saying. It's just because, by the way, to touch on the Ethan and Julie thing, I instantly thought of that because that was a line that Julie said, I want to say season 2. I think when it came down to digging that hole in the middle of the kitchen, that was it a hole? Wait, I forget what it was. Anyway, sorry, in the basement. Wow. There was a line where somebody had said, maybe it was Tabitha, that I don't want to have to take care of Ethan when you go, or like when you guys die, or something to that effect. And here we are in the kitchen or in the living room of Colony House, may I remind you, where Julie is telling Ethan, I don't care, we'll figure it out. Now again, they're healing this, they're bridging this gap between Ethan and Julie, this town, this Fromville, this entity, that, unintended consequences is people are getting together, where we didn't think Petulant Child would, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like. What I liked, Julie, was when she had that senior sighting, when she was like, I was 15 and I had to be the parent here. And
a month ago.
She's serving it up to Jim, and I'm like, wow, I do like Julie now. She
That's
isn't
it.
just
Yes.
a spoiled little brat.
Yes, yes.
I do think, though, that Julie's acting like a better mother than Tabitha is, but that's a whole other issue.
Here we go.
Now,
Tabitha hate.
we won't get into that.
What is it with gingers? Bridget on our show does the same thing.
Right.
She's right, but still.
We get into big arguments on it.
No, it's fun. It's a show.
Elgin may have been dumb, but he wasn't a traitor.
Points.
That's very true. Wait, I started something
I
else.
agree, absolutely. Chat's on point. Yep.
I like when the chat's fair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The writer says, I actually felt bad for Elgin, even though I was mad at him previous episode for showing the photo of Sophia. So I guess
Man.
this scene helped people to let go of that anger a little bit.
The show has a way of doing that. Same thing with Marielle to a large degree. You know what I mean? We didn't like her at first, and then kind of she endeared herself to us.
She gave Christy that bad haircut, and we mourned it.
Oh, man.
It's not, you know what?
Giving bad haircuts.
When we had it good, it wasn't as bad as Julie's.
Hundo P. See, the show has a way.
It is a way. I see Catos bring up We Were. What's the point of making the golem?
Honestly, what's the point of anything they do? Because it never ends up being the thing that they are expecting it to be. So
It was for the arts. For the arts.
I honestly thought that the golem was going to be, even if it doesn't ever actually come to life and start moving, I thought it was more going to be like a focus for Fatima's powers, just because she was messing around with the golem when she first was able to see Smiley, attacking Kenny on top of the bus, and then that rapidly was abandoned. So I'm thinking, we may not ever see that golem again.
I would like to see it next season, but I that's why I said I think it's like Tilly. I think it's just that storyline's played out, and maybe not to our satisfaction, but I don't think we're gonna.
Right. And poor Tilly, poor Tilly didn't even get a burial or anything. At least Roger got burned on in the driveway.
Yeah, and the thing is all they needed was like a half a sentence. I still say, whenever Boyd was telling Donna about they didn't have enough room in the cemetery, he's like, after we buried the pastor and Jim, why not just say the pastor, Jim, and Tilly? And that solved the problem. You couldn't even do that. No.
Yes, you're exactly right. One line and it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't take much. Let's see. Yutu says Elgin could have finally done something and helped everyone by accepting and just going behind Sophia's back. Sophia's storyline would have ended in season 4. I don't know, but the thing is, I kind of wonder, like, would she have tortured him though if he did? Poor guy's already been tortured.
Well, and put yourself in Elgin's head. He is thinking he's dealing with the devil, who has
which I still think the man in yellow may be, but that's either here or there.
Regardless of what we think, he thinks this is the devil, and I can't run from the devil. Do you know what I mean? So he's not thinking he'd be outsmarting a person. He's praying to God to save him from his soul from the devil. So there's just no way he's not. He doesn't think he can get away.
Yeah, everybody, we think he's dumb and naive, and I think even he thought he was dumb and too dumb and naive to act as a double agent, kind of. I think.
Especially after being too dumb to not show the photo to the devil. No, but I mean, it's funny, but it's true.
Looks
It's
like it.
totally true.
Anybody but her, anybody, or at least, like I said, if I had given it to her, I would have, which I wouldn't have done. But if I had, at least I would have been like, "Hey, this girl really looks like you. Maybe your relative lived here, or somebody that was related. You know, not that's you." I don't think she took any of his teeth, but we don't know. Look, we don't know if the teeth are a serial killer type thing or if he uses them to transform. We've talked about this, but I do think him mentioning the tooth to Tabitha implied he uses the teeth, but it's one of those things, like a lot of the stuff on this show, it could be, it could not be, it could just be he was trying to scare her. It's not. But I didn't see him take a tooth or her take a tooth. So
No, she left. Said, yeah. Go ahead, Lord.
Oh, I just have a real and a completely random question. When the man in yellow opened up the suitcase to see what his new form would be, I almost felt like it was a surprise, as much of a surprise to him as it was, like he didn't expect, a sundress to be in that suitcase, and I felt almost. That's why I almost felt like he wasn't the power. Yeah, I thought there might be like a power above him, and when he opens a suitcase, he doesn't know what form he has
or
to
just
take
Clara, right? If you think about it, just Clara. He's like, what will be in this suitcase? And he's rubbing his hands together.
Right.
Yeah.
Clara picked out my outfit.
Kind of surprised.
Well, I still go back to, I wonder if the monsters get the clothes for him because that was in the caves before.
Right. The travel suitcase or whatever you call it.
Yeah. And it was the same suitcase. I know Julia Doyle had spoiled that on somebody else's interview. So.
Oh, JD.
I don't think she thought it. I don't know that it really was a spoiler. I mean, I think we all knew it was that, right? But she confirmed it. Let's see. Anything for Freedom said I would have taken the deal and lied to Sophia.
Yeah.
Good try. She would have sliced her hand open and made you do the
it anyway.
The blood pact, and then you probably wouldn't have control of yourself over it.
Do you believe in God? Anything for freedom? I don't think so.
If you accept, you get the blood and you lose your soul.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So you might think that you could double cross her, but maybe not.
The devil got you.
Zippy says, I think Boyd could be the one to bring the Golem to life next season, just like he did for Donna when she was basically dead, and he was also the one to explain to Kenny the whole faith about the Golem.
I like that. Sure. We have a whole thread about Boyd willing things into existence. I don't know, animating things to life, but hey, if he is kind of like a Jesus character, quote unquote, maybe.
Mayan Kumar Tawari, I don't know if I said that right, says monster action is not the main theme of this show. The main attribute is the main plot. I just wanted them to move forward with their main plot, but I don't know why they did only fillers. Oh, he had this person. I'm saying he. I don't know if it was a he. I apologize. This person said up here, I lost it. They said that they thought they were mostly fillers this season. Not everybody liked this season. Not everybody agrees with Jamie, so which is,
no, I'm with you.
Which is okay. No. Oh, it's all good. Let's see. I think here's a good one. Lilu, how can you trick a trickster who's 1,000 years old? Joke.
Right. 100%. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was going to say that too. Yeah. Don't trick a trickster. They'll just trick you back. Also, they have more information than you. Like, even if it's not a strength or magical powers thing, it's a whole, I know more than you. You're not going to be able to run away from me because I know where to find you, or whatever it is.
And Elgin, like mentally, every mental and psychological aspect about him, he was woefully unprepared to do double agent duty or try to turn things around. I don't even think he had it in him. That kind of, I mean, he might even consider that to be lying, like a sin of lying and being duplicitous, even if he's lying to, something bad,
Right, and he's displayed like a unique lack of, probably in his own self-perception, is like a unique lack of humility. Like, he thought that he, of all people, could be revealed something, right? And that he took action on that revelation, thinking that he was chosen to do something. And then time after time, he's been shown that that's not the case. And most recently the photo, and it's kind of like, well, I can't run away from everything I've done, including this big mistake that I made, you know? Like, this just further proves that I don't have the wherewithal or the information or the, I don't know, maybe to him, the faith to do what's required. So, yeah, I think he suddenly became humble and paralyzed, too, if you want to go there.
Yeah, but he did stand his ground. That's for sure. I was going to say, did I ever? Yes, I did pin it. I was looking to make sure I pinned the thing. Just a quick reminder, everybody, because I know there's a lot of new people I see in the chat. Make sure if you're not a member of our Discord that you please join. You can get our schedule for our upcoming shows, because we have another From show tomorrow at 10 Eastern for our review show, and a lot of other things going on. So make sure you join our Discord so you can get all that information and go to the watch parties with us and all that fun stuff. And also make sure you like the video, subscribe to Sci-Fi Vision, and also check out and subscribe to Squawking Dead and Jeremy Ice and Fire, who Lord Ravener is the co-host of. So, all right, back to your scheduled episode.
Yeah, that walk.
Oh, which
Okay.
Hate her.
we'll be talking about tomorrow night is House of the Dragon, second episode of season 3.
I still haven't seen. I've seen one episode of House of the Dragon. I will not watch another one.
Jamie, you work too hard.
No, I watched the pilot of House of the Dragon and absolutely hated it. So
Oh, okay.
it's just not my thing. It was too much. The whole thing with the baby, I was done after that episode.
Oh.
It was enough. But I know a lot of people like it here. But Karen and AJ watch it. I just do not.
Yeah.
All right. So Sophia takes the talisman, and I think at that point, it's bad that she's
Yeah.
taking them. That's oh my god.
We're seeing her, take them all down now.
Jason,
And-
remember I
yeah.
called this in episode 1. I said, this bitch is going to go house to house and take all those talismans. That's how they're going to be out in the street screaming
Right.
bloody murder.
Well, I
And
think
nobody believed me.
they did I didn't think about it other than you said it, but they did foreshadow it though, right? Because I'm thinking now of her like touching it, because I remember people saying,
Yeah.
"How can you touch
Yeah.
it?" Yeah.
Well, they could touch it, right? As long as they're in, they can do whatever. But and I think you called me out on that when they
Yeah,
came
they
into the
touched it
barn.
Yeah, they knocked it down, but I don't know necessarily if they touched it or they just knocked it down. I can't remember what our conversation went like. to be honest.
Yeah. Well, and I'm glad you did too, because then that got me to be like, okay, maybe I should not say that she will. But then I said, screw
No,
it.
you were right.
It's the only way to drive him out to the streets, right? Is to feel safe all of a sudden, and then, oh man, the protection's gone. So now, right? Because remember, they're all in the flashbacks that we receive of the massacre, right? Victor's massacre or whatever. Not Victor massacring. You know what I'm
know.
saying? They're
Yeah.
all in the street. So why? Why are they all in the street? You know?
Right.
Oh, that's a good point. They would have had to drag him in the street. Well, though they didn't. To be fair, though, they didn't have talisman back then. Or that
Right,
was-
right.
Okay.
We've seen it
Right.
twice though. We saw it with at the Pratt house, Frank, when the little girl let Granny in. The boy picked it up from the ground. So it seems like once the seal or the barrier is broken, the monsters either they can knock it down.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And I think they did it one other time. It escaped
The
me.
barn with Tien Chen's murder.
Right.
He like holds it up in their face and he's like, what are you doing? He slaps it away. Wait, what do you, it doesn't work like that. Or he says something to that effect actually.
Yeah. I don't know though. I still think that one's down in the basement, and I think it's just going to be because they'll like all end up in Colony House or something and only have one talisman. Just because I don't know, like I don't know that I see them spending the whole season running into holes each night. Like I feel like that, like it'll be really interesting for a while. And,
Except
like,
for the people who
that-
have, right? Like Donna and Boyd, they're used to doing that.
Okay, that's true. But I'm saying like watching it. Like we only have 10
Sure.
episodes. We can't spend like all 10 episodes watching them hide each night is kind of my point. So I think like they'll hide for a little bit and it'll be really, really thrilling. And then I think they're going to be like, oh, we have this one talisman. And then everybody hides in Colony House. I don't know. That's what my thought of what's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, I think that's more for our benefit for the 18 months until the next season comes out. the what is going on with the with the talisman issue, that's going to get talked up one side and down the other for 18 months.
For sure.
You know, I am curious because this season felt like time was moving a lot more slowly than normal. And so I wonder if the next season isn't like 24, where every episode is an hour in real timeline, or do you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it will slow down to a crawl to the point where this is the last day. The day that we're in right now is the final day, and it's just a matter of 12 hours. Or, sorry, probably about, if they were down in the tunnels at high noon, let's say, I don't know, and by the time the lightning came and all that stuff, I would say what they have like about 6 or 7 hours, maybe even 10 if it's a summer day. I don't know. Maybe the 10 episodes are like across the rest of the afternoon until nighttime. I don't know.
And at some point, like you're saying, at some point during the day, someone is going to realize, hey, where's the talisman?
Right.
And then somebody else will be like, hey, my talisman's gone too. And then there's that impending dread waiting for sunset.
Yeah, that's the question. How long does it take them to figure it out? Is it nighttime when they figure it out, right?
Right.
Like,
Do they all get to the one place that has the one talisman or the two talismans that are left over?
Right.
I want to know about the one in the cave, though, because I think they left it there, but they really couldn't go after it. But
Right.
I assume it's in the rubble somewhere, right?
Right, because as they're pulling the tarp
Right.
away, maybe it even just fell down at that
Who
point.
knows? Maybe Fatima will find it down there and will like send it to him somehow.
Yeah, it would be the one talisman that was it Clara and Sophia couldn't get to. So
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
unless the monsters have plans for it, I don't know. Or right, like you said, Fatima.
Yeah, I hope she's going to help him. What happened to the baby in the pilot episode? I don't know what baby.
House
you're
of the
referring-
Dragon.
You're talking about, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you really want to know?
I didn't realize that's what they meant. Yeah, no, she was having a baby and they cut it out of her, and I did not like the violence. Let's just put it
Yeah,
that way.
I'm just realizing that the beginning of House of the Dragon season 2 is similar in violence against a small child. So
I don't know. It wasn't my kind of show. And after watching that, I was like, that's too much. I tried. I love Matt Smith. I just couldn't get into it.
did you
Oh,
watch
no.
Game of Thrones, Jamie?
Nope.
Okay, well then that explains a lot. There you go.
It's fun. Yeah, I tell you, and transitioning from to House of the Dragon as the show focus over on Jeremy's channel, there's about a 20% overlap. But I mean, we will see. I would say maybe 80% of the people we won't see again until From comes back. And the same thing happened when House of the Dragon. Like the people that were super into that, they just didn't have a taste for From, and we suddenly, like this week and next week, we'll start seeing people popping up again that we hadn't seen in a year. It's just the nature of these shows, and sometimes people are into both of them, and that's awesome. But sometimes it's just not your cup of tea, one or the other, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's just the I won't even say fickleness. It's just the taste of the fans. So.
Well, yeah, and I think maybe it goes to both shows. How I feel like House of the Dragon is. I'm gonna go to From, but House of the Dragon is sort of like a fantasy that it turns into a horror. So there's a bit of genre blending, like a slaughterhouse thing, or gorehouse thing, and then like From is kind of like you kind of forget that it's a horror as well at certain points, but you're so involved in the mystery and even the drama of it all that you kind of forget, like until certain scenes happen, like Tianjin's murder. You're like, oh yeah.
And From is all original. I mean, we're seeing it as they're writing it, and this is all an original thing. The thing about House of the Dragons, probably, I mean, the audience is probably 10 times larger just because, because of the established IP and the people that were into Game of Thrones then followed into House of the Dragon. And even though the series is not following the book very well at all, they're almost doing their own little Reddit fan fiction version. It just has that built-in audience that From never captured. And even like From, and I think From has made outstanding gains in audience from when it was the most obscure thing tucked away on Epics. Remember when in season 1 it was still on Epics, that doesn't even exist anymore. And season after season, we were kind of just like grudgingly, we were happy to see From mentioned, but it was always on the top 10 shows you're not watching. It was such a small niche show. And even MGM Plus, I mean, they got a little boost when Amazon bought MGM. but and made it part of accessible through Prime. But even then, man, and I always think it's a shame because I think there's a lot to this show. And even if I don't always agree with everything, the seasons and whatnot, and some of the writing, you just kind of like, you shrug and go along with it. I still think From is a fantastic show, and it had me hooked in episode 1 of season 1. They really staked their claim on a new and original and interesting story. And having Megan Pratt die, having a little kid die in the before the in the cold open, you're like, wow, what are we dealing with? Yeah,
This further reinforces the thought I had.
You're thinking of Walking Dead. At least that's what I was thinking. By the way, as soon as he said that they did that. The thing is, and that's what's so funny, though, I've said before, I am not a horror person. I do not like scary shit. I don't know.
Right.
I like From because I like the puzzle box part. Like if it did not have the puzzle part, I probably would not watch this show.
That's why some of our co-hosts stopped watching, actually, because they kind of forgot. They were like, "Oh, this seems like Lost." Also, this is too gory for me, even though they love House of the Dragon. So, what's that about?
Yeah, well, that's probably one of the reasons why I don't like House of the Dragon. But, yeah,
I feel this is more like a drama, like a character drama, where monsters happen to come in every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Walking Dead universe. It's zombies, but is it really? It's about the human experience. It's the human perseverance.
I don't know how I got into Walking Dead because I kept watching it and I never liked the violence part of it, and yet I kept watching it. But I don't know, they're zombies, so it's like not really. When they're killing zombies, they're not killing people. It's a little different, I guess.
Yeah, it's watching humans dig deep, and find something in themselves that sometimes we forget that we have, but we do, and we find it in these rare moments. And this show does it so much. There's so much more of a spiritual element. I've never found the spiritual element more than in this season too. How often we refer back to the Torah / Old Testament this season more than anything else, and how we find ourselves comparing things to Scripture, just mostly because Sophia kind of brings it up, and then we kind of have to take it down. So, and then comparing these characters, and how does that transpose? And it's so cool to kind of dig in more than just like a narrative, seeing what's on the screen and transposing it to our lives sort of thing, but to introduce that kind of element to it, something that maybe, to your point, like that is sort of a baked into audience, that maybe there are people who believe in, Christianity or whatever, Judaism, that sees these things and go, oh, hey, I'm a normal person, yet I believe in this thing, and it connects me to it in a faster way than I would have normally as a normal person who doesn't believe in things like that.
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
There's a lot of different things in this show. Like it's got things for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I think that's one of its strengths, and I think I'm like the exact opposite, like a 180 degree opposite of you, Jamie, as far as I super dug the horror aspect of it, but I think where From shines the most is it was so relatable because you're able to. It's very easy starting in season 1 to put yourself in this situation. What would I do if I were stuck in this situation? If I were this character, if I were that character, or if I were just myself in this situation where monsters come out at night, and how would I cope with it? Would I be a Kenny? Would I be a Boyd? Would I be a Kevin? It's very relatable, and that peril. And that's what I always felt. I always felt the episodes and the seasons where the monsters were prevalent they shined the most for me because that peril was real and immediate. And like a lot of the psychological stuff, the cicada stuff, and the dreams and don't go to sleep and all that kind of stuff. Season 2 really kind of lost me. That was probably my least favorite season, just because it was so up in your head and there's visions, and I always rail against dream sequences and visions. Because
you hate Henry's escape, huh?
Well, I was just like, almost every vision, and at least Henry's is driving towards a purpose, but most of the time they'll burn 2 or 3 minutes of screen time on a vision, and then somebody will snap awake or the vision will end, and it's like, oh, so you just wasted my time. None of what we just watched was real. It was just a setup for a jump scare or setup for something. And all in the interim between after season 2 ended and then before season 3 came out, that long wait we had, all I was saying again and again, make the monsters great again. We didn't see anything of the monsters. The monsters was where this show shined. They were great in season 1. They were immediate peril. They were danger. They were the threat that the tangible that we could all fear. Then they were up in their head for season 2, and sure enough, in season 3, just with the barn and all that stuff, again, the most powerful scene probably in the whole show. Remember the drive when Ellis got stabbed, and the drive in the van when the shaky cam from inside the van as they were driving back to town to get help for Ellis. That I thought was the most intense scene, because all the higher level processing, all the thinking of the significance of everything, all that went out the window, and we were living in the moment with those characters, processing the threats as those characters were processing them. Are they gonna, is the van gonna break down? Are the monsters gonna stop the van? Holy F, what's going on here? And then they, screech to a halt in front, and that's when Khatri got slashed or whatever. And it's like, wow, it was just heart pounding, drama in that moment. And that's for me, at least, that I love those heart pounding moments and the stress and that kind of stuff, that because where we're not just a passive observer sitting back and saying, okay, well, this person made a side eye when this other person said something, and what's the significance of that, and like applying multiple layers of theory crafting in real time while the show's going. Sometimes I just like to disconnect your brain and live like an animal or whatever in that moment, and have those heart pounding moments. And we haven't had too many of them. I mean, I guess there's we hadn't had another one of those until when the cows were loose and out in the street again. Please go ahead. I know I'm railing again. Here we go. Please.
No. I love what you're saying, because you brought up the very example I kind of wanted to compare to this episode, because you have Ellis being rushed to the clinic after being stabbed in the sort of melee with Dale, which you kind of just mentioned a little earlier, and then you transpose that again. Cycles are repeating, so you're seeing that against the Patty meltdown, right? And to answer your question, you would be Patty. Patty is you living in this town, reacting to it in a way that nobody else in this town does, because the reason why we watch these shows and these people they're kind of like our ideal selves, but in different types of archetypes, right? You don't want to see you on this show, because you would be Patty, essentially. It just comes down to that. If you ever want to see what you would be like, you got a chance to see what that would be. What that would be like. You think you're going to be Acosta even, right? Disconnect, right?
Oh, I'd be freaking out and end up dead really quickly.
Yeah, you'd be begging for the sweet release of that bullet, right? Oh boy!
And people forget there was that one guy that hung himself. The guy that had the what was it, gluten allergy or whatever.
Christy mentioned. Yep, celiac, right?
Yeah.
Celiac.
Oh,
We loved him. He made everybody laugh. His name was Eric.
This person had said about Patty, their theory was she's not there for help. She'd be the one to influence Fromville people against Jade, Tabitha, Boyd, who make hard decisions.
I like that.
I have a red shirt quiz that I quiz Jamie about every once in a while.
Yeah, she remembers all their names. I don't.
Well, Eric is a good one. That's an A+
reference.
Random character, absolutely. and that's a very good point about Patty turning the town against him, because Jade's vision, and that's another thing that I keep going back to. In Jade's vision, Jade never died by the hand of the monsters. It was always by the townsfolk, whether it was smashed by, violin, boulder jade, violin, railroad spike through the eye,
Mm.
jade, the the other
The Civil War soldier.
Yeah, all of them. And the young Jade told him that he always died by the hands of the townsfolk. And Tabitha, what happened to her is even worse, but it was
Man in
never
Yellow.
at the hands of the monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to
Yeah.
answer Savid Kim's question about why was Patty including the team? Because she asked, actually. That's the interesting thing. That's you, right? Isn't it? Isn't it true? It's you being like, after everything that happened with Roger and everything, I want to volunteer to be on the team because you think, you owe it to this town to kind of step up. But then you realize that, and I think that's authentic. You want to be helpful. You want to have courage, but I think sometimes it's just bigger than you. And I don't blame people for shrinking away and being too afraid to be able to handle this. And Patty kind of alluded that she, in her normal life, I think suffered from anxiety or some sort of, I think she suffered from deep depression. She baked the cookies to combat whatever it was in her waking life. So being in this monster town has probably cranked that up to 11 without her meds and everything like that. So I'm kind of curious. And she's still around, right? She's still here and kicking, so she can still cause trouble / maybe give us more meat on the bone as it comes to fleshing out this character, or burnt fleshing out this character.
Or she's the one that tries to kill Jade.
Well, yeah, that's maybe where we're going with this, but who knows?
Let's find out. Yeah.
Question though that has made me wonder before: can Jade not be killed by the monsters? Like, does he have plot armor for that reason? But I don't know that doesn't mean it can't happen. Just hasn't happened yet. I guess I don't know.
And it still can, right?
Yeah.
Even though
Citizen Cassidy's saying Tabitha was eaten by the monsters in last go round. Miranda was, yes. We don't know what had it even worse really means, to be honest. So it's kind of hard to. But yes.
I mean, I think being eaten alive while you're still alive is probably one of those things.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. We don't know if she was dead or not. Well, no, she was dead because Smiley killed her.
Right. But I wonder if she, like, the last thing you see is Smiley take her down. You don't see what happened afterwards.
Or maybe she wasn't dead, and then the man in yellow. Yeah, I guess that's possible.
Yeah, maybe Smiley held her down, right?
Ugh.
I don't want to think of that.
Well, here we
Remember
are.
that last part?
I told you it's a horror.
I don't like that part. Let's see.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm
Feels
sorry.
like a mid-season finale. Kind of does in places.
Yeah. El
Kinda does.
Brujo, I like the
There was
name
something
too.
there's something somebody else said about the talisman, and I had it, and I started, and I don't know where it is
Oh
now.
no.
Oh well. Somebody said something about the talisman. Oh, I don't remember who said it, but it was a talisman on the bus. It did not show them going to the bus, but
I can imagine they hit it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Didn't show him going to a lot of places.
So, you know who said something? I think it was Susie
Claire.
Seashell, by the way, who said you got to see 8 talismans being dumped into the faraway tree. I think it was
Maybe.
her.
I tried to analyze that or listen to the clinks, but I couldn't make anything of
But
it.
here's the thing. Remember that there's 2 bags. So that was
Or
just the
maybe
one.
she might have consolidated it when she went there.
Maybe. Right. That's true. But yeah,
Susie or Jen. Jen was
Yeah,
saying
I think there's 4 left. I think there's one in the clinic still that she didn't get at because Marielle could still have it in her dead hand. There's maybe
Sorry.
one on the bus. Yeah, it was meant to
the
be.
way
a
you
joke.
said that.
I have gallows humor. Okay.
I'm with
Then
you.
there's one on the door.
one in the basement. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
one
Maybe.
cave.
And there, one in the caves. Maybe they'll never find, but it's in the caves.
Yeah, that's the only. I think that's the only
But she
one.
also dumped them in the faraway tree. Where are they going to go when they go in the faraway tree? They can go anywhere.
Are they going to go back?
They could fall in the sky like the rock that Victor originally put in the tree. It could just fall
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wonder if they're going to go back to the hut where Boyd found them. You know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Or I thought that was where she was dumping him, was the hut.
Guys, it's like Dragon Ball. It's like
Or
once
a
you put
place
them in
like
the tree,
that.
they shoot out across
Jen
Fromville.
Were left.
It's like the
2 in Colony House, 1 in the clinic, and 1 in the tunnel.
in Colonel Mustard in the library with the candy
I'm
stick.
not sure where the second one is in Colony House, though.
Sophia the diner with the tooth.
Mm-hmm.
Ones they may end up next to Dale in the pool.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I wish I'd said that sooner. But I kind of like the Dragon Ball reference. There you
Yeah.
go.
All right. So then we have the stuff with Victor, where Henry, where Henry's freaking out because of the sky and everything. And he's cleaning up. She tells him to go see Victor, and this is where he finds in the peach can the bullets. And I love how Donna is just like so nonchalantly. She's like, "Oh, Victor had a gun in his lunchbox. Like he took it away, so that makes it okay." And of
Boy.
course, this is the his idea of the town provides because he thinks it's fake.
Sorry, the chat. I can
what?
feel sexual tension in the scene.
Well, I didn't
Love
have time
this.
to say it out loud, but I couldn't say it out loud. If she just made out with Henry, then Henry wouldn't have tried to shoot Victor and or tried to shoot Ethan.
Donna, you just got to go for it, Donna.
Yeah, gotta
What's
go
holding
for
you
it.
back?
Gotta get some.
I'm
On the
with her.
rollaway bed, yeah. If this rollaway
Yeah.
bed's rocking, don't come a knocking.
Mhm.
Every minute counts, man.
Strap those beds together. Make it a full queen. I think that's how it goes. Yeah. For our queen.
Delilah said there's one about the one in the basement. Boyd keeps one in his pocket. I don't know if he still does.
Oh, hey. Maybe.
Not. But Jen's saying the one on the front of Colony House. Yeah, we didn't see her go into Colony House. I don't know if she could have got away with that, but I figured maybe Clara took the Colony House one.
Yeah, I figured that too. Clara was the one
Way
responsible
ahead
for
of time.
gathering those up.
Yeah.
All right, so she tells him to go see Victor. That's basically what that scene is. And then in this one, Boyd comes back to the clinic and he finds out that Mariel's dead. And we get the
Oh,
more of the sadness. That scene was so hard to watch.
so good, though.
That was, yeah. Chloe was really, really good in this.
It's so true to life, though, because you would have no words. You wouldn't be able to make any words.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You'd be paralyzed. You'd just be paralyzed.
Yeah, she was in shock for sure.
Damien catatonic, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And and just again, I'll reiterate, fantastic acting, because not everybody can pull it off. That cry, that complete breakdown, and it didn't look like acting. It looked like somebody breaking down. I don't know what she channeled to bring this out, but yeah, definitely A+. And she's always been, she's never the worst actress in the place. Always pretty, stable, pretty solid. But this was really, a step up from, and probably more challenging than most of the stuff that an actress is only as strong as the what the script gives her. But she really shone in this episode.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
very, very good.
You know what? To your point, she plays it pretty straight. Most of the time, it's more like a check on Boyd. And a lot of people played a check on each other throughout the season. But then when this, and somebody had mentioned it in the chat, and I wished I remembered, but somebody said how, well, for all the times that we're trying to break Boyd, this was the one way that they could break the check on Boyd is to break Christy. I don't think they said that, but I added what they were saying about how maybe this is all about breaking Christy.
Yeah.
And then Boyd wouldn't have anything to rely on.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense because her job as the medic is to keep her shit together in the worst possible situations for everybody else.
Yep.
And now she got her opportunity just to come unglued, and it's like, hey, and she nailed it. So
Wow.
Yeah.
But did the Frumville just bring Mari in so Christy could experience this loss? Because it seems like every character is experiencing loss.
Mm-hmm,
I was gonna say, somebody asked that earlier. I think I had started, and I don't. I start things so we go back to them, and then sometimes we don't go back to them. And
That's just how it goes. Can't dwell.
Yeah. All right. So either way, that was the end of that. And there's also the thing about Fatima saying that, Smiley smiled and then left. Not that really tells us anything, but
She didn't
All
say
right.
the whole truth.
no, she didn't tell everything. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is where the lightning shoots up.
Whoa.
Nice shot.
Yeah. I tried to darken them. I went and put it darken them a bit. Oh yeah, we got this storm. I just don't know what the point of the storm was though, because I thought about it after. Like I said, nothing really happened during the storm other than it was like scary to them. Was
Or
it?
like a smoke screen for people to look away while Sophia took the
Yeah,
talismans.
that
But
could be the case.
Yeah,
But
could
like
be.
nothing came out of the storm though. Like nothing specifically from the storm that I noticed.
I did want to talk. This is the part where I kind of was waiting to get to because
Go ahead.
I feel like there's a lot to say about this. Well, or maybe there isn't for other people, but the sudden creep came upon me about the lightning. How what was the goal? What you dig up the bones, and then you get to leave the town. And a lot of what the show is, I feel like what made it so that the man in yellow, let's say, could eat all those people in the last cycle. Let's say I imagine maybe he was there in all the other cycles as different people, but and then I got to thinking, and I want to know what you thought about this. Was what if they can already leave the town, and they've been conditioned for so long to think that they can't, that they don't, and which is what makes the townspeople slim pickings for the man in yellow / the monsters, maybe. Or the monsters take them down so that the man in yellow can eat their innards, basically. I thought maybe that the lightning was their way of getting out. Now, the only thing that makes what I said just completely dumb is the conversation between, not completely dumb, sorry, the conversation between the boy in white with Sophia at the end. Because I think the alleged conversation, or the implication is that was their way out, and now they have to find another way out. But I wonder if, since it's never happened before, maybe that is their way out. See, this is where some things come in conflict. But I wonder if that's like the key to the lock. And now they just have to do one more thing to get out, let's say. Maybe it's, I know it's not fully cooked, but I was just wondering what you guys thought.
No, I kind of
Okay.
get it, because obviously the boy in white was, he was mentioning the bones, that Jade and Tabby having the bones as, like the thing in his favor, and then of course Sophia, counters with, but the bottle tree's gone for some reason. And again, I mean, I know I'm harping on the game thing, but it was almost like the bottle tree was kind of uh, like in a game, like a computer game or something, a god game, you would construct an altar to enhance a certain power or to give yourself a certain power. And I felt like the bottle tree was the boy in white's, like almost like a magical focus or something that gave him certain abilities within the world, as far as like say um Boyd and Sarah are out and about to get caught in a storm, and the boy in white can send them through a bottle, or send them through a faraway tree to get them to relative safety, at least out of that immediate peril.
Agreed.
And he did the same thing with Julie and Victor at the night of the Colony House massacre. The boy in white was able to send them through a bottle tree, and only the people that the boy in white sent through the bottle trees ended up safe. The one outlier being Dale, who didn't have the boy in white's say so to pass through a bottle tree, and he ended up with the negative result. So
Do you
maybe
think it's say so or it's awareness? Right? It's one thing if he can read like what the tumblers say to know exactly the right time for them to go through, right? It's another to have the influence on it. I'm just curious.
Oh, I see. I always assumed that he ushered them into the tree, knowing that even if the people, even if the end result wasn't always predictable, at least it got him out of the immediate danger and got him to relative safety, if not, if not certain. Because Julie ends up in the root cellar, and I guess where did Victor end up? Did he end up in the caves? Because or no, the boy in white sent Victor to the caves to fetch Tabby
Oh,
after the collapse, but it seemed like you either had to have his permission or him ushering you to it, or him directing you to it, or something. Because again, we're working with like one data point being Dale, the one time that it didn't. But like even as Victor was trying to explain to Ethan, it felt like Victor's knowledge of the workings of the tree was somewhat incomplete. he threw the rock in, and the rock appeared behind them. But and he made it very clear that he didn't know what happened otherwise. It didn't seem like Victor had gone through the through the faraway trees, any other time, or maybe he had. Maybe the boy in white had helped him in the past, but I don't know. I was just kind of like expounding on your statement. I don't know if like it all makes sense, but now I feel like having the bottle tree unplugged. I wonder if that will like disconnect the faraway trees as a resource for the boy in white to save his quote unquote pawns, essentially.
Oh, you
Yeah.
think all of them not work instead of just that one? That's interesting.
And
Well,
I'm
I think-
just making a huge assumption there.
Well, no, wait. So if you remember right, the bottle tree, faraway tree, that was the only one that took purportedly, because again, some people don't think it did, that took people out of this town, rather than the other faraway trees, which just redirected it within the town, right?
Okay.
That was, it sounded like from their conversation that was the one that would take them out of the town based on certain conditions, let's say, I think.
Okay. I thought the bottle tree did the bottle tree. Yeah. Did Miranda thought the bottle tree was going to take her to the tower though, the lighthouse?
Right.
Which did
Which would,
Right, and then you get pushed out of the lighthouse and you end up in the town in Maine. Guys, it makes perfect sense. Everything, please. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting that the other ones might not work, though. I hadn't even thought of that, but it could be. You could.
There
be
is a
right.
drawing of them where they're all kind of
Mhm.
color coded. So maybe they tore down the red one.
Yeah.
Therefore, a red lightning. Then they have to go through the cycle of the different colors of lightning, and then they're good. They've tasted the rainbow. They can go on.
This chat.
I've said before, we need to do a live talking about all the drawings. I want to deep dive into his drawings, but
I want to put them in order because
Okay.
Ethan
Great.
said put the drawings in order, and then you'll know the story. So you got to do that.
But guys, the answers to the end are in the beginning.
they keep saying that, yes.
Yeah.
And then some answers they give that they shouldn't, but
yeah, that's the thing about it. Yeah, Boyd's relative safety was at the bottom of the well. So
Yeah,
Sarah ended up in the church basement, and Boyd ended up in the bottom of the well. So.
So,
Boyd saw the tower without the bottle tree. If they have to make it to the tower, they may still be able to go without a tree. I've wondered before why they never tried to get to the dang lighthouse. Like, I mean, I know that the tent thing didn't work as planned, but isn't there something similar that a way that they could, make something like the tent that they could travel and see how far they could go, see where they could get? No one's ever tried.
Well, it is kind of like a 2-day event too, because they got yay far, and then they had to make camp, and then they had to keep going, and then I don't know if it got evening about the time when they had to be rescued, but because it was raining. But who
Right.
knows
But
after
if you
that
could
point.
make something more sturdy than a tent that you could walk in or move with and pack, then you could go through the whole town and see what else is like at the edges, because I don't think they've explored the whole town
Yeah,
because
and
they
so
only go up as far as they cannot stay the night. So
yeah, it's so interesting because you think the town or Fromville is so small, yay small,
we don't know.
but then you have the settlement, you have out in the forest. Who knows? God knows how far that goes.
you might have a Lake of Tears somewhere.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Yep.
wherever that is.
Bridge.
And then the best part where you get a sense of how big this place is when Victor or whomever, Henry, is up by Eloise and Miranda's graves or purported graves. You know what I mean? And then you're on this elevation. You kind of see out in the sea of trees. It's kind of awe-inspiring in a way too. I gotta head to. It's Nova Scotia, right? Is where they film, or Newfoundland, right?
No, it's
Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Oh, it's Nova Scotia. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I gotta head up there one day. It's beautiful.
Yes.
They should keep the set and have people rent out the set.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like the Walking
I
Dead
definitely
effect.
wanna fly down there though.
Escape room.
Like tours, yeah. Why not? Oh God, Jade all over again. You steal a bike to get to move forward in the plot.
I think somebody had mentioned that, like going to the set after the show is completely done, and they said something cryptic like, "That's assuming the town will still be there" or something.
Right.
So I
and
don't
then-
know if everything gets because they started from scratch. It was like a empty field with a little bit of like the roads.
Yeah,
were still
road structure,
there.
yeah.
Right. I have a dumb tangent. I had heard rumors about a sort of spin-off that they were doing. I don't know how substantial that
I
rumor
think
is.
that was just a rumor.
Okay, I'm so glad. Really?
I don't know. I think they could do a spinoff if it was done the right way, but I think it depends.
Well, they were saying something about the only two people who wouldn't be in it would be Boyd and Fatima or Tabitha. That's what it was. Boyd and it was so
I
specific.
made it up. Somebody just made it up, I think,
Oh my
but I don't
God.
know. That's my guess.
Somebody who like Jade.
Susie Seashell is sending me right now. It's a spit, and I know what she's referring to, and I'm not going to say it. I've already said it. So you only have a limited amount of times you can say the word lost. Ah, darn it! I used another one.
Oh yeah, she thinks it's lost spinoff. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. It does have a lot of themes and stuff with Lost. We know that.
I feel like they're going to like allude to it somewhere in the show again or something. Like, see you
The
guys.
next show is named At.
Oh, somebody else made up that joke. It was like, is at CC, BCC.
Yeah. It's just as hard to search as From is.
Right.
I still
No,
think
why didn't they just call it Origins like they did in other?
From is a bad name for a show. I'm
Because
sorry.
Origins is good.
The fact that we're talking about it means it was a good move.
Yeah, but it's so hard to search. Like I hate searching through my email. It's a pain in the butt.
When you had to put like from MGM Plus, Epix,
Oh,
Yeah, it's
name of an
problem.
actor, Boyd Stevens, put in the whole name.
Point taken. Yeah.
It's hard. All right, so this is where Donna finds out that Tabitha did not come back. And Ethan and Julie get understandably very upset, and Ethan runs in the house.
The colony house.
The colony house. No, you are right. I was wrong. She does run in there. Let's see. And then there's more with Sophia taking down more talismans. Oops. There's the church. And then we have Henry here looking for the gun. He almost gets caught by Kenny. He makes up. He's like, "Oh, I'm looking."
He made a racket. I don't know how Kenny didn't hear him, like just going like through the drawer.
It's Kenny.
The funniest part is he asks Kenny about, hey, that lightning was something, right? And Kenny starts to answer. And he goes, I gotta go.
But
It's so good.
Yeah, he's been I got it going more than Boyd the last few episodes.
I'm gonna tidy up first. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
dude.
He's
by
very-
tidying up, I mean kill my son.
Right, exactly. Wow.
Nobody's paying attention to Henry, and they should be. All right, so then we have, yes, you're right. This is the colony house kitchen. Yeah, I don't know why I thought
Okay.
it was their house. I don't know.
Yeah.
What
I swear that Julie was going to take Ethan story walking by the end of this episode. It never
Oh
happened.
yeah, I felt that.
I wanted
felt
him
like,
to
should
I wanted Ethan to be stranded in time because it goes with my Ethan as Man in Yellow myth.
So yeah, like mother, like daughter, I guess. Abandoning Ethan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Julie says she's not going to abandon him. They'll figure it out.
That's why I thought she was going to story walk and take him with her to
I wish
Battle.
they would have done that. They need more story walking. I agree. I know everybody kept complaining there wasn't story walking, and I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, you ain't gonna get no more either. I couldn't say that.
It's just like the whole setup, though. The whole setup of
was,
last
yeah.
season negated that this would happen, but then she just does it twice. I mean, she could have brought Christy with her and said, if I seize too much, get me out of it. But she didn't
Yeah, I
tell
was-
anybody. She told no one.
Yeah,
Well, she finally told her mother, just not in a way that made any.
Well, after her mom said he'd been in the house.
Yeah, after she did it twice, and then she had that argument with Randall, about the seizures and stuff. She became totally black-pilled on the concept of story walking, and I was like, oh man. I think I even in DMs with Scarlet, I was like, I thought for sure that whatever happened in episode 10 would be an inciting incident to make Julie reconsider she has this amazing power. She can't just abandon it. And I thought there would be something just crucial in this episode that would make her reconsider, but we didn't get it in this episode. So
But you know what you did get though? You got instead one more reason to not do it, which is interesting because you have to think you'd want to hobble the one person that could give you more information about this town, and the way to do it is to separate the parent from child, right? In the possibility, or even just the threat of having to live or take care of Ethan might make her even more hesitant to story walk. So it's really psychologically effing with Julie right now. Same as Christy, right? Same as Boyd. I guess we shouldn't have pulled that tree, right, Kenny? It's interesting though, like how far they're willing to be pushed to not do the thing, even though they're so close.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't want to abandon him too. I mean, look, we know at some point she's going to story walk. I just think it's annoying. The reason I think it's annoying is because to me, the story walking was the most interesting part of the season.
Yeah.
And then they, kind of.
Because I wanted her to travel to 1609 to 1506.
We will eventually see the colony woman, I'm sure, Scarlet. I just think they
no colony woman, even though she was on the call sheet.
Well,
What
I
is
think
that all about?
It was probably season 5. They probably moved it. Although who knows? Maybe the scene they cut. And
It could be, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they must have filmed so much and cut so much. You know what? I was just thinking, because just as we're going down this list, because we keep thinking, okay, she has to story walk because she did story walk, right?
Yeah.
So in that story walk, we already saw a cut on her face, which means she brought that in with her, right? Back to when she saw Jim get murdered. Guys, we're at the inflection point of where they took all the talismans and monsters are probably attacking the town right now. So that could be a cut from a monster. So I'm just like thinking like out loud, we're at the precipice of her story walk, which sucks because that would mean she would have thought it was important enough to abandon Ethan in just after this moment or whatever to do it, which might mean something terrible has happened to Ethan.
I feel like it might just be wait until her mother gets home so then he's not alone again too.
Well, I don't think she's abandoning him. I think she takes him with him, but he travels to another place.
But we already did that, right? So you remember the first story walk was holding Ethan's hand.
She put a bookmark in him. I think she put a bookmark from.
Hey, listen, Scarlet will not give up.
It's like, hold this bookmark, and she's like, "Shit, he's gone."
Guys, he is the bookmark. So I love it. That's great.
He is.
What are you saying?
No, I said you won't give up that he's a man in yellow. I was telling them.
Oh, I won't. I'll die on that hill. I don't care. I love it. It lives rent free in my head forever and ever.
It lives rent free in all of our heads as a result.
And I mean, even the man in yellow alluded to having met. I mean, when he said when he first ran into Julie when Jim was dead, he said, "When did you come from this time? Not where. When did you come from?
We
this
gotta
time?"
stop meeting like this.
Yeah, and I loved her one story walk when she did story walk to the massacre. He wasn't the dapper, quippy, one-liner man in yellow. He was totally feral. When he was eating the gelatin liver, he wasn't about making one-liners, and he was just fierce and running at her right before she popped back back to the current time. So I want to see more of that. I want to see the evolution of their relationship, the man in yellow and Julie's relationship.
I don't know if there's oh, sorry.
Cut. No, I was just going to say, you were saying about the cut. And I wonder, though, that it wasn't necessarily, you were saying from the massacre, like, I assume you meant like it could be a monster or something.
Oh, I mean the present, because of all the talismans being missing. So
right. You were saying you think you were, like, I assume you meant that the cut could be like from a monster or something. I thought was where you were going. The only thing that I question with that is that usually when the monsters, when they would have ripped apart her whole face. So I wonder if it's like, to me, I'm wondering if she gets hurt some different way.
Or maybe in the process of evading. But like my point is like sort of like in the melee, or maybe in the milieu, as if you want to call it. But yeah, in that moment of like sheer terror and running away, this is what happens.
Yeah.
I hate this thought though.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I just want more story walking. Papa Fox says, how important was it really to see Sophia take down each talisman?
Very important. Half the episode.
It validates a lot of my thoughts.
They had to show that many times, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it just felt like a lot. I think there was like 3, or was it? Really?
Oh yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah, compared to how many they have up.
Yeah, Diner Church.
So
what was the other ones? Oh, Matthew's house.
Police station.
Yeah, Matthew's house, police station.
The bar.
Oh, and the bar. You're right. The gas
Okay.
station
It's a
bar.
lot.
Yeah, if they showed more than they needed to then.
Okay.
I mean,
because Clara only had to get the ones out of Colony House.
yeah, I think if anything, showing her take down the ones individually made it easier to take on faith that Clara off screen was able to collect all the rest.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. True. I like Lulu's. Boyd just keeps guns in drawers.
Yeah. What is that all about?
I'm so glad you brought that up because that actually makes a lot of sense. Because if you remember, Boyd maybe have left. So remember, Acosta's gun wasn't loaded. This revolver wasn't loaded. You remember in the beginning of the season, they made it a point to say that to show that he hid the bullets that he knew of. Obviously, all the bullets there he thought there were, right, in that special hiding place. So he thought, okay, you can have all the guns, you just don't have the bullets now.
Yeah,
But here
so
we
he
are.
about it.
Bad reasoning.
Yeah.
Lock
This
it
friend
up.
has a. It's like
Lucas
Jurassic
said-
Park.
Yeah.
Lucas said it's great acting from Ethan. He's right. This scene with
Yeah, it was.
Simon was really, really good. He did a really good job. He with the way he was breaking and like couldn't even like get out what he was trying to say. I think he did a really good job. He's getting
I thought he was going to cause something to happen, like another earthquake or something.
interesting.
Yeah,
But
I
he's
thought
not
for sure
Boyd, you know, he's not
his
Boyd.
outburst was going to do
Coming
something.
into his full power.
Mhm. Yeah. 11.
Sorry, I gotta remember not to laugh so loudly. My wife's sleeping in the next room.
No, I'm just looking through the chat and bookmarking some of the starring some of the episodes later. Does the man in yellow remember seeing Julie when he was eating liver?
That would be interesting, but no.
I mean, I assume, but I guess
Remember, that's his first time seeing her. Maybe. Most likely.
Yeah.
So that when he sees her again, he's like, when are you coming from this time?
yeah, I assume
It
he
depends
did.
if they're omnipresent or not. The boy
Well,
in
it
white.
depends when it is in his timeline, I think, more than
Right.
anything. Like,
'Cause he
Well, if
hasn't-
he's omnipresent, he would know all the timeline.
True. Maybe is he aware of the present or is he aware of both the future and the past? Because that would be interesting. But I think he's more aware of the present or what's happening now.
yeah, I don't know about the future.
Yeah.
Savid says Victor's trailer has a talisman. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I assume you mean
Oh.
It doesn't.
Peach
His truck doesn't. His truck doesn't have one.
yeah, the peach truck.
The
doesn't have-
monsters just avoid him.
Right.
They don't do anything with them.
If you remember in that
Yes,
scene,
Boyd brought one. Boyd didn't
Yeah.
bring one because he just
Yeah.
went into the truck.
Remember, it's the one in his pocket all the time that he brings
Oh,
around.
he has
everywhere.
emergency talisman.
Emergency talismans, yeah. I love that answer. I can't credit myself. Somebody said it.
I would carry one in my pocket if I was in Frontville.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would too. I'd take the one off my front door and always have it with me.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So there's the part of her consoling him, and there's also the part that I skipped without meaning to because I didn't have pictures of the cabinets opening and closing, but we sort of talked about that already
The paranormal activity.
earlier, the paranormal activity. Do you have anything to add to that now?
I think we nailed it.
Yeah,
Oh,
Elgin
it
spirit.
was like,
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Elgin
Yeah.
or Jim. Yeah. More on the Elgin on my end, but
I think that's interesting. I just hadn't thought about it because I apparently can't tell the color of the cabinets, or I would have noticed they weren't yellow like in their house.
not your
Could
fault.
be Mari and
No.
Elgin. Both Mari and Elgin.
Oh,
are-
It could
is
be
that
Maury too. I didn't think of that.
before? Wait, hold on. Let's see timeline wise.
This is after they're both dead.
Yeah, they're both
Is
dead.
it really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
both dead.
yeah, pretty sure.
Hmm.
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah,
seem like
maybe.
there's any rhyme or reason. There's
Yeah,
not like Morse code going on with each door shut. They're just randomly opening and closing. So
Throwing stuff around.
I don't know what to think about it.
yeah. Looking through the pictures, this is after they're both dead.
Yeah. You're right. It just happens to be before they cart her body away. That's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, a lot happened in this episode. Oof.
I did. This is them saying they shouldn't have pulled up the tree.
Mhm.
And then Acosta and Sarah come in and they hear the Morse code saying that Uh, I'm sorry. I was laughing at what Lulu said. Donna hobbled out her ass out of there. She did.
Aw.
She shut
See,
her face.
Sarah saved the day here. She saved the day here with the radio.
Sarah did save the day with the radio.
helped.
You're right. Yeah. Well, Acosta makes a good point, though, too. I think Acosta is like, you just told everybody that this is what is going to save us. You can't just like stop.
Mhm.
You got to do
A little
something.
bit of original Costa came back. I loved it.
I know. I just wish she had more purpose. Look, I'll say it
Wish she had
again.
more
I love Samantha. Do not really like Acosta this season. I tried really hard to. I really want to, but she's kind of been useless most of the
She
season.
hasn't been doing much except looking through a Viewmaster.
Maybe that
She went through
narrative.
all. She went. That's one of the problems I have with the frustration. She went and tagged all that stuff in the basement and in the diner, and then Elgin comes up 2 seconds with the Polaroid that has picture of Sophia.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
What
that
they
should have been
shouldn't
Acosta.
find.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that should have been Acosta's move.
Yeah.
And I think in the previous season, I mean, she was so aggressively unpleasant that having her not be having her being a little more of a team player, it's kind of taken away like the little color that they had given that character. But
The
yeah, I do wish they would have
personality.
used her some more. Yeah, I wish they would. I mean, now that she is being a team player, I mean, and Boyd gave her, you know, not only do you need to find, not only do you need to look in the thing, you need to form task forces in these other two storage areas and look for clues. And then she was just put on the shelf, and it's like, oh man.
Yep.
Well,
And
I kind of
Elgin's
wonder.
like, "What's this?"
I kind of wonder if that Patty moment makes her feel like her attitude will change, or like her defeatist attitude will change. I really much prefer annoying Acosta over defeatist Acosta.
Yeah.
So I guess, damned if you do.
Sorry, I was typing something.
Justin, are you in the other YouTube, Justin?
Yeah, he must be in the other YouTube. Either that or he's on your YouTube. I'm not sure which.
Mine?
No,
Me?
no, that's right. You're not connected. I don't know. He must be on NDB. I'm tired. Don't mind me. I know what
I'm
saying.
scared. Okay.
It makes sense in my head, even if it doesn't make sense when I say it out
Who's
loud.
running on my YouTube? I'm kidding. We talked about this in private. People don't know.
Yeah, no, you know what I mean.
I just wanted to keep it going.
It's confusing because we're connected to so many different things.
Hey, listen, girl.
Already.
I told you work too hard.
Yeah.
So people need to know.
All right. Well, Sarah is like, hey, they're on the radio. Shut up. He breaks it and tells everybody. And thankfully, she was paying attention because the battery dies like 2 seconds later, when they show Jade and Tabitha. But I'm trying to see what else. There's like the whole scene here is kind of like Boyd yelling and saying, they don't know what they can do like he usually does.
I wrote down for his little notes that I got, I wrote down every word he said. This place got exactly what it wanted. We just made the sun go down. We effing tore a hole in the goddamn sky with lightning. Who the F even knows what that means? What we supposed to do? I love it. Every drop. And then Sarah's like, shut up, Boyd. Shut your damn mouth, you dumb idiot. And we loved it.
Boyd gets the award for the most F-bombs. That's for sure.
Oh,
Worked out a deal with Epics/MGM.
He's the only one that gets it now. Donna says
Exactly.
it's something.
Oh, Donna drops them too. That's why I have that in the bingo.
Yeah, but Harold gives them to her. So
He has fucks to give, I guess.
exactly. Yes.
All right.
Oh, this
So-
thing.
Yeah, this thing. So yeah, the battery's dead. They are still trying to get out. They're like, we can dig under the bars.
Loved it.
So at least they did think of that. But they're using their bare hands, which yeah,
Didn't
I'm
they
not
have
sure.
shovels? They did take the shovels with them.
Nah.
Well, they didn't take the talisman either. They just took the bones. They
Oh,
took
boy.
the bones and they ran.
Oh boy.
Yeah, actually, you can see them running away with the flashlights on the floor and the shovels near the slab. So yeah.
Yeah,
They could only get the bones.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, then the other part of this conversation is with her thanking him for what he was willing to do, and I still think it feels like they're pushing them together.
a little bit more shipping.
Like
They
he
need
wants
to
to go with
look, they can hint, but then they need to stop. I don't know. I just don't see the two of them together.
Well, on a serious note, though, on that conversation, that is I wouldn't call it a parallel, but it is a direct link to when Tabitha exasperatedly said to Jade, you have nothing to lose. Why you can risk everything. I have kids, even though she runs away from it's fine. But it's a direct line. It's a direct reference. But it's also interesting to see her react in that way or feel like she has to say this because if we're going to die, I want to get this out. Like I want to take away or I want to refute the words I said earlier. You didn't have to do this, and yet you did do this.
Yeah.
So.
And then he doesn't know what he says, and he's like, "Well, they say women and children."
I love it.
Yeah.
Except it's the children there's children that were buried that the parents bargained to deal with the dumb idiot man and yell yuck.
Yeah, but it's their kid.
Exactly.
Isn't it? The daughter?
Yeah.
Here is Marielle's body, and then as I keep thinking, this wheelbarrow has seen some things.
Yeah, true.
Seen some action.
It's seen some action. Yeah, they always put all the bodies in the wheelbarrow and take them to the church every time.
Remember when they pretended I think it was the first time, with the Pratts? No, it wasn't with the Pratts. It was with somebody.
No, it was the Pratts because he was rolling them to the church and Ethan was there. And he's just like,
that's it.
He's like,
Okay,
Boyd,
good.
What you doing, Boyd? And Boyd's like, crap, I gotta go to church.
Oh, it's just laundry. And now they're not hiding it anymore. It's like, especially with Jim.
Enough people died. They can't. Well, yeah, especially too, because like I think Ethan is disenchanted. Like they don't have to worry about that now because he's seen death. Unfortunately.
Yeah. It's just the nature of
Tian Chen got the wheelbarrow ride.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh,
the priest. Pastor, not priest. Sorry.
Pastor, yeah. Yeah, they all went through the wheelbarrow. All right. Now this is where Boyd comes in to tell them that he is going down into the caves, which if he was going to risk his life, he should have just like not told them, right? But he's got to go tell them so they can stop him. Which I had not done until now, but that's what he does.
Why didn't they bring any tools or anything with them?
Yeah, they could have brought the shovel. Although I don't know if they knew that.
Yeah, I mean, if they got stuck in the cave, I would think they would bring every tool they could carry just in case to try to get them out.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea, but they don't always think through their plans in the show.
That is a great question. I know there's flashlights were definitely involved. I just didn't think of anything else.
Yeah. Good use of the gun, though, I'll just say, but that wasn't like intentional. I don't think.
Yeah,
actually, that is the only use it's been useful for.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%.
So funny. Oh my god, because you saw it being used against the monsters a couple times this episode. So
yeah. I think that's just Boyd's go-to, even though it doesn't do anything. He's like, I'm gonna shoot a couple of them.
Yeah, I always used to have one.
Gives me a couple seconds.
What is it that I'm just looking at this, and not that it matters, but Fatima always wears what I really honestly think are either like pajamas or lingerie or something, and I don't know why. It irritates me.
It's boho stuff. It's like bohemian.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like part bohemian, part what do they call it? Anyway, yeah.
Okay, hippie stuff.
Yeah.
Artie. She's Artie. She's hippie.
I guess.
Oh, and Boyd shot the guy that shot him with a shotgun too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Reggie.
Reggie.
It did come into play there. All right.
Nicely, Lou.
So he comes in just to tell them that he's going to go risk his life so they can tell him he's not allowed. But they're like, we want to go with you because Ellis makes a good point. He's like, if you find, because he tells them that the radio, and he's like, yeah, well, if they're hurt, how are you going to carry them back? You need me. He's not wrong with that. And Fatima's not wrong either. She's like, how do you even know that's really them on the radio?
Yeah, I love that so much. I love that.
Yeah, because nobody actually asked that, right? But she did. But she does say, I'm going to. I can feel them when they get close, so I can, alert you before you get killed. So
at least 5 seconds before.
She's like the warning system. Yeah, because it didn't work so well for Mario. But,
she's the canary in the coal mine. Yeah, literally. Yep. You know what? Can I answer your question about like why would you go to these kids if there's something so interesting about the show and that most notice the progression of the show. People see things that that shouldn't be there. People experience things on their own that they shouldn't experience, or feel like, and if I tell anybody, they'll think I'm crazy. Notice how the show slowly, people are starting to open up about their experiences, and him going to his boy and actually communicating with him isn't something he was ready to do a month ago. And like I said, in the first season, his son and he were total strangers, right? He chose Colony House, and he chose it for a reason, because you killed mommy. So just to note the progression, he's sharing with them because he doesn't want to not share anymore. And I think that's a very important thing.
Goodbye, maybe even too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, how's that not a parallel to Marielle saying goodbye to Christy as well? That's interesting.
Yeah, I appreciate that they are, reaching out to people, and I love that this season they tell each other things. I mean, everybody complains so bad about that, and it's like
about information sharing, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody complains that they share it with Sophia, but you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, exactly. Right. We're starting to talk, but now Sophia's there to hear us.
Yeah.
Or it,
Yeah,
whatever.
if you have to make an omelet, you gotta sniff a few eggs, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Scarlet. All right. So she says she is going, and they do finally agree that the three of them will go together. And then we see more of Sophia taking the talismans.
Nice.
Looking
Nice
smug.
Yes.
Like with every talisman, she's like, you notice how she's like, she asks if anybody's home like the first few times, Boyd, and then like when she goes to the church, it's like, just get, or was it the gas station? I think it was. Well, nobody's here. Jade's not here. Whatever.
No,
He's
like,
in the tunnels.
with Elgin, if she finds somebody, she could just kill them and walk out. Like nobody's gonna know who did it. But yeah, she does that. All right. So then we have Victor and Henry. This sad scene where Henry's like, I ruined it by telling you about what happened to his mother, and he's like, no, you didn't, because it's not real.
Oh boy.
Look, we all knew that. We all knew it was coming, but it was sad. Poor Victor. He's like, you were supposed to, because he yells something. I forget what he says. Something like, you were supposed to help me, or you said you were going to help me, or something like that. He says.
You were going to protect me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. You said you were going to protect me. And he's like, you're pulling a gun on me. So it's really sad. Victor's had a hard time. He's just sitting there, though. He's not sure what to do. And then, unsurprisingly, because I think we also all figured this was going to happen, Nathan comes in, he swings the gun, and that kind of jars Victor into action. And Victor doesn't just knock the gun out of his hand. He freaking punches him in the face, which really surprised me. Yeah.
But for 2 seconds there, I thought Ethan was going to get shot. I thought they were going to go high stakes, and I thought,
yeah, me too.
Oh my God,
that's what always seems to happen.
Ethan.
Oh, man. I'm so glad they didn't too, because that would have been the cheap accidental gunshot.
Yeah, but what if he died? That would be weird. Like Ethan's just gone. I'm like, oh boy.
I don't think he would have died, but I could have definitely seen him get shot and then.
Well, he can't die because he's Man in Yellow, of course. We've talked about this before.
But maybe that's how he becomes the Man in Yellow, is getting shot.
There you go. There you go.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
He became himself. Wait. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah. Smug
right.
Sophia again. Some
There's
Sophia.
that walk, yeah.
From the bar, and then she talks to Clara and gets from her, and she's like, "Good girl." So she Clara got her. The rest of them were to assume that Clara. I don't know. I still think Clara maybe missed a couple, but
Yeah.
Hey, Lori.
Therapy.
Yes, hello.
By the way, I just want to point out Papa Sox's comment. Victor grew up in that scene parallel to Sophia saying to the boy in white, look at you all grown up. I really agree with that so wholeheartedly. Because remember what Victor was in the beginning of the show? How kind of in his own world he was, not getting involved in the lives of anybody, really. And he's really kind of coming into his own. He's really opening up and being involved. And there's nothing more involved than lunging at your father. So,
a little fratricide.
That's bravery right there.
Yeah, for sure. Welcome, Scarlet.
Good job, Victor.
Victor grabbed his dad up so fast in this episode for Ethan. He did. I mean, it took
Yeah.
Ethan coming in for him to take action.
Take action. Yeah.
But we're glad he did. Victor is safe. Oh yeah, you're right, Lilu. Victor got his gun back.
Oh.
Good point.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. All right, so here is the caves, and they're about to go in. And let's see. Hold on. I gotta go back to my. Okay. So Boyd makes them promise that if anything goes wrong, they're gonna run without questions or arguments. We know that that's not gonna happen because
It's like the
it never
totems
happens on the show. Yeah, we know it's not gonna happen. Lori's right. I just don't bring this. Lori says Ethan was badly traumatized.
Oh boy, 2 times.
Yeah, it was hard to watch, man. Victor had to come out of his shell when he ran out of canned peaches. You're not wrong, though.
There's nowhere to run.
There's nowhere to run. Victor saved himself and Ethan. That's why Manuel let Victor live past cycles. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. So they're going to go in. They agree that they'll leave if anything goes wrong. We know that they probably won't. I don't know. I lost where was that again? Shit. I hate when I do that. I'm like reading it and then I like totally lose my.
Fatima tells him to stop and wait.
Yeah. Well, not yet. No, first they go in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Then we have a little bit of Jade and Tabitha.
You're right.
Oh, this is where he's like, hard to believe these were actually real children once. I'm kind of disturbed with the fact that they decided to dig with the children's bones, but.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Maybe it helped. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess they served their purpose. I'm more annoyed, and I want to know what you guys think. The fact that like Tabitha somehow like recognizes her daughter's skull is ridiculously stupid, in my opinion.
Really?
Because okay, so
She's
she
on
does
cooing.
have her flashbacks or whatever, but like there's like 7 skulls in there. They all are.
A mom knows, Jamie.
Well, I've been thinking about this now. How she does have like a tactile nature to her, whatever power she may have. I mean, you first see it with Victor. She hugs him and she remembers her past life, that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen examples of this, okay, at the settlement. Something about seeing the totems and then seeing the actual dolls, and then it kind of just clicks. So there's something to what her thing is remembering, I guess. Jade's thing isn't the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhat the same, but it's different.
I do know what you mean about the tactile stuff. She does touch things and get glean.
Yeah.
Memories
That's true. I still think it was a dumb scene, but it's true.
Yeah. Okay, and think about like all the time do you remember when she first hugged Victor, how she was like pushing him away, right? Which kind of gets me to thinking like all the other times where she's had contact with anybody or anything, how maybe she saw something that we couldn't see. Do you know what I mean? Like, because she's afraid to think she's crazy, and maybe she always had this thing. I don't know. It's quite possible.
I like a Hamlet moment, so I like the skull moment. Horatio, I knew him.
And it's a child skull too.
He was a man of infinite jest.
Let's see. This is stuff still about Ethan. Victor was more aggressive first with Kenny and then with Henry. Yeah, he yelled at Kenny too, didn't he? And he yelled at Boyd for that matter.
To be fair, it was rumbling, so he had to yell over the rumble.
Get me out of here. Yeah.
I think Ethan's cries in this episode will lead Julie back to story walking. That's interesting because we were saying the opposite earlier, that she would want to stay with him to protect him. So that's actually interesting.
Can I say a little bit then to Lucas's comment? Because I wish there was a proper flashback too. I wish we saw the daughter as the non-Ankui version.
Yeah,
I wish
me
we saw
too.
our daughter as like, alive and happy,
Do you think there might be a reason for that?
Because they probably didn't think about it. They probably didn't get this actress to trust normal.
She was already in the makeup chair for 4 hours. They're not going to take her makeup off.
No. Now you want me to take it off? No, thank you.
It's value.
It
Time
was
is
really
money,
weird.
kid.
Right after this, still,
She
the
does
next
the
one
thing-
is them like playing, but she's dead.
But
It's not like she's alive playing. You guys think that was weird?
It was
See,
weird
that's my
because
point.
that never happened. Like if it had happened during the music thing,
Or was she there at the moment playing with her mom? Like, it wasn't a flashback. She was just like,
Yeah, but
You
why
know,
That's
would
what I
she
say.
shows
It made
up.
more sense if she was not in Nkui makeup, because then she would have a flash of her daughter.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't understand that she has a flashback with her daughter playing with her when she's
Exactly.
dead.
I
It did,
don't know.
like, because it wasn't like from the whole music scene that we saw last season. It never happened, or
It
it would
happened
make
off screen.
Well, okay.
Hey,
Let's
Billy.
let's give this a little bit more thought, because right, weren't the children born in darkness and then lived in darkness too?
Yeah, that's what the fable says.
Okay, so let's think about this even more hardly, because hardly. Let's think
Right.
about this more carefully, because if they're not if they're in the tunnels and they don't get any sunlight and they live in darkness, okay, their hair is falling out, they're not getting enough vitamin D. Maybe that's how
True.
they looked like when they were alive. They got sores, they cut easily, maybe the hemoglobin
Point.
doesn't. It kind of makes sense when you, on careful analysis, it would explain the varicose veins because their skin would be so translucent.
I
Oh,
assumed that
that's
was like
so
a stab
sad.
wound in her head, but I guess you're right. It could be something else.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, but Jamie's saying it didn't occur in there, and it wasn't like in the cave or anything. Or
Yeah, no, I was saying it wasn't in the other flashback that we saw, like when
It's
they
like
were
she just
talking.
came to her mom and was playing with her at the moment, helping
Yeah.
them dig, maybe.
Then I have to refute
Yeah.
myself, because it's in the forest rather than underground. But maybe
Yeah,
that's, I don't know.
Well, that's why I thought this was supposed to be the flashback from when they played the lullaby, but it's not because it didn't happen then. So
Right.
I don't know. But you're
And I
right
kinda-
though. what you Said, and it's interesting too because you talk about like the pale skin and the veins and everything. We had talked last week about how Fatima's marks on her stomach look like the monsters, also look like the Nkui kids, also look like the man in yellow's stomach. But it makes me think though, now that you said that, like it's kind of interesting if they look sort of similar to the monsters with their hair falling out and everything when you were saying that, because they're nightmares, like you said. That's kind of interesting.
Right.
I don't know what it means, but it's interesting.
Yeah, and I do, for what it's worth, I do agree with you, Jamie, as far as just that little snippet of a flashback. I was just, it was like, oh, cool. And then, it had no significance to me.
Yeah.
Just
The
made me
only
go,
takeaway
"What?"
I get is maybe, and this is a kind of a stretch, because I always look at what, when there's something that doesn't make sense to me or that doesn't move me, I wonder, why did they put it in there? And for me, maybe it's just indicating that maybe Tabitha is going to, because she hasn't been Ankuing anything lately. It's always, I can't remember. Maybe this just like presages her getting back in the game of Ankuing thing and actually making her memories useful again. But they sure didn't. It was 3 seconds of screen time. And
like an outtake.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I think it's previously used footage, right? I think some of it might be behind the scenes footage.
Maybe.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because it looked like it's just the girl playing with the camera.
It seemed like an afterthought.
It's useful though. I also think they're not going to show exactly what happened in the past, because that might be something that they want to film for season 5. Maybe just as a filming mechanism, we don't want to show literally.
I think they already filmed with the old colonial lady, but they're saving it for season 5.
Listen, yeah, maybe. It's you can't show everything because you want to save stuff for the end. Because will they show a flashback of the settlement, or sorry, the original children? I think they
hope
might have to,
I think they kind of have to. I agree.
like a story walk. Just
Do they
Julie's-
if they get uncursed, do they become like normal children with hair and everything at the end? Like their spirits are let go and they're unencued.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
didn't
well-
Julie almost stumbled onto that actual scene, right? When her very first story walk, when she threw the rope to Boyd, she continued on and she heard the screaming, right? But then she got pulled out before she saw anything good.
Uh-huh. And
Yeah.
then Fatima talked about it, but it was this exposition.
Right.
Yeah, but that's right. When she was traveling or whatever through time, or
Not even
whatever.
a flash, not even 2-second outtake flash
Yeah.
or anything like that.
Yeah. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't super important. It was a little weird.
Yeah, it was.
No, I think it's good to bring up though.
Yeah. If Tabitha doesn't acknowledge that child bone, we'll be left wondering if the bones are really the children's bones.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a good point.
Because we had
But some
even-
people thought they looked like adult skulls.
right.
They did.
Yeah. Even we were kind of like, Well, is it the children's bones? Isn't it? Could it be the adults that ended up being killed and the children are the monsters? See, we kind of
Oh,
right. It was a whole thing.
Oh.
But then, obviously when I looked at the bones, I said, yes, that's children's bones, even though I think you, Jason, you and Bridget were fighting me on it at first, but then
Yeah,
I
it
thought
looked
they
huge
looked
to
like
me.
adult bones, so
yeah.
I'll fight
Well,
the
I was
children.
one who thought of the idea that okay, maybe it's the adults who were killed and the children are the monsters, but only because they're archetypes, they look like children's dolls. Like, oh,
I
I'm a
just thought
cowboy.
they made the props not well. That was my opinion. But I thought they looked like adult skulls. That one
Yeah.
looks like a kid's skull, but the other skull
Yeah.
looked adult to me.
Yeah, I thought they just went to like Spirit Halloween store and bought whatever
Oh.
Yeah.
skulls and skeletons they had on hand.
Yeah.
The child, the child skeleton at Spirit Halloween is not a big seller. It's kind of bad form.
Right. Just have to age it or tar it a little bit, or it's good. It's a great prop.
Scarlet Fever said, this was crazy. Let's dig with the bones. But then Tabitha have a moment with the skull was funny. What I did not like was Tabitha leaving Victor locked up.
Yeah.
I didn't either. That was the last
In the
one.
sheriff's station?
Yeah.
Like that coming
Mm.
to his defense, going to his defense, or anybody ever talking to Victor about anything.
Nobody.
Ever.
People don't help Victor except for Ethan. So poor Victor. But
Yeah.
right now she's locked up. She can't help him. But yes, she should have. I agree. B says, I felt that remembering with the skull was a waste of minutes in this episode. It made me roll my eyes. We already know she remembers her daughter. They need to dig.
Well, that's for us though. We
Yeah.
needed to know that. We needed confirmation or something like that. That's why that's there. It's not for them really.
Yeah, I agree. And I do think that was really smart that he said that, because otherwise, how long would we have been going back and forth? That wasn't really the children. They
Right.
weren't really
Yeah.
married, right? So at least
See,
now we know.
we got answers, guys. We're gonna bring this up every time. It's what's not said, basically.
Yeah.
Is the big deal here. This is again, we need time to process this episode to figure out why we didn't dig it. Maybe because again, I think they threw too much at us that we couldn't know. See again, like this, like Fromville, we don't know what the lies are and what the truth is. So
I like that you said dig it.
yeah, that's right.
You're gonna dig it.
That's a man of
I
a
was,
certain
the first thing I thought is like, yeah, you have to get my anatomy is off, but I think there's like 613 bones, and you have to get every metatarsal and every phalange and make sure you don't miss a single one. Get them all in that duffel bag too, because otherwise,
Yeah.
Yeah, Bridget had said that children have more bones or more bones than adults because they end up fusing over time.
Yeah. That's
So it's like
true. I remember
what,
learning.
300 to 400 bones, I think it is, until it turns into 270 something. I think it was 266, something like that.
oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I just googled it. Yeah, babies are born with 270 to 300, and then adults go down to 206. So
Yeah,
I was
that's-
off with 613. So
Yeah, 613 mitzvot. It's a Jewish thing.
it's three
know.
people.
Or he gets it. But yeah, it would be hard to make sure they got all the little tiny bones. You're right.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that. How did they get everything? How could they have?
Apparently.
You have to get all the dirt around it, just in case there's bone fragments in there. Like a little bit of dust.
But maybe,
bone dust.
maybe it's like right. Maybe yeah. And I was thinking that too. Like all the dirt, but maybe it's just not even the thing. Maybe it's the effort that matters.
Maybe
it's
it's
the
just
ritual.
the skulls they need and the teeth.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh, did you see that one skull had teeth missing?
Yeah.
I saw that earlier, and I meant to mention it, and I forgot. That was kind of interesting. Although I figured it was probably just because it was a kid and they lost their teeth was probably what it was. But with this
Well.
show, you don't know.
I think you're
Right.
onto something because of again, if they were born in darkness, translucent skin, they're losing their teeth. Ugh. Yikes.
And I know some dentist in the audience is like, "Oh, that skull has its molars and its wisdom teeth is already in. This is totally unrealistic."
I was saying, oh, it's so authentic. No, not at all.
Yeah. All right. So they are still trying to get out. They can't get through the bars. They're trying to dig them out. And then they get closer. Meanwhile, Fatima, Ellis, and Boyd. And she has them stop at one point when she hears the monsters and knows they're nearby. But they keep moving on. But she's like, they know where they're at. We have to find them first, is essentially what she says. And then they finally meet up with them, and he tells them to get back, and he shoots through it. and they get out. And then this is where she knows they're coming, and she thinks she has to do something because they're about to die, all of them. And she says, "Remember me, who I was, as I was," or something like
And
that.
cooey me, and cooey.
Yeah. She says, I'm
Cooey
trying to
Ellis.
remember exactly what the thing is. Remember me for who I was, I think is what she says.
Yeah.
I thought this part was really sad too. Like it's another thing where you totally saw it coming from a mile away. I don't think anybody was surprised it was happening, but it was really sad. I think it was sad. I thought it was like felt bad for Ellis, especially when like Boyd's dragging him away, right? And he's like,
Oh
no.
yeah.
Mhm.
Had no clue.
Yeah, he never.
I didn't think
Like
she was going
usual.
to fully transform.
I gotta
Face
say.
and hands too.
Yeah, I
brought-
didn't know that either. I
Oh
really,
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. What a
I
great
really liked
reveal.
her transformation. It was really cool.
Starting with the hands and moving on up, huh?
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, those nails coming out. Yeah, absolutely. The way they pulled it off, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jamie.
you're dead on. Yeah.
Great grabs.
Had good shots.
Oh.
I brightened them in Photoshop. I'm like, you can't
I do
see
the
them.
same thing.
Oh.
See, there's the
Yeah.
original
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And she joins them. Yeah,
Yeah,
she still
new
has her
family.
hair.
Joins a new family.
She still has her hair. She doesn't look quite like them. I don't know. And I'm also curious, like, what it is that makes them transform. Because I was thinking it was like the darkness, but it's not. Because sometimes we see them as human when they're walking around. So they must, choose to transform.
She's gonna lose her hair
Uh-huh.
though too, because she was losing her hair earlier.
Yeah, she probably will.
Oh,
That's
true.
what I thought was weird because earlier in the chamber, the cowboy they seemed like they transformed involuntarily. His hat even flew off.
Mm.
when
Yeah, he
tried-
backed up and he hit the wall behind him. That's why it fell off.
Okay. I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
it was just the transformation that did it. Okay.
Yeah, he was like backing away. It's something weird there, but yeah.
Okay.
But also, it's like for effect.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure exactly if it was supposed to be something there that caused it or if it's voluntary. To me, it wasn't clear because I did think it was the darkness, but then I thought no, because we've seen them walk outside in the dark and they're not. So they, and we've seen them in the cave when we saw like Swing Coat Lady was human and looking, and the other ones weren't. So I think it just maybe depends, what they want to be. Let's see.
Yeah, they're just in attack mode.
Yeah, seeing her monster
Oh.
excited me. Yes, it
Oh.
was very, very sad.
Yeah.
Carla said, I'm wondering if there was an earthquake during Victor's time as a kid. The peach truck map has a snow globe of the town all messed up. Is that the picture we were talking about with the looked like red lightning? Because it kind of looked like it could have also been the snow globe. I can't remember. I know there is a snow globe / fishbowl-ish picture though too.
Mhm.
This is why I want to do a deep dive into the drawings. I'm just too lazy to go through all the screen captures.
Well, given what we know now, maybe we'll see something differently.
Yeah, maybe. I would have liked to have seen Boyd and Elsa's reaction to seeing Fatima's face change. She had her back to them.
I do not.
Yeah.
I don't.
I do.
She saw, I didn't even think about that. I mean, she knows that they know it happened, so I didn't
Yeah.
really.
I mean, they hear her screaming.
They see her hands. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that's a lot to bear. I mean, and they're also just like Fatima thinking that she has turned into a monster and just confirming it with the scream. I think they too have thought the same thing since the pregnancy. And like this is just happening again, cycles. It's just happening all over again. And now this is really their nightmare come to life. It's like one of those things where you think it can't be true. Tell them it can't be. Alice says this in a couple episodes. Tell them it can't be true. Tell them it's not happening. Because they don't want to believe it as much as Fatima doesn't want to either. So that's a lot to bear.
And
I'm
yeah,
glad they didn't see her though. I'm glad they didn't see her because literally the last thing she said is "Remember me for who I was."
Mhm.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
didn't want him to. That's a good point.
Yeah, remember me fondly.
Remember when I come up to your window and tap on the window and
Don't let me in.
and Smiley's like pop to Boyd.
Oh,
I
man.
think that Fatima will show up in season 5 completely normal and not remember what happened.
Mm,
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Would that were true?
Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen, but it could be interesting. Okay, Susie, I will. Said they'll help compile the pictures. I just need to know where they're all at or anything so I can go take the screen captures. I always thought they decided to change, like, I'm going to freak you out and eat you now.
It's very selective when they do that. When they change it to
It might be.
monster form.
You guys love deep diving the drawings. Good to know. I'm trying to read. Sweet
Ankuyi.
whoops. Sweet Dude says
Ankuyi.
They wouldn't have listened to what she said about her body anyway. They didn't when she was pregnant. Sure. This is true.
Yeah.
True.
Wait, I was going to say something else about that, though. I don't remember what it was.
So we see, her face looks weird. I don't know. I think it's the way the screen capture took. Just her teeth look weird. Okay. So then we have
little skipping. Just a little skip.
It's like Leonardo DiCaprio and what was that movie? Catch Me If You Can?
Oh, he did a little skip.
Yeah, just doing a little skip. Yeah. That's the Sophia right here.
Yeah, she got what she wanted. She sees the boy in white. She's like, aren't you all grown up? And he's like, well, they have the bones. They're winning. And she's like, yeah, but there's no bottle tree. And she's like, you're going to lose. And she's like, I admire your optimism. But we'll see. And then, of course, she dumps the talisman. The only big comment I have about this scene is it does seem so lost, and it concerns me. It's too lost. But as I've been saying over the weekend, the one thing that I try to remind myself is that yes, like the man in white, black boy.
Yep,
Man in white. Man in black. I'll get it out eventually. Man in white, man in black. From Lost and their whole game. It is very similar, but it's also like a trope. And I keep saying this, like, good versus evil is in a lot of things. So it isn't necessarily, a copy of Lost. It's a trope.
Mm-hmm.
But it does feel a lot like it in this ending, I think, to me.
Yeah, it's like any war trope. It's like two sides and then the pawns in the middle.
Yeah. But it's a lot like Lost. They're playing their game and they're two sides. We have the girl in yellow, whatever you want to call her now, and the boy in white. And we do know now for sure they're two different people, in case anybody wasn't sure about that. We do know for sure since they can be seen together. But it's going to be a crazy season next season. That's for sure. A lot going on. I don't know.
And evidently, part of the rules of the game is he couldn't do anything to stop her from dumping talismans. Also, so that's part of like the gentleman's agreement or whatever it is. The rules of the game.
Yeah, tit for tat.
Yeah. I think when he told them like don't cut down the tree, I think that was probably the extent of what he was allowed to do. I don't think he could try to stop that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could tell Victor that it was important, but he couldn't tell. He never did expound on exactly why or the what the significance of it was. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and also the boy in white is more. It follows the rules better when it comes to interference. I think Doug Hughes doesn't know how to follow the rules.
He does not know how to follow
himself. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I was hoping to see more Doug Hughes this season. I'll say that.
Same here.
Peter said we could have seen Doug there. It would have worked.
Yeah. I thought they should have, because that would be the form. If it's not the form of him originally, it's the form that he likes to take, kind of like Pennywise. So that would be the form that he would have at the end.
That's exactly what I was thinking. What came first, the man in yellow, or because we assume that only because that's what we saw first. But maybe Sophia is his/her natural state. Or yuck, whatever.
Well, no, but we know that she was somebody he killed. She is killed. They say that,
yeah.
So he was something before even Sophia. He could have been any number of things.
Yeah, I think the man in yellow is just a skin too. I mean, I don't think he's human, but I don't know that there's an original human look either. I think it's something else. Yes, Scarlet may be a spider, as I know you're going to say that.
I mean, he was probably, in colonial dress at one point, for the original deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or, right. Or, I don't know, how far does this go? What was the first cycle? Is it 1700s?
Well, it's
1506.
the first year is 1506, and then
Gotcha.
it's 1609. But I mean, I guess the first one would be the first original one, and then 1609 would be the second, I guess,
Well, that's
or the
interesting.
first.
Then if it goes that far back, because I have to really look at my history, because that would be
They have Puritans. There's pictures of paintings of Puritan people in Miranda's
yeah, yeah.
basement with the Dutch hats, like the big black hats and the ruffs.
right,
Like the
1492.
like Elizabethan ruffs, like probably be roughly 16th century, 17th century kind of deal.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But we're not seeing those Puritans. I thought we were going to see Smiley like in a Puritan hat and ruffle, and I was like,
My God.
I couldn't wait. Haven't seen
See?
it yet.
You gotta use that Dougie Hughes,
Yeah.
that energy.
Oh yeah.
Dieter's saying the man in yellow wasn't planned, but added they used the cursed ground as playground. I don't know that the man in yellow wasn't planned. The man in yellow transforming wasn't planned, is what they had said in that interview.
That makes a lot of sense
Oh,
based on.
Yeah, so
Well,
I think there was
behind the
always
scenes
an
stuff.
entity planned. It just wasn't like a changing entity, I guess.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought he was conjured up because it seemed before he could, mess with the radio and maybe mess with lights and other things, but he wasn't corporeal until they played the lullaby. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like he was like maybe he was bound by some kind of magic and then like sprang up when the appropriate
Whatever.
notes were played.
Or card games in the card or cards in the game.
Yeah, the ritual. Was done.
You're getting there.
Yeah,
You're
you know
losing
what
it. Yep.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen Lost, so it doesn't bother me.
It's Lord Ravener's Magic
Yeah.
the Gathering.
My
Oh,
developing theory.
Yeah, that
yeah,
was what I meant. I just couldn't say it.
Oh, I
but
thought
that
they were
was
playing cards and Lost.
Yeah, it's like the tit for tat cheating. It's you get to cheat, then I get to cheat, sort of thing.
Ledness says he was pretty useless. I assume that means the boy in white because that's what we were talking about.
Or maybe Doug Hughes, just by nature of the film schedule.
I don't know.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
I really like him.
I like him too. Sweet Tooth says, I just now saw the last episode. Meryl death was so careless mistake. My boy Kenny can finally continue.
Whoa.
Now.
I did tell you about my theory. My theory is that if they don't get Kenny's ass out of the town quickly enough, season 5 is where he dies, because the
Odd
Liu family.
seasons.
Yeah.
You cannot
Yeah,
kill.
but it'll be finally him and Christy will get together, and then Kenny will die.
Snip.
Don't want him to kill Kenny. I don't want him to kill Donna.
I didn't say I wanted it to happen. Just saying I hate
No.
myself for saying that it will.
No, I don't want it to happen. Let's see. Susie said, I'm pretty sure that was confirmed by Victor saying he came in normal like everyone else. I still don't think that
Right.
proves anything, though. Because
Yeah.
I think, that, yes, he was a normal, good, funny guy, but that's because that was what the entity was pretending to be. Just like now he's pretending to be a young teenage girl. I
Yeah.
don't think that really
Could be.
Plus,
Yeah.
Victor's an unreliable narrator, and he
too.
could have been putting on an act. Who knows?
Yeah, and one of the memories like that, isn't it? We remember things differently than they actually happened.
Yeah.
Like back then, he had clown makeup, and it was a hobo clown. So,
Hobo clown.
it's my theory.
Yeah. He brought the carousel.
Yeah,
horse
he
in.
brought the carousel horse. Yeah, see, it's one of his bits. It's one of
Yeah,
his
he's a
bits.
carny. Yeah, he's a carny.
Exactly. Step right up. See, yeah, because he's Doug Hughes. in
Yeah,
like
you
a-
can totally see it. Yeah.
was it like the Midwestern, mid-century, right accent? Step right
Yeah.
up.
Well, I think the outfits from the suits kind of 1930s, so I thought he maybe came in the 1931 cycle
I don't know.
with the carnies and the circus. Because there is that one drawing with the Ferris wheel or whatever in it.
Oh, hey.
True. Yeah.
That could be it.
Scarlet Fever gave the episode a 7.5 to 8. The season as a whole an 8. The
Not
only
bad.
thing I wish was Boyd had pushed Patty into the monsters instead of the van. I kind of agree.
I thought Boyd was going to open. I thought Boyd was going to open up the door and then just kick her out.
Shame on all of you. That's you. Why would you kill yourself?
Hey, she
Petty
wanted
as
to
all
shoot
of
herself
us.
she
I
wanted to
know.
shoot herself in the head, right? Well, then she
All
should
life
have
is
just
precious.
considerate and jumped
Can I
out.
push her out? You just gonna push her out real fast?
Listen, I felt what you were feeling, but man, that girl
Keep going.
acted her ass off.
She did. She did.
Oh,
The
she
actress
did.
herself
Yeah.
was very good at it.
She had that mist energy, like the mist. You know, she had that Thomas Jade energy.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Dieter, by the way. That's really sweet.
I think I'm not to it yet. I'm behind on the.
Oh, no, he's just linking all our stuff. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Okay.
She's
Yeah,
I
doing a
know
good
that Dieter
job
does
of
this.
linking,
Yes, thank you,
up to
Dieter. I
Jeremy.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I can't multitask enough to do that at the same time.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm totally into that. You know,
Ace, the Menace says the terrible ending was terrible. I liked the ending. I didn't like it was a cliffhanger, but like I'm not surprised it was. But otherwise, I didn't dislike the ending.
Yeah, I felt like it was a good setup for the next season. It's going into the end game. The guy had that
Yeah.
set up.
this is just a mid-season finale, guys. I think that's how I square the circle of how it feels. It makes me feel like, oh, this is just we're taking a break for the second act, you know?
Mm-hmm. Seems like it. Man in Yellow seems very physical, so the lightning eclipse doesn't seem like it's him. They make this place angry. They're stuck and just have fun. Well, you know, it could have been the town. I mean, we kind of talked about it being the boy in white and the man in yellow, but I guess it's possible it is the town too.
By the way, I never got to answer that question. You guys were saying how the rumbling was, or did I answer the question? Wow, it's getting late. Did I say that I didn't think it was the town being angry?
I don't think you did. You started saying something about rumbling, but beyond that, I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay. Because I was trying to be on your side, because thinking that, oh, this is again, tit for tat. This was a benefit for our heroes, let's say. I think it was a good thing, the rumbling.
Because it separated the monsters from Jade and Tabitha.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we did say that, yeah.
So I think so too. The lightning might have the same effect. That's just what happens when you dig up the bones. Lightning strikes, and again, they can leave the town now.
It's like the soul of the faraway tree goes into the skies.
Yeah. You know, by the way, when you guys were talking about the tree, or I don't know, we were just talking about it now when it came to the talismans. Do you remember how the power lines went into the tunnels, and that's how they powered the stuff in the town? I was thinking of that when it came to the faraway trees, how the roots of the trees also kind of dip into the tunnels, and that's what gives it the power to do what it do. And so I don't know, there's something there. I'm like on the precipice of like there's something to these tunnels being an energy source of some kind, but beyond that I can't get there.
I don't know. It definitely could have done more than we think pulling the tree up, though. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
It's like a reactor too.
Let's see. Scarlet said those cookies Patty made was when I was done with her. The her cooking made Henry go back into a vision. We almost lost these. Then Victor and I blamed Patty's cookies.
Patties.
Patty melts patties.
Patty melts patties.
Somebody ate those cookies.
Yeah. Somebody will eat them. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna
She was
go
right.
through some of the ones I started before
In a
I
pot, you know.
talk about.
If only.
Let's see. Dina said red lightning is, I think, the entity in the caves, like the cursed land angry. Maybe the game goes too far. These, I feel like these are things we might never find out, though. You know.
Equal to opposite reaction, maybe. It's just the force of nature.
Codenox has said Patty reminds us everybody is not in the hero group. This is true.
She tried.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. The lightning, because I mean, we saw the eclipse, which I attributed to the man in yellow. Then we saw the earthquake, which I attributed to the boy in white. It could have been the lightning could have just been like almost like the referee or the boss saying,
Mhm.
"All right, you guys get back in line here."
Yep. The whistle.
Yep.
Even the whistle.
That's interesting. If you ever see lightning form, it is like the ground meeting the
Oh, thank
sky.
you. I hate when I can't see the things pop up. Thank you, Dieter. I
The
appreciate it.
Fromaholic Dieter, super chat for 228.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dieter's amazing.
Dieter is awesome. He had said earlier, Jim at the RV might have been the boy in white to get Ethan to get the totems. Sophia
Oh.
looked worried at the totems. Man in yellow sends the bird dies, is sacrificed at the lake. The dolls come back. I still don't know that I think the bird is connected to the dolls, though. I've said that before. I don't think the bird caused the dolls to come up. I've heard this before, and I don't know. My brain doesn't connect the two. I have a hard time.
I think them pulling them out the lake made the dolls come up.
Yeah, exactly.
Roger.
Ellis
that rope.
pulled him in. Yeah.
Taryn had said earlier, sorry, I never brought it up because we didn't get to this part. We weren't talking about the man in yellow then, but the man in yellow is Azazel.
Is
I think
Azazel.
that's a name for the devil.
Or Azazel?
Azazel is an angel.
Oh, an angel. Okay. That's how much
Who
I
I think works for the devil.
Sorry.
I can't remember. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so many angels. So
Well,
much
I'm
fun.
thinking of the movie Fallen, and I'm pretty sure there is
Mhm.
Azazel or Azazel or however you say it is in it, and I'm getting it mixed up.
Zazzle dazzle.
Yeah, I'm Jewish. It's differently.
That's interesting, though. Let's see.
I don't think they'll ever explain it. I think they'll just be spirits and they'll be vague.
Yeah.
All this
it
is
might
kind
be.
of vague. All the historical stuff's kind of vague. It's all kind of set dressing.
Yeah. Smiley didn't attack the vehicle or the guys on the back of the truck. He also didn't go back to the clinic, and they didn't bother putting the talisman up.
Yeah, he was kind of done by that point. Yeah, he said
Yeah.
interesting, and then he just kind of walked away.
She's like,
Gotta
I'm
go.
bored. Gotta go. Bored. Done with it.
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, very true. Okay, let's see. B said, I cried hard when Fatima turned around and we saw her monster face. Do you think it was
Oh.
very, very sad? Maze said, just assume the monster scream was how they communicate invasion of body snatchers. I never thought about the screams actually meaning anything. That's a good point I had not thought of.
Yeah, it's the ultimate outdoor voice.
Or,
We all know somebody
I
that's like that.
thought that was more like back it up. Back it up.
Get out of here. I like I said, I still hope that she helps them, and I still wonder if in the future Smiley could too. That's my theory that I'm sticking to.
Well,
Even
she
if he
becomes
doesn't-
queen of the monsters. She can become queen of the monsters and, try to get them on the side of good.
Yeah.
I hope not. It's ironic Henry thinks he has to kill Victor to wake up. Obviously, he would have to kill himself. Well,
I think he was probably going to.
Yeah, that
He
rope
probably-
behind him is looking more and more hangy.
Yeah.
But he probably was going to, but it's not real. So at least I don't think it's real. So it's kind of a moot point.
What if the anchor is myself? All right.
Nice. A good Robert Joy there.
Thank you. I could do a better job, but it's a work in progress.
I do a good Martin.
Joe
Cool.
Black had said Victor did acknowledge he had never seen all this before. He
Right.
has said it's new,
Yeah.
but we know that this cycle is new to begin with. What if the lightning is what triggers the storm/flood so that so many have been predicting?
I was hoping it would start to rain, but it didn't.
It did not, but I know you guys want to see that. Sorry, I'm just kind of going through these fast. I definitely believe that Donna is working with the man in yellow because it seems to me it's encouraging Henry to disconnect from Victor. I still don't think Donna. Nobody will convince me Donna's a mole.
I hate this.
Okay.
I hate to love this theory. I hate to love this. I live to hate this theory. Yeah, either applies really.
Yeah, same.
It's
He
entertaining.
did tell Henry to go to Victor.
That's the problem.
He
Like
did.
once you say it out loud, it just now it's in your head
Yeah.
with every analysis.
Yeah, but if she's on the side of good, she could tell him to go to Victor because he's his kid.
Right.
Who was it that said Donna and Sophia have never been in the same room? It's like it's not
Yeah,
true,
they
is
have.
it?
They've all been at
Is
the
it?
funeral together.
Yeah, no, they were all in Colony House together. I don't think
They're
that
all
is.
at the funeral. They went to Jim's
They were all
funeral
at the
together.
funeral. There you go. They were all at the funeral.
Because people
Even
say Victor hasn't
and her
seen
were in the same
Sophia.
place.
Because if Victor saw Sophia, he would know that she was a man in yellow. No, he was at the funeral too. They were all at the funeral.
They're all except for Jade. Wait a minute. I'm kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, Jade
It's
was
stupid.
Well, Patty
It's
wasn't
so
there,
dumb.
so obviously.
There were 3 people that weren't there. I can't remember which. Yeah. Oh, Acosta wasn't there. Jade wasn't there. I remember writing this in my notes, but anyway, doesn't matter.
Well, Costa didn't know him, but she probably should have. Delilah thought that Randall was sus. I don't know. Look, I'm not the right person to ask because I say there's no reason for another mole, but I also said there was no reason for any mole when Sophia was there, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
Although
Sophia's playing games.
Clara, I still though Clara's more like a mole now. She wasn't really a mole before. 'cause
She's
she
more
had-
like a sleeper agent than a mole.
Yes, that's
She
the
was
better
just
word.
activated.
I
Yes.
agree. That makes sense to me.
Did they give up on finding the Lake of Tears?
Yes.
I think
There's too much shit going on.
100%
I
right
think
away.
we'll go back to it at some point. Oh,
It's
hi,
the golem
PM.
all over again.
How did you like Patty Melt? Hi, PM. We were complaining. We did not.
I was not. I am a human being with emotions and empathy again because I
Yeah.
didn't at the time. Sorry.
I like
Loved
the
her
actress.
acting in the car.
Yeah, I like the
Agree.
actress. Don't like the character. Wanted to slap.
I
her.
feel like it's a complete like rational reaction to being from Fromville, though. I'll
Yeah,
stay with that.
She is you,
Yep.
Yeah.
and you don't want to see you. 100%. So I get that.
Hmm.
Okay.
Or you can just
Are
roll out of the car.
Are you saying that
Tuck
now if
and
they
roll.
try to drive out of town, they could and they just don't know it, so they won't try it? Maybe this is the time Acosta should steal out the car and try to haul off.
But see, now she won't do it because she was proved wrong. So she's not going to. See, they're conditioned to not leave.
Mhm.
I'm
You
with
really
you.
think they can get out? That's interesting.
No,
I don't-
I have. It's like an inkling. And you know, it's funny. I thought that in the beginning of the season after Jim's death. I'm like, ugh. And then Acosta does it. And I'm like, okay, I'm very wrong, and I will never say it out loud again until this time. So I don't know, man.
Fair. And then some things I'm not going to repeat. Ground to sky lightning occurs when there's a concentration of positive charged proton energy, which it becomes magnetic field that changes oscillation.
Stop
Becomes
it.
Okay, I can't read all that, Susie.
I'm
It's-
married. Okay, don't make me fall in love with you because I'm gonna talk about this in our breakdown.
Talk to me about meteorology.
Yeah.
I do wonder if Fatima will be able to walk in the daylight now, and if Boyd will let her come back. Will she even try to come back into town? I'd like to see her do so. I would like
Yeah, I
to
hope she
see
can have it both ways.
There's
A
so
little bit of
much,
human, a
so
little
much
bit of
possibility.
monster.
There is. She should not have been there. Common sense solutions went out the window. Why did Boyd allow her to go?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
That's a good point.
Patty. Yeah.
I mean, I know she wanted to go to kind of feel like right for Roger, quote unquote, but yeah, I get it. It's
Yeah.
kind of like a mirror to Henry too, right? When you think about it, how Victor says, like the moment I showed you the photo of Miranda or the drawing of Miranda, you kind of fell apart. Like what it means to be shown something that you think you're prepared for, but you really aren't.
Yeah.
See, we think highly of ourselves until we're shown where we step up to the plate, and then we realize like we don't always come through all the time.
They should have checked with her, though. I mean, she literally had just had her face fried. Then, as soon as she gets back to safety, she gets attacked by Doll Roger.
Mhm.
You know, they should have just said, "Hey, you know, are you in the right headspace for a dangerous, mission? You might want to
just
sit this one
happened?
out."
Here's some tea. Sit in County House. Chill out for a while.
Stay here, chill
Oh
out.
boy. Dog
Uh,
food.
The man in yellow and the boy in white playing games with people reminds me of the Book of Job.
Yeah.
Dude, don't get us started.
Oh, the biblical stuff, Old Testament.
Yep, this whole season has been like Abraham,
Yeah.
Abraham, Job. What's Jesus' cousin? Wasn't it his cousin or something like that?
Listen.
John the Baptist. We went through the whole gamut this season. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Moses even, by the way.
Hmm.
I always thought Moses was Elgin, but then my theory got debunked.
Kabosh, kabosh.
Yep.
Yeah, our co-host Bridget is big on Christianity, and Dave, you know what the Jewish side of it, or
Yeah. Together
so-
we form Captain Planet.
I know they're always talking about
Ironically.
religion.
Yeah, it's fun. It's so much fun to go back. Yeah, I definitely will look up Azazel because the more I'm like into,
Yeah.
the more I'm looking into it, the more it actually has a lot of bearing because Azazel deals with a lot with like the scapegoat, right? And you give one to Azazel and you give one to God as terms of sacrifices, and it's for specific purposes. And you get to see that this episode, how Elgin in a way is the sacrifice for Azazel. It's a whole thing. But I do want to look into that more because it looks really, really cool. And now I figure out who said that. I want to credit them.
I think it was Taran. Taran.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to pronounce his name,
Yeah.
Taran.
Yeah.
Taran.
Yeah.
Yes.
See if I can search for that.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I
All
can't.
right. Anything else? You
I
know, we're
did-
going on 4 hours
I
here.
do enjoy his whole theory now about tarot cards, but also about Victor Hugo and all the relics and all the authors and stuff. I liked it all.
Yeah.
I dug it.
I don't know. You guys think of
Okay.
things I never think of. You guys go even deeper than I do.
I
And
dug the
already
children.
know. So. I don't know. Anything else? Anything we missed? Anything we skipped? You guys
Real
want-
Cinema just had a comment drop in.
Here, wait. I'm not all the way down at the bottom. Yeah, I am down at the bottom.
I
of
gotta
the
go
chat.
back.
It wasn't updated. There it is.
Can never
Um,
go back.
Patty also mentioned to Henry she used to bake to help with. She never
Mhm.
finished it. Sounds like she had a mental health issue. She was clearly
I thought she said
Mhm.
anxious when she was
Yeah.
anxious. So I
Yeah,
thought
they
it
were
was that.
nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that earlier, but yeah, 100%.
Like, she have like an abusive relationship or
It could be
Something.
anything.
Well,
Yeah.
some people
I'd
just
like to
have
know.
anxiety. They just have anxiety.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I thought she just meant like anxiety or nerves or something. But
Excuse
you're
me,
right.
it's not just anxiety.
You know what I mean. I thought she just said that. Is what I
Well, I mean,
mean.
some people can have mental health problems just because they have mental health problems. It doesn't-
Right, right. Yes, it
Mhm.
doesn't have to be a relationship or whatever that caused it.
Yeah, like even just stress-induced
What
mania.
I meant.
Yes. Just Fromville.
Or just from Bill. Yeah,
Just
exactly.
Fromville.
She dreamed of this place before she arrived. How about that?
Probably.
We
When
know
she
that,
had the
dear.
seizure.
yes,
We
we'll tell
know
them that
that.
tomorrow, Dieter. I'll tell them that in the chat too.
No, he knows. They know it. They know. Look, hey, I know Fletcher the one day asked me like, why did I keep saying she wasn't going to turn? Because I couldn't say that. Like I tell you what I thought at what point, and that is the way it stays. And I did not think she was transforming until episode 7. Fletcher thought it a long, long time ago. He
Credit
did
where
come up
credit
with
is
that
due.
one. Yeah, he did. Drewski F baby says story was crazy next season because it was all hype. This season.
Yep.
Agreed. I agree.
Gas on story walking. As the kids say? I don't know.
Get that bookmark right.
Ethan's
I've been waiting,
bookmark.
I'm waiting for Jim to come back and haunt Jade and Tabitha after how Jade was talking to her in the caves.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Ghost Jim for a while, but I think Ghost Jim was a man in yellow.
They have sex for the first time Jim appears.
Yeah, or he
Now you
watches.
show up.
Worst nightmare ever.
I always thought
Then
that.
Henry shows up, so all like 3 of her husbands are in the same room.
Oh, and they're watching. I'll never have a heart on again. Or maybe that's the way they get the. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I always thought Tabitha would be our introduction to, like, her on cooing would be our introduction to the colonial times. It didn't even occur to me that Julie might story walk back to colonial
Yeah.
times, and she would look way out of place in her modern clothing and
the hair.
the wig. Yeah, when everybody else is dressed like the Quaker Oats guy. Yeah.
Well, they're definitely gonna think she's a witch. They're not gonna burn at the stake.
Oh boy.
Poor Julie.
I still want to know if she can take like somebody with her because we talked about can she take Ethan, but more than that, can she take her father? Because she could just like yank him back, right? Like grab him and go out of the story walk. That would be cool. I don't think it would happen, but it would be cool.
Well, I think we had enough evidence to see that, first of all, she couldn't take Ethan with her the first time. And
Yeah.
even the thing that she left, she would just came back with her. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't see. It would be interesting to see, like, in any of the scenes where she story walked, that she took anything with her at all.
Yeah. Unless there's like a way to do it, is what I'm saying. Like maybe
That's
there's
why I thought this season there would be more rules to story walking explained.
I agree with you, Scarlet. I agree with you
It
wholeheartedly.
pains me.
I know they talked about it. I mean, they kind of like reinforced that you can't change a story that's already been written
Mhm.
unless you are already part of that story the way it is.
Mm.
And they got real cryptic about it, and
You mean the AMA?
read it. It might have been in the AMA. Yeah. And I didn't read that at all.
They basically said, I took it to be like kind of like how Karen and AJ and I always say what happened happened. Like I think that with meaning from, but I think like they were meaning like it always happened. Like it's like a bootstrap paradox. Like Julie always gave him the rope. You know what I mean? Like she didn't change it to throw him the rope. It was always meant to happen. At least that's how I took their statement that they made. It was
The bootstrap paradox.
Yeah.
Yeah, all story walking does is revelation. That's it. It's going to reveal what happened or how it happened, not change.
See,
what
but I
happened.
thought she was going to be traveling, story walking, and getting clues and getting ideas and having observations that could help.
Right. And
Yeah,
her whole
that's
goal
it.
is to prevent Jim's death. But
Yeah.
as the story is written, there's nothing that she's going to be able to do to change that.
I think he's going to die unless he didn't, but he did. So it
Right.
doesn't work that way.
Or she's just going to watch him die over and over again. It's just gonna,
Yeah.
That'd be good for her.
Yeah, and that's the reminder that this is a horror.
Unless they can come out in different points of time, like that they don't have to stay in a certain time, then maybe if he was from a different timeline, you could say that he story walks, shows up somewhere else. Like
that gets a little fringy. Like he doesn't pull out of the alternative timeline.
Good call. Good pull on the fringe.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen though. I don't. I mean,
No.
You just get yourself an alternative Jim. That's what you do.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be able to save Jim. But then again, there's the whole thing. If I say that, but then I'm also thinking the whole thing with the puppets, right, from the pilot, which makes me think that might be wrong. So,
the finger puppets, right.
Yeah.
Well,
when you're dead, you're gone.
Yeah. Thanks, Julie. So you just made that happen, Julie.
Yep.
Right? It's true.
It's
true.
And her mother changed it. So
True.
I think I want to give people hope because I think I read something that Hannah Jeremy only used the wig for this season. I think she is going to be cutting her hair for the 5th season.
Oh.
So
that is hopeful.
that would be nice if she
because I think they were concerned that they would have to film scenes of her from before she cut her hair or whatever, before the story walk, all that stuff. So I think, I think she said that she would be cutting her hair for the 5th season, which I think they would even also have to explain why it looks so awkward on the show or in the realm of the show too. Oh, I got some better conditioner from Clara. Whatever. She's
ground out
great.
some berries and some roots. And got a great
It's a family remedy for hair.
You can eat it too.
Yeah. It doesn't go down.
I gotta say, like them deciding to use Clara last minute as like a mole or whatever, I think it would have made more sense to use somebody that's closer to everybody, because I feel like Clara always lurks in the background, but she's not really like close friends with anybody. I feel like it could have been more interesting if they had picked somebody that was, if that makes sense.
No, I get it. I think it's better, like, financially to mine like a background actor too, because you only have to. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this out loud, but like, you don't have to pay them that much more. You do have to technically pay them more, but not nearly as much as the was it top billing. So,
yeah, the ones that get credits in the beginning and the opening credits. Yeah,
you see this a lot in many other shows.
Claire had been gone for so long that people were asking about her. I had honestly assumed that she was almost kind of like the Jasmine monster. The actress just got other work, or wasn't going to set aside a month of time to just show up for 14 seconds or whatever. But sure enough, I guess they were keeping Clara in their pocket to surprise us right at the end.
Yeah. Well, I'd said this on our show last week, how like a broken clock is right twice a day, how everybody was calling Claire out as the mole back in season 1 when the lights were like busting out around her and she got one near the eye. And then they were saying that she was the man in yellow, by the way. So, again,
but
a broken clock can be wrong too.
Yeah, but that's the thing is people are like, well, they changed it because so many people said she was the mole, so they made her the mole. And that's
but they haven't made her technically a mole.
But the thing is I think the fact is that people have so many theories about the show that a certain number of them are bound to be right.
Right.
It doesn't mean they heard them and they copied it. It just means that you figured it out. Like, it's not.
Yeah, yeah.
You've guessed every combination. One of the combinations is going to be.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. A random set of numbers that you can. But I think it's also clever because you kind of want to give the audience something. You know, you can get something right.
Well, they gave the Eloise thing away and shouldn't have, but that's a whole nother issue.
I was gonna say that license plate.
Yeah, do you know about that, Dave?
Yeah, we talked about
You
it.
hear what they said about her?
Wait,
No, it just
what?
came out, what, yesterday or the day before?
Oh, somebody
Right,
said
Jamie,
something
or-
that they shouldn't have, right?
Yeah, if you guys don't want to hear that, maybe quit listening.
Plug your ears.
Yeah, here's what they're good.
Maybe I shouldn't. That's fine.
No, I just meant for the people, if people watching didn't want to know. The producers answered about Eloise.
Uh-huh.
Like, they gave a definitive answer.
Where in the world is Eloise Kavanaugh?
Nice, Carmen Sandiego.
Nowhere.
Oh my God, that's going to crack me up forever. You probably shouldn't have gotten it.
Nowhere, but also everywhere. Guys,
I don't
she's
know.
from.
I am Lori because I think A, it was a mistake they told us, but B, I think it was a mistake, period. But that's, neither here nor there. I don't understand
Because
why
they can't
didn't
change
Victor
it once it's
Von
done. Once they
Sydow.
wrote the story, they can't go back and change it.
Guess
Yeah,
not.
exactly. You can only reveal how she died.
Yeah.
True. I don't know.
No, I was fully supportive of Eloise being dead, for sure.
I
Such a
wasn't. I
nothing
didn't.
burger.
Like I get it. But
Yeah,
still.
I get it, but I don't know. I just said from the beginning, I don't know then why he didn't just find her body too. Like, the fact that he was like, "Oh, I don't know if it was her," to me was like pointing to the fact it wasn't. But I guess it was, and it's fine.
But maybe to your point, maybe they left it just open just enough for them to be able to decide what they wanted to do with it.
And
And
then
so-
they finally decided.
And being season 5, they're like, okay, let's close the book on this so
They
nobody.
got no time.
But we've been saying this the whole episode. They've been closing loops this whole episode that, like, definitively. Oh, they can. The man in yellow can take the talismans. Oh, the.
Yeah, but close it in the show, not in an AMA.
I agree. But maybe they'll be like, oh, maybe they'll just shut up about Eloise now. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, people have not shut up about Tabitha being Miranda or about Tabitha being Eloise. So
Oh, what?
you don't remember
Tabitha
that?
being
I haven't-
Eloise?
I
Oh, I
haven't
thought
heard
it was
in a
Abby
while,
that was
but I just-
Eloise, because I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
Abby
Abby
was
was-
Eloise.
But no, my point is just
Oh,
the fact that
gross.
there's still theories that make no sense. Is my point, not anything specific.
I don't know. It's more gross. Abby being Eloise or the man in yellow being a hot 20-something.
That would just be an extra layer of cruelty, though, to Victor to have him think that he actually did bury his sister and then have it, have her pop up somewhere else. And it would be even worse if the man in yellow transformed into Eloise.
Ugh.
Oh, don't say that. I never thought about that. She still could, just because she's dead.
Yeah, I thought Adele Eloise was going to show up in Henry's visions.
Because
And
she was.
that's what was going to tip him over. Because I thought if he sees an Adele Eloise, or maybe Miranda comes to him and she's still alive, he's definitely going to shoot Victor.
That was a missed opportunity. I agree.
Yeah, missed opportunity. Only had to get an actress for one scene.
Oh, God.
Somebody.
She
Oh
was
yeah,
really good.
Ravener. Do you think that Julie is in the picture? The old picture of Sophia
Yeah, it doesn't
in the
look
corner?
like her. It doesn't look
You
like
like
her.
that
But
theory or no?
why is she there then? If
Oh,
it doesn't look.
Yeah, I didn't really look at the other figures in it. I really just did focus on. I mean, I think they directed my attention towards
Sophia.
old timey Sophia, and I bought into it. I didn't analyze the picture at all.
Well,
Yeah.
did you think that, Jason, after we did a close up of her? Of the girl in
No,
the-
I like.
I
the
didn't think so
theory, though.
either.
I want it to be Julie.
Yeah, I
it
wanted
doesn't
to
look
be
like
Julie
her,
too.
but
Yeah, I wanted it to be her.
and then I
too.
think you said Jamie. Like, why would they kind of focus
Yeah,
in on? It's kind of focused in on that girl in the background. So
it is. I don't think it's anybody. And also,
That's the best taken Polaroid I've ever seen, because you can't focus in the foreground and the background and the side.
just so to bring up another thing that people were talking about,
Mhm.
like, I know we kind of went over it a little bit, that like Some people, for some reason, which I still don't understand, think the one girl's Clara in the picture, but that people are saying like that the dress that Sophia has in the picture is the same as Clara's shirt, which is dumb. Sorry if you think that.
We got to see the dress in a production photo, by the way.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
Other people say it. No, I was just gonna say, and other people say it looks like Tian Chen's dress, but Julia Doyle posted on her Instagram the picture of the actual dress where you can see it, and it's not the same dress. It does look like it could be the one from the opening credits.
It's not even the one that's in Kenny's mom picture on the egg plate, because she's in a different dress there too.
Yeah, like when you see the actual dress is like purple in it that you can't see in the photo because it's so blurry. It's kind of amazing, actually.
Yeah, no, it's a completely different dress, but it does kind of look like it could be the one in the opening credits a little bit. I don't think it is, but it kind of reminded me of it. But I'd have to go back and actually look at the pictures because part of me is thinking there might have been yellow flowers in the opening credits. So I don't know. I don't know. Either way, it's not the dresses people said. Is
Right.
my point.
The moo in the dress. Yeah.
Yeah, it's either. Anything else? We are past 4 hours at this point.
Oh, yeah. And we're all still here. No one's dropped.
No one's dropped. I think I'm about ready to drop though. It's almost 3 a.m. I've about gone my limit. If anybody has anything else to add, really.
Somebody said, I hope Kenny kills the man in yellow. That's cool. That's a cool plot line.
For killing his family? Yeah. It's like an Inigo Montoya movement, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the Princess
but Smiley
Bride.
killed his family, not the man in yellow.
True. Thank you.
No, I mean, I think that's a hero moment for Kenny. That would be cool.
Yeah. Any other big theories or anything you guys have that we haven't talked about?
I think I've hit all mine.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can think of. Not. I think I've exhausted all my.
All my thoughts.
I'm just glad I can finally talk about it. It's nice to not have to keep like hiding shit and not being able to say things.
Yeah.
When did you have this copy? Sorry. Like,
weeks
okay.
ago.
Because I remember we were talking about how, it's taking so long for you to get the last one. And
yeah, no, it did take a while to get it, but I did get it.
No, they split up the screeners.
It came.
I'm actually even surprised you even got it, because usually when it comes to season finales, like, it's like a hit or miss on whether they'll give you the last one right on the day of, or ahead of time.
Yeah, some shows they do, some shows they don't. But no, they did. They gave it a while ago.
Nice.
But, so it's nice to be able to talk about it because I really liked it. I mean, not everybody liked it, so people don't necessarily agree with what my opinion was anyway in the end. But I thought people would like it.
Yeah, but I think it was also good that you didn't have trailers or like spoiled things from MGM. When you're watching screeners.
Oh yeah, it's nice that I don't have to worry about that. I will say, and that's why when I did that first trailer breakdown, like I hadn't seen anything, so when I did that, like I was able to actually theorize with it, which was kind of cool.
Right.
But yeah, that didn't really reveal anything though. I feel like that first trailer was okay. It wasn't really spoilery. It was after that they started sharing shit spoilers.
They sprung a leak.
Yeah.
I should say this. I think for those of you who may not feel right about this episode, I'm trying to be positive and generous. I think having time, distance, and processing, like Jamie had this week, I think that might help. I am very curious to know if any of you feel differently about it in another week, let's say, after you've let it sink in. Versus like initial feelings. Because I told you right from the start, I was kind of stunned and needed a minute to process everything. And I think I feel like I've done that in this conversation, and I do definitely feel better about it. And of course, Jason, I'm going to get way more notes for Tuesday. So
Heck yeah.
Get ready. Kill yourself.
I'll try to join you guys Tuesday if I'm still alive. By then.
Right.
Gosh.
I don't know. I'm just like, I've been doing too many of these on my legs, man. After that 6-hour car ride, I'm just still like not.
Oh, really? Still?
Yeah, they're still. I think it just like what happened is I think it irritated it. And then like I continued to do things even though it was irritated and kept keep sitting with my legs down for so long that it's just not like.
Well, plus we've been doing all those extra lives though, because we did
that's
Tony's
what I mean.
live. We did
Yeah.
Tony's live, and then a live after Tony's live on the same night.
Exactly.
And then we did your birthday live.
I think you should see a doctor.
No, I should. Well, I went the one day we had good weather, only one day. I went swimming, and it seemed to help some. But
Okay.
yeah, no, I think it's just I need to like sit with the day with my legs up and like actually sit the whole day and not like do another live stream, which is what keeps happening.
Because you got one tomorrow and you got one Tuesday. You can do it Wednesday.
I could do it Wednesday. That's Wednesday and Friday.
Yeah, do more lives. Just do more lives.
You're doing more lives.
You'll get on the other side of it, right? Once,
Yeah,
just don't do less, do more.
Her legs will just fall off.
Well, no, I need to,
Yeah, then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
if I wasn't doing like the pictures, it would be easier because I can do it from like put my legs up and sit on the couch and do it. It's more because I'm like doing it with the video camera and the slideshow. It makes it hard.
You have to
do
be
it.
static.
Martin's asking Scarlet if you mentioned something. I think he means his theory. I don't know.
I don't know. He had a theory about Carla being the mole, but I can't remember anything else. And I asked him in the chat, but I
Clara, you mean?
once.
Clara, you mean?
Clara, yeah, not Carla.
I was gonna say who's Carla?
I took me a while to piece it together. Yeah.
Sorry, I kept calling her Carla for the longest time, and then I had.
And now I'm gonna call her that forever now. Thanks.
Hey, that does
Not
actually
that
lead
weird.
me.
It's just
I know,
a
it's actually-
dyslexia.
exactly. Just switch the letters.
So, do you guys think that we're going to get new arrivals then to replace the deaths?
Others.
You know what? When I saw that van coming into Colony House, I thought it was new people.
Oh, man.
New people. It was really early in the morning, and I was like, "Oh shit, there's new people! There's new people!" But then it was just like Sarah and Olive.
Oh, just all the idiots that we know about. I actually don't, because do you remember how we were so conscious about the count, the 47 count, and how that's slowly rolling downhill now? Nothing is replacing anybody.
Right, no Roger replacement.
Right. It's like the beginning to the end. I think this is how it happens.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless they like somehow stumble into like a reset where, again, and this would make sense actually, if they reset the cycle again, they didn't quite clear the level. And so yet again, we're repeating cycles. This would be the third time that we're doing it.
They find a reset button in the woods.
Yeah, like what's going to be the worms this time around? What's going to be the music box? What's going to be the three people, right?
Well, Mari could come back as a ballerina because the actress is a ballerina. So there's one.
What's his name?
Randall could be the new Martin. There's two.
Elgin could be walking around as a ghost.
Yeah, or Moses.
Shit.
Divide the water when the flood comes.
He's so devout.
Martin meant the Eloise thing and how she's technically dead like Abby, but if we have the Lake of Tears, then we can still get a happy ending for Victor, maybe. Oh, well, all the trees.
I don't know.
All of them.
Sorry, Martin. I thought you meant the other thing.
Peter said, glad the showrunner said Clara was never supposed to be a mole, even though she looks suspicious sometimes, but that was probably the right.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Like they kind of just turned her into one, right? Like you wrote her into it.
Yeah, because they needed somebody to fulfill that purpose.
Well, they needed somebody to like talk to Jade before Jade saw the blood symbol on the wall. They just need somebody to say a line, and then the character has a moment.
Right. Yeah. Nobody completes a dialogue. Nobody completes a sentence. It's always interrupted by somebody popping in.
Kabosh! Exactly.
Boyd, we need you
Like
in
Jade when he was like, I remember we were driving to ... when him and Toby was explaining that. Even the beginning where they had Lauren got killed, Lauren and Megan, and then Ellis was like, Lauren, she was ...
They did that with the episode title this season too.
They used to happen so much more too.
Yeah. Finish your thoughts, people.
Yep. That's why everybody thought Donna was a mole, because every time they got in the middle of a dialogue, Donna would pop in with some random something. It almost became a meme within the show. They just like every time, even as recently as last episode, Donna was Boyd was talking to Donna and Kenny and Jade, and then here comes Chrissy. Boyd, we need to talk. Boyd, we need to talk. Everybody, Boyd, we need to talk. And
I'll never forget her running across the street from Colony House to the sheriff. She's like hauling ass down the street. Boyd. It's in my best dreams. Because the problem is it comes after this completely sad moment, so it totally breaks the mood. So I think it was, right? It was like after Tianjin dies, I think it was. I can't remember exactly. This is season 3.
I don't know. I just believe John gets shit done. She's always working. She's always cutting up cow. Ginger died. She's cutting up the meat. She's getting shit done. She's bringing socks to Sarah to darn.
So what you need a T-shirt, Donna? Get shit done.
I made a song about it. The song.
GSD.
During Smiley's autopsy, she comes down looking for some aspirin. Then Boyd was like, "Have you tried a cold compress?" And she just like, "Fuck right off."
For those of us who get headaches often, yeah, she was right, 100%. With your cold compress, idiot. Ugh. You're gonna tell me to take a home remedy now, like homeopathy? You weird hippie. You weird hippie cop. What a contradiction. Anyway, sorry, I'm done.
You kind of like to see more of that banter and the good times, a flashback to that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh Boyd.
Oh boy.
All
Will you ever
right.
get the boat? Will you ever get the pony on the boat? Will you ever sail out on a pony on the
Oh
boat?
boy, yeah. Wow.
Will that be the last scene of the finale? Is Boyd driving out on a boat?
By himself? Ugh, sad. Probably.
Oh, no, everybody in it. He's
Nah,
gonna rescue people.
not
They'll
gonna
be
happen.
full of people.
Rescue boat driven with Boyd. Why not?
It's a
Why
great song though.
not? It is.
Very uplifting. Totally not on brand for the show anymore. Sorry.
No, this is true. All right. Well, if
Yeah.
nobody has anything to add, I think we have exhausted everything. I think at some point we're going to do a show that's like probably a season recap discussion. I don't know. At some point, something. So people can look for that. And like I said, on Sci-Fi Vision, we have our From review with me, Karen, and AJ tomorrow at 10 Eastern. And what else? Thursday, we have our Widow's Bay show.
Yeah, the finale for Widow's Bay. That's been
Finally, that we
kept
kept
it for
getting
2 weeks.
moved. We finally get to do that. So everybody, make sure you join our Discord for our schedule and everything. Like and subscribe. Make sure you check out Squawking Dead and Jeremy Ice and Fire as well, and Real Cinema Therapy. Also from Aholic, Dieter and Fletcher. He was saying earlier they put the AMA they put in a video.
And also PM Philosophy.
PM Philosophy, yes. Everybody that was here, and Doc was here for a
And
little bit.
Kaiju.
Doc Kaiju, yeah. Check out everybody's channels. Go check out everybody's and follow everybody. And like I said, tomorrow I will have out the interview for, well, I guess technically now it's today because it's 3 a.m. For Pega and Kaylin and Nathan. And at some point, Jamie McGuire is supposed to come. We'll see how that goes. Still waiting.
Hopefully.
But yeah, so check all that out. And if you're a Survivor or above member, you'll get the videos early tomorrow, earlier than everybody else. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night, everybody. It's kind of sad. It's over. Well, it's not kind of sad. It's very sad. It's over. I'm like,
It's never over, Jamie. It's never over.
there'll be more to talk about. We'll be
I just
doing
want to say thank you for the
our
invitation. This
celebration
was
show.
an absolute blast. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm
thanks.
glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, maybe we do our season. I was telling Scarlet before. I think if we do a season show, like we need to get like a whole panel of a whole bunch of people and just everybody come together and do it.
Oh my gosh, that would be like 12 hours long.
I know
Bring on-
that's the only reason I generally hesitate. Is it going to be forever? So I wondered how long tonight was going to be. But I think we did okay. We didn't do too bad. It's only 4.5 hours, right?
It's the finale, though, but it's also finale.
It also is the
It's
finale. You're right. It probably would
Yeah.
have been
Beats
longer.
that 6-hour stream that I think we did at one time.
Yeah,
Amateur hour.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, guys.
I've been
let
on
me
those
make
8 to 12 hour streams,
Yes.
I'm crying.
But also, guys, I was to say, make sure in Discord too, you tell me what you think about the games that we did, because we do want to do some more game nights as well, because that was a lot of fun on my birthday. It was a fun
Happy
night.
birthday! I caught that in the corner of my eye. It was cool. It's cool that you did
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that was
We
that was
designed T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Everybody should buy my "Where in the World is Elise Kavanaugh" T-shirt. Wear it proudly.
That was so funny. We laughed so hard about that.
Or the one with the bottle tree that said "Don't be stupid" underneath it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, man.
Oh, you did it now.
All right, everybody, have a good night.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jamie.
Bye,
Thank you for
guys.
having us.
Cheers.
Bye bye.
You guys are incredible.
Get your ponies in a row. Get your boats in a row. Let's